Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents What Might Kill Us by M.N. Forgy, narrated by Maxine Mitchell and Joe Arden. Prologue. Anahi. The mattress dips beside me, and I turn over on my side. The ugly brown sheets that feel more like steel wool than cotton scrape along my skin, sending an uncomfortable shiver down my body. For as much money as my uncle claims to have, you'd think he'd buy better bedding. At the very least, hire someone to do it for him. I miss my old bed. I would fall onto it and would literally sink into a cloud of luxury. I rub the sheets in between my index finger and thumb, the abrasive feel making my nose scrunch with disgust. This is far from a fluffy cloud. Fuck. Alvaro sighs as he rubs a hand down his face. Kicking his legs over the side of the bed, he just sits there, head bowed like he's got something on his mind. I don't know how he does it. He didn't get in until 3 this morning from whatever it is he does for my uncle. The pale light shining through the sheer curtains on the window tells me it's probably not even 6 a.m. yet. How is he up already? You okay? I ask, my voice coming out louder than I expected in the small room. Startled, his shoulders jump before he turns and looks at me over his shoulder. His ink-black hair falling in his eyes from lying on it, and a sharp jaw that could go for days. Looks like he hasn't shaved in a few days either, giving just enough stubble to make any girl look twice. Yeah, he says. Just, can't sleep. I smile, biting my lip as I scoot closer to him. Well, I can think of something we can do that might make you tired. I reach out and run my index finger lightly down his spine. Jesus, Anahi, he spits, jumping up and stepping away from the bed as if I just offended him. Is that all you ever think about? What the hell is his problem? I silently question myself, watching as he grabs his clothes off the floor, dressing quickly and causing the dust that seems to always linger in the air here to fly off them, filling the space around him in a cloudy haze. I push myself up and slide back to my side of the bed. Sitting with my back against the headboard, I can feel the tension in the room. Alvaro is changing. He's becoming more like them. Like my uncle and his men. He turns, the disgusted look on his face. Confirmation. He's not the boy I fell in love with anymore. I pull the sheet up, plucking long threads from its edges with my fingers, using the rough material as a barrier between the two of us. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath and find myself thinking about my mother for the first time in years. Her death, the dividing point in my life, before and after. And after all these years, words she said that made little sense to me as a child suddenly became clear. In every angel, a devil smiles, and in every devil, an angel cries. Her voice resonates through me, forcing chilling bumps to break out across the surface of my olive-colored skin as I recall the events that led us to this moment right here. Not long after my mother died, my father married Alvaro's mother, Serena. My father, who had never been around much because he was always gone on business, even before my mother died, didn't change his habits. Except now, when he left on business, Serena, unlike my mother, went with him. Whenever they were away, Alvaro and I were locked behind the gates of my father's compound, which was fully equipped with a kitchen filled with every kind of food you could imagine, a game room with every system available, an outdoor swimming pool, a tennis court, a riding stable full of horses, and 50 fenced-in acres to ride them. Alvaro was always left in charge, and left with one important responsibility: to take care of me. And he did. He cooked for me, helped me with my online classes, tended to me if I got sick, comforted me when I was sad, spent time with me when I was lonely, and, well, in time, my 10-year-old little mind and heart started seeing him as my Prince Charming and no longer as my older stepbrother. We grew close. Too close. At 15, he was my first kiss, and by the time I turned 16, he was my first... well, you know. And I was happy. But then it happened again. Death roared its ugly head and everything changed. My father died while away on a business trip in America, ripping my perfect world right from under me like a rug. And to top it off, Serena, Alvaro's mother, who my father trusted with his estate, sold off everything. Keeping the money for herself, she fled in the wind, never to be seen again by anyone. Not even Alvaro. Looking back, that is the day Alvaro's true colors began to come out. My father's brother, my Uncle Benito, came in acting like the concerned caregiver and took us into his home. "When do you think the lights will come back on?" I whispered, the blanket Alvaro threw over us making the air stuffy and hard to breathe. "Until the storm passes, probably," he replied, lying on the pillow next to me. It's been storming all day, and it's becoming more severe by each passing hour. "How are you holding up about your father?" I fidget where I lay, averting my eyes. My heart is heavy with the loss of my father, but I can't say I miss a man I never saw. A cough sounds in the room, and Alvaro and I tense, throwing the blankets off us. "Hello, kids. I need you to gather your things and come with me," Benito said, standing before us with two strong-looking men behind him. Lightning strikes, shadowing his figure, and a chill runs down my spine. "Why?" Alvaro asks, raising a brow. "I'm not going to sugarcoat it, son, because you look like a man who doesn't have time for gimmicks. Your mother has sold this house and everything you own." "What?" My eyes widen with surprise. "You're lying," Alvaro sneers. "Afraid not, and she ain't coming back for either of you." "How do you know?" I question softly. He sighs, rubbing his forehead. "She told me." I glance at Alvaro, and his face is hard, and eyebrows narrowed inward. "Are you okay?" I reach for Alvaro's hand, and he tears it from my grip with a force I don't recognize, nor can I ignore it. My heart stings from his sudden rejection, and I curl in on myself. "Look, I wish I could tell you kids that this abandonment is justified, but it isn't. That is why I am here." "Why are you here?" Alvaro cuts him off, standing up from the bed, his hands curl into fists. "To take you in, to do the right thing," Benito continues. "We don't need your charity," Alvaro hisses. "I can assure you, I am not one for charity. I am here because we are family, and looking at you, I can tell you are a man I can use." He chuckles, impressed by Alvaro's hard demeanor. And like that, Alvaro was sold. I followed along because where else could I go? I should have run into that storm and never looked back. He took us into a room, and before we knew what was happening, we were locked in, trapped in here when we were only 18 years old. I look at the wall, at the tally marks I carved into it from day one. We've been at Benito's mercy for 3 years now. This life he's thrown us into has become our norm. It's like one of those prison shows you watch. You eventually just give in and go with it. Alvaro seems to have adapted a lot better than I have. Last time I was let out of here, I was brought to a basement and ended up clawing the shit out of the man who had escorted me. The smell of toxins was heavy, almost smothering down there. Women and men stood around tables with gas masks on, lining and weighing drugs. I went nuts, kicking and screaming, throwing scales off the table, causing a vortex of white powder on the floor. I wouldn't succumb to their illicit acts. I wouldn't fall so far for nothing in return. I refused and was brought back here. I haven't left since. To be honest, leaving this room is a scary thought. I've been in here so long, I'm not sure what I'd do on the outside. It's crazy to think I was riding purebred horses and learning tennis from one of the best professionals to being a hermit, afraid to leave the shell that has become its security. In here, I'm safe. Out there, reality and darkness waits. The door to our room clicks open. First, Alvaro's head snaps up, and then mine to watch who enters. Shiny black shoes meet my eyes, followed by creased black slacks and a crisp white dress shirt lined with buttons. The man known to me as Uncle Benito steps through the threshold of the door with a menacing look on his face, that ridiculous fedora placed perfectly on his head being the final touch to his cliché drug lord appearance.
"My dear niece and nephew,"
he greets, his arms out wide, as if we're the extended family he's searched for all his life. I curl into myself on the bed and eye him warily. The sound of endearment laced in his voice misplaced. Family wouldn't take you in and put you in a room like a prisoner. I haven't seen him since the day we became his. He sits on the bed, the weight causing me to shift. Taking his hat off, he places it beside him. Sweat slips down his forehead just as he pulls a green bandana from his back pocket and dabs his forehead. All of his men have that bandana. You're not a part of his crew unless you carry one, and not just anyone carries one. You have to earn it.
"I know you're wondering why I've kept you all these years, Anahi. Why I took you in when your father died. To be honest, I didn't know what to do with you in the beginning. That's partly the reason why you've been locked in here all this time,"
he states, his hands gripping the side of the mattress as he looks down.
"You're obviously not my own, and I can't just accept anyone off the streets and into my home. But I'm a businessman."
I snarl at that. I'm not just anyone. I'm his brother's child, his own flesh and blood. Hell, I even came over here and played with his daughter every weekend growing up. The door creaks open, and a man walks in that looks familiar, but I can't quite place him. As he gets closer, my spine stiffens at the recognition of the laughing skull tattoo on his bicep. He's the one that forced me to bathe the first week we were here. He was strong and vile. He picked me up as if I weighed nothing and threw me in the bathroom, locking me in there until I washed. Don't get me wrong, I'm a very clean person. Showering wasn't a daily chore for me, but a twice-a-day choice. Plus, I had the most expensive hair products to ensure my hair had a perfect shine. But when I was placed in this prison, getting a shower felt like I was submitting. Surrendering to the fact that nobody else was coming for us as all my enemies screamed defeat. I stayed adamant that I would fight against them until I could no longer. On week 2, I gave in. A little piece of me died that day. Sitting at the bottom of the aqua blue tile, my tears mixing with the droplets from the shower head.
"Alvaro, go with Patsy,"
Uncle Benito commands. Alvaro glances over his shoulder at me with a blank expression. I reach for him, scared to be in here by myself with my uncle, but Alvaro doesn't notice. His focus on everything but me as he follows Patsy. The door closes loudly after them, echoing throughout the room.
"Anahi, what is it you want most?"
Uncle Benito questions as he pulls a cigar from the lip of his fedora. He brings one end to his mouth, his lips wrapping around it slowly as he bites the end off and lights it up with the lighter he pulled from his pocket seconds before. I'm caught off guard by his question, my eyes rising with surprise.
Dreams. Do you have any goals?
Uncle Benito continues after he senses my confusion, his left hand wafting through the air with a huge cigar tucked tightly between two fingers. I clear my throat and blink through the smoke. My only dream was to leave Mexico and explore America, the place my mother told me about as a child. The whole reason we would practice English every Sunday in a fort of blankets in my room. Until she died, that is. It wasn't until I was much older I was told my mother was shot to death in a drive-by shooting. Retaliation for my father's wrongdoings. What exactly that consisted of, I don't know. A newspaper clipping showed balloons that had escaped my mother's lifeless hand and were dancing their way into the sky. She was shopping for my birthday, spending hours of her time and energy planning the perfect gifts and party plans to celebrate my special day. I mourn my birthday instead of celebrating it now. Guilt tugs on my heart that maybe if she didn't go shopping for my birthday, she'd still be alive. I was told it wasn't my fault, and have accepted that to some degree, but still, if she wasn't out on that day at that time for me, maybe she would still be alive. When my father died, I didn't shed a tear. I blamed him for my mother's death and could hardly stand to look at him. His death only serving to show me how quickly things can change. And change they did.
Tell me, Anahi.
He hedges, sensing I'm holding something back. I shrug before muttering, I want to go to America. My accent coming out thick. He laughs, the sound making my dreams feel stupid. I cross my arms, tugging into myself, feeling idiotic at the thought of ever getting the chance to step foot on American soil. Most people want big mansions or more cash than they know what to do with. I've had all that, and I can honestly say I don't really miss it. What I was back then and who I am now are two very different people. What I want is something that isn't materialistic. I want to live a dream that is much bigger than this place. Have opportunities at my feet that aren't stained in blood or dusted with heroin.
Oh, man, that is to be expected from you, actually.
His voice comes out bitter.
Your mother.
He raises a brow, knowing exactly why I want to go there. My mother came from America and often spoke about it. She was born in America and met my father while he was there on business. Mom said it was love at first sight. She came to Mexico with my father and got married. I look at the gold-sequined comforter folding down to the foot of the bed and nod softly.
Well, I tell you what, I need someone to haul something over to America for me. I'm setting up shop in Texas, and eventually we'll be moving up the West Coast. I think you and Alvaro would be very well suited for the task.
What do you want us to take over there? I ask anxiously, the thought of seeing America sooner than I imagined spiking my anxiety to new levels of high. He grins, slowly, his yellow-stained teeth from decades of smoking coming into view as his thick brows narrow. Smoke dances toward the ceiling, painting a picture of sin and greed perfectly as I look at the man before me.
Drugs,
he hisses between clenched teeth. Drugs? The word slips from my mouth almost too easily, but the tone of shock is lost on me. I'm not surprised. Not at all. It's what my family specializes in, after all. Some families trade salsa recipes. My family trades the best heroin concoctions. When my mother died, that wall of protection she tried so hard to build around me came tumbling down brick by brick. Bound by the ties of my DNA, it was only a matter of time before I submitted to its darkness. My days of being on top, having the nicest things and the best living conditions, were over. What if I get caught? I can't help but ask. I've never taken part in the drug trade. I've seen glimpses of the things my father did to men who were short on cash or drugs, though. It was gruesome, maniacal. Who knew a machete could slice through bone without as much as a hiccup? I didn't. But I learned that day when I was only 11 years old and saw my first beheading. I was traumatized to know my own flesh and blood was capable of such a thing. I ran out to the stable to feed one of the horses, only to discover my dad had a young man bound and hanging upside down over a feeding trough. I never looked at my father the same way again. I didn't look at life the same way again.
You won't, because you are going to swallow them. That's how you get them across the border. Then you sell them. And after you've given me my percentage, you can take your cut and run off into your delusional dream of the land of the free.
He swings his hands in the air again, catching my attention. I thought I got my point across the last time he tried to put me to work in the drug trade, but apparently not. But to be free, to live the dream my mother and I talked about so many times as a kid, would be like she was right there with me again.
You think on it. It is your decision at the end of the day. But if you choose not to, if you choose what is not right in my eyes and for my business, then you will be put to other uses. Ones you have no say in.
He threatens as he stands up and swipes his hat off the bed. Opening the door, he leaves just as swiftly as he entered, slamming the door behind him. What does that mean? Other uses. I ponder on the conversation I shared with Uncle Benito, braiding the string I've collected over the last few months into one tight string. I pull on it again, testing its strength. It's relentless to my jerking. Sighing, I tilt my head to the side, noticing the bracelet is the first beautiful thing I've seen in months. It'd be gorgeous on an ankle, even wrapped around a wrist. Shaking my head, I focus on the thought at hand, the deal Uncle Benito offered me. The ultimatum is my last resort. I've come to the conclusion Alvaro and I must run. That is my plan A. We have to escape this prison. Somehow. We've been trapped in this house for 3 years now and treated like prisoners. Benito doesn't care about us. And surely not what happens to us. When Alvaro returned that night, I told him I wanted to run away. He was quiet when I explained how I would overtake the guard at the door and we'd whisk through the halls to freedom.
You're fucking stupid, Anahi. It's time to stop playing princess and take on what you're born to do before you get us both killed,
he bit out, his tone raging. He's been getting angry with me a lot lately. He's changing. I find myself thinking again, but something inside of me senses we both are. I lay beside him, my arms wrapped tightly around my body as I stared out the window. Curious what my mom would tell me to do if she were here, what my father would suggest I do. Their advice would vary so differently, a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. Reality and perhaps a dream that would always be just out of reach. Waking up the next morning, I roll over, only to find Alvaro already gone, the bed cold and empty. I sit up, wiping the sleep from my eyes as they drift across the room and land on my breakfast placed on a tray by the door with a note sitting next to my eggs. My brows furrow in curiosity. Slipping off the bed, I saunter over to the folded paper and pick it up. The clock is ticking, I read aloud. Scoffing, I bite my inner cheek and drop it back on the tray of food of mushed eggs and cold potatoes. My appetite instantly gone. I'd kill someone for bacon, or a piece of toast that wasn't soggy. Striding over to the window, I observe the scenery and all of my surroundings as time passes me by. Later that day, when Alvaro finally arrived back in the room, he had on new clothes and smelled of expensive cologne. When he caught sight of me, a wicked gleam flickered in his eyes, a cold chill running up my back, causing me to stiffen. "Where were you?" I ask softly, sitting on the sofa across the room.
"Doing what it takes,"
he grumbles, sitting on the cushion next to me, his tone indicating I'm not doing anything. A dark, lonely caress smothering me into isolation. I scowl. Alvaro isn't the boy I used to have a crush on anymore. Suddenly, he pulls a black, shiny gun from behind his back and places it on his left knee, his eyes squinting deviously. "Where did you get that?" I stand, scared as I suck in a shaky breath.
"Enough of the games, Anahi,"
he mutters so low it almost comes out as a growl. I swallow hard, knowing it's too late for Alvaro, but not too late for me. I'll just have to run by myself. I turn away from him, my arms wrapped tightly around me as I drop my head. Cold steel presses against the back of my neck. Slowly, I lift my head, my heart beating a mile a minute as tears threaten to spill from my glossy eyes. The days of lying in a sea of blankets and pillows and watching TV are gone. The feel of his palm clasping mine. A facade.
"Anahi,"
he whispers into the back of my ear, making the hair on my neck stand on end. "Yes?" I attempt to keep my voice strong, but my body turns on me and I tremble.
"You will swallow those fucking drugs like gumdrops, or I will make you. Do you understand?"
He threatens, his voice eerily calm. I don't answer, tears spilling from my eyes and rolling down my cheeks. Every tear symbolizing my lost freedom, washing away the innocence and breaking in the Gomez DNA I'm forced to render myself to. He nudges the gun in the back of my neck at the same time his groin presses into the back of me. Bile rises in my throat at the thought of him touching me now, and I push myself away from him and turn to face him. We, us, will never be. Ever again. I glare at him, his beady eyes watching me like the venomous snake that he is. Why? Why are you doing this? I can't help but ask. I thought he was different. His mother isn't even a Gomez. Why would he care if I took Benito's deal?
Only a child would walk away from such greatness. To have family, power, respect. Who wouldn't want that? Benito welcomed me into his familia and I accepted graciously. He has done nothing but show me respect, and I intend on honoring that with my loyalty.
He taps the barrel of the gun against his chest as he snarls out each word.
He believes I can do the family name well.
I laugh. I laugh at how stupid he is. You're not even a Gomez. He's playing you. I yell at him, my face turning red. He steps over to me in a hurry and fists my hair. My scalp burns at the bite of pain and I wince.
Maybe I'll have to make a little Gomez bitch my wife then,
he threatens, his tone grim. My lip curls and my teeth grit, my heart beating so hard I can feel it thud in my temples. Over my dead body, I whisper, and he smiles sinisterly.
That can be arranged.
I slap him hard in the face, done with his empty threats, and he lets go of my hair to touch his smarting cheek. "Stay the fuck away from me," I point at him as I make my way over to the bed, my voice cold as ice and filled with hatred. He wipes at his bottom lip, side-eyeing me as he takes a seat back on the sofa with a look that suggests this isn't over. Folding my legs, I sit there and stare out the window again as thoughts of betrayal and what I need to do for myself sit heavy within. Tonight I will escape. Waking up in the middle of the night, I find Alvaro sleeping on the chair. Walking up to him, I nudge his knee, testing to see how hard he's sleeping. He doesn't budge, so I tiptoe over to the door and lightly hit my knuckles against the wood.
"What is it?"
A guard responds, his voice muffled by the door. There's always someone on watch, at all times. "I'm hungry," I respond, softly, not wanting to wake Alvaro. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm my racing heart.
"Breakfast will be served in 3 hours,"
the voice states in a matter-of-fact tone. I shift on my feet, trying to think about how to counteract. "Please, I feel like I might throw up," I stall, trying to think. "You'll have to clean it up if I do, because it will just make me throw up more," I try and convince, but am met with silence. I cover my mouth and pretend to dry heave, taking this to a whole other level.
"Don't!"
the guard barks.
"I'll find some crackers or something. Fuck."
I can't help but grin, nerves fluttering in my stomach and excitement making me feel like I need to pee. I glance over at Alvaro, finding him fast asleep still. The door clicks open slightly a few minutes later, and I grip the colorful braided string tightly in my hand. The guy pokes his head in with crackers in hand, and instantly I wrap the string around his neck. He stumbles with surprise, and I jump on his back. Kicking the back of his leg, I take him down to the hall floor. I squeeze the braided string, little strands snapping in my hand from the harsh tug. He pulls at my fingers, choking. Blood tinges his fingertips as he tries to pry it free, the sharp string cutting into his skin. My eyes sting with the urge to cry, the idea of what I'm doing not settling well. Even if it is to survive, it's still inhumane. My morality sifting away with the life I'm taking. The Reaper standing by proud and ready to leap at the soul I'm so graciously giving him. I cry, a sob racking my whole body as I pull the life out of him. His movements start to slow, his fight giving out. He gargles, a spurt of energy trying to fight for his life one last time. "Just die," I whisper, wanting it over. Warm tears falling onto my bloody hands, I pull tighter, the string cutting into my own fingers, my blood mixing with his. My sins running as deep as the crimson string slicing through my fingers, surely to scar and remind me for life of the Gomez that resides within me. Darkness I will never escape. He stills, his eyes bugged out and face blue and lifeless as I finally release him. Using the back of my hand, I wipe at the snot and tears, smearing warm blood across my face. Pulling the string lodged in the flesh of my fingers, I wince. It's deep. God, there's so much blood. Only I'm not sure if it's his or mine. Did I strangle him or cut into a main artery? I shake my head. There is no room for vulnerability. I look at his torso for a weapon. My heart jumps when my eyes land on the handle of a gun sticking out from the front of his jeans. Using my foot, I push his body over and grab the gun. It's cold and heavy. I've never held one before, and as soon as the metal grazes my palms, I feel intimidated by its boldness. Looking up and down the hallway, I sprint. I run and run. Turning down a long corridor where another man stands guard there, I stop, my bare feet squeaking along the marbled floor. The traction making me fall on my ass, this gaining the guard's attention. He gives a double take before realizing who I am and starts after me. My eyes widen, fear setting its claws into my chest. I raise the gun, my hands shaky. "Don't!" I threaten, weakly, my breathing harsh. "I'll fucking shoot you! I'll do it!" I say, with a shaky breath, barely able to stand on my own 2 feet from the rush of adrenaline. He glances over my shoulder, the tension in his shoulders relaxing. A clicking noise sounds, and my spine goes straight with its recognition.
"Drop it, Anahi,"
Alvaro rasps. My lips tremble as if I'm cold, my world crashing at my feet. "Let me go," I plead, hoping that there's compassion left somewhere in Alvaro's heart for me. Cold steel presses into the back of my head once again, and my eyes sting with the urge to cry, angry that I ever trusted Alvaro. I push my head back onto the barrel, a side of me just wanting him to pull the fucking trigger already. To end everything. A clap sounds, making me jump out of my pity. Uncle Benito walks out of the adjoining room, a cigar between his teeth.
That is what I have been waiting for, awaiting the lion cub to see its potential and go turn into a man-eating beast.
He beams, pointing at me with praise.
This is why I had you locked up for so long. I knew you were capable of such evil things. I just had to poke the beast, I see.
He chuckles, and I shake my head, confused.
Others are a work in progress.
He eyes Alvaro, his humor gone.
I admit, I started to wonder if you had any Gomez in you at all, Anahi. Maybe too much of your whore mother. Or maybe you were a bastard child.
He squints his eyes, the cigar now in his fingers.
I was wrong. You're very smart, brutal. What did she use to kill Kulo?
He asks, looking over my shoulder. A guy steps by me, acting as if I don't have a gun raised, and dangles the braided string. What's left of it, anyway? He shakes his head, his face elated with praise.
Fucking brilliant, he booms. I thought you were making a damn bracelet.
Angry and done with the misplaced praise, I pull the trigger. The gun making a loud clicking sound, but no gunfire. It catches everyone's attention, and Uncle Benito's happy-go-fucking-lucky face falls when he realizes I just tried to kill him. I panic, looking at the gun for the safety lock.
Do it,
Uncle Benito orders, and the cold steel that was pressed against the back of my head slams into the back of my skull, knocking me to the ground in a stupor.
Get the drugs. We're doing this now,
he demands, the sound echoing through my throbbing head. A hand caresses my face. I want to pull away, to cuss at the contact, but I can't move. The ache in my head, too much to bear.
Welcome to the family, baby.
Alvaro coos as he places his lips against mine briefly before withdrawing.
She'll make a pretty drug mule if I ever saw one.
Benito chuckles loudly, and I feel myself giving in to the blackness.
You both have more than earned your bandanas, kids.
I open my mouth to reject, not wanting to be part of his crew. But the darkness rushes over me. It smothers what's left of the little girl that liked to pretend she was a princess. It forces a hostile bitch to rise, ready to cut someone's throat if that's what it takes. But this won't be the end. As soon as my feet hit American soil, I will run. I will not let this be it for me.
Chapter 1. Bull. 3 months later. Sitting at the bar, I palm the glass, looking the amber liquid over. In my head, I know I don't need it, but I can't seem to put it down. I started drinking excessively when I lost the woman I loved for so long in secret. It helped dull the ache that rooted itself in my soul, tangling and snubbing out my spirit to the point I hardly recognized myself anymore. I tell everyone I can quit when I want, but the truth is I'm not so sure I can anymore. When I don't have a drink at least once a day, I begin to sweat and become sick to my fucking stomach. I can barely ride my motorcycle, my hands begin to shake so bad. The only focus digging in my brain is when I'll get my next sip of burning alcohol. I used to be a God-fearing outlaw who showed no mercy. I would walk down the street and the crowd would split like the Red fucking Sea because they were so scared of me. Now I stumble down the street, everything in black and white, blurred, and standing still in time. I'm afraid those who once feared me look at me with pity, watching another lost soul staggering through life. Everyone that is close to me asks if I'm okay on a daily basis, and I always reply I'm fine, because I have to. I'm the fucking president of the Devil's Dust. I look after my people, not the other way around. "Bull, you think you might want to drink a glass of water? Let up a bit?" Arnold asks, sliding a dirty glass of water across the bar. Slowly, I lower my head and scowl at him. He senses my aggression, his pierced brow raising as he holds his hands up in surrender. Who the fuck does he think he is, asking if I want a glass of water? How about you just give me the fucking bottle of Jack like I asked for and stop trying to play the good guy, I slide my empty tumbler toward him, the glass skidding along the cracked granite, and he catches it, shaking his head, judgment filling his face. I lost my give-a-fucks on what people thought about me long ago. Fuck him. I pull out my smokes, taking one from the pack with my lips and light it, the smoke filling my lungs beautifully. I stare at the red ember glowing at the end of my cigarette and wonder where in my fucking life I went wrong. Is this the kind of life that is bestowed upon an outlaw? Arnold slams a glass down, catching my attention for my cigarette. "Take this and make it your last one," he states sternly. I blow smoke into his face and eye the glass of Coke and Jack in front of me. "I didn't ask for this or your opinion," I sneer. "I wanted the damn bottle, not this shit." "You're pissed drunk, Bull, and need to go home." Arnold crosses his arms, trying to act tough. I smirk at him. He's young and stupid. Tough isn't in his vocabulary. He's about to see what tough is real fucking fast, though. "I'm not pissed drunk. Stop acting like such a pussy," I remark, taking a sip of my drink. It's burn not near enough, but its taste fueling me to take a bigger gulp. I always want more. There isn't enough alcohol in this world to satisfy my thirst. One that cannot be quenched is the kind of comfort I seek doesn't come with a shot of whiskey over a bar's counter. I need a woman. One to stand behind my chair when I slam that gavel down at the end of church. One to ride on the back of my bike at the end of a long day. One that gives as good as she takes when I'm pissed off. I need an old lady. The bar door opens, slamming against the wall. I lazily pull my gaze that way, finding Shadow, his dark hair pulled back and blue eyes looking at me accusingly. Jesus Christ, why is he here? Shadow is my daughter, Danny's husband. But he's more than that. He's the vice president of my motorcycle club, too. My fingers dig into the glass as I cut my eyes back to Arnold. I can't believe the fucker had the balls to call Shadow like I'm some kid out past curfew. I should pull Arnold over the bar and kick his ass. "You call my son-in-law to come pick me up, Arnold?" Disbelief high in my voice. "Sorry, man, but you're a scaredy motherfucker when you drink." He shrugs, walking away from the bar. I didn't used to always be such an angry drunk. Life has a way of beating a fucker when he's down, though. You either grow some fucking balls and weather that shit, or lay down like a dirty rug and let life walk all over you. Shadow slides onto a stool next to me, shifting his small ass around. I twist the glass of whiskey in my hand, avoiding eye contact. "You carrying?" Shadow finally speaks. I jerk in reaction and look his way. What kind of fucking question is that? Of course. I'm always packing heat. Being president of the Devil's Dust, your enemies are always close by. Before I know what's happening, Shadow pulls my cut open and yanks my gun from my waistband. I stand, pissed, feeling disrespected. 2 important rules to live by if you want to keep your teeth in my club. 1, don't touch another man's bike. 2, don't touch another man's gun. It's that simple. We've been doing this for years, Bull, so how's it going to go? The easy way or the hard way? Shadow asks, keeping completely calm as he grabs my drink and takes a sip. Biting my bottom lip in thought, I close my eyes. A feisty redhead full of curves flashes behind them, a woman that once made my colorful life not seem so dull. I tear my lids open and inhale a shaky breath. He's right. We do. Every year without fail. Today is Babs's birthday, and it never gets easier. Babs wasn't my old lady, but she should have been. I should have torn her away from this world and ran away with her. But she didn't belong to me. She was my old vice president's property. I wanted her from the moment I saw her, so I made her mine in the only other way I knew how. In doing so, I broke club law, yet I didn't give a fuck. I slept with her behind another member's back. That curvy ginger got to me, and I can't for the life of me forget her. I loved my life before Babs. I had money, respect, my club, and women coming at me from every corner. But then Babs walked into my life and I realized I hadn't really been living at all, that none of it was worth shit without a woman by my side. I ended up falling in love with a woman that wasn't mine, and that bitch karma made me pay the price by taking her from me. A pat on my back takes me from my hell and I find Shadow urging me toward the doors. "Come on, let's get you home. If Danny found you like this, she'd lose it," Shadow informs. I freeze, the look in Shadow's eyes hitting me the wrong way. He used to look up to me, fear me, and respect me. Now all I see when I look in his eyes is sympathy. He feels sorry for me, and I hate that feeling. Nobody should feel sorry for me. I deserve this anguish. I pull from his grip and harden my stance, my hands balling into fists. "Fuck you, Shadow. I'm fine. I don't need your help," I bark, shoving him off. I puff my chest out, ready to beat his ass. I'm not a vulnerable guy. I don't wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I sure as hell don't need my son-in-law to fucking babysit me. His face goes red, his head lowering. "Fine? You think this is fine?" He points at me. "You're a fucking mess, Bull. You have been since Babs passed away." He turns away from me, shaking his head. He's never been one to let anything slide. A straight shooter, and I respect him all the more for it. "You need to step the fuck back and find where it is you're going, and what you want, brother." I step forward, getting in his face. He snaps his cold blue eyes in my direction. "This club is what I want. I gave everything for this club. Yet when I sit at the end of that goddamn table, I feel like something is missing. Don't you think I'm trying to find that something, son?" I ask bluntly. "Do you not think I'm trying to set myself straight?" I tap my head, the place where my demons taunt and terrorize me. "I'd do anything to be me again." Shadow sucks his bottom lip into his mouth before shaking his head with a small smirk fitting his face. "Then maybe it's time you step away from the gavel, Bull, because whatever you're looking for, it ain't here, brother." My eyes widen, and I'm not sure if it's from his tone or the fact that he might be right. "Over my dead fucking body," I say grimly, and push past him to step outside, the sun hot and blaring in the sky. Looking over my shoulder, I find Shadow talking to the bartender and paying off my tab. The sound of screeching tires around the bend catch my attention. A young Mexican woman running for her life is about a block away. Her dark hair flings back and forth behind her. Her face red and sketched in nothing but pure terror as she sprints across the sidewalk. She's wearing a dirty pink dress and no shoes, her feet biting into the pavement so fast it looks as if she's flying rather than running. I furrow my brows in concern, and as she nears, her eyes widen with a sense of relief when she notices me. She smacks right into me, her hands clawing at my leather vest, her whiskey-colored eyes staring at me like I'm her fucking lifeline. "What's going on, darling? Talk to me," I state, wrapping an arm around her back. She's drenched in sweat, the smell of honey wafting around us. She tries to speak but can't catch her breath. She's so scared. And small. My protective instinct kicks into high gear and my need to whisk this girl away and into my bed becomes my main priority. I cup her face, her eyes setting on mine. "Breathe. You're all right," I whisper. She exhales a shaky breath, her eyes never leaving mine. Her lips part as she places her hands on top of mine, the feel of them entwining between my fingers making me feel something I can't fucking place. She's gorgeous, and to have her climbing me like she is feels so fucking good I become lost in those glossy eyes. So unfocused that I don't realize the truck has caught up to her. The passenger side door opens and two men wearing green bandanas grab at her. My eyes widen with recognition at the emerald colors wrapping around their heads. Her arms and legs flail everywhere as she screams in Spanish. I try to grab onto anything my fingers will latch onto, clutching her dress in my desperate attempt to save her. The fabric rips in between my fingers, and in the next moment she's tucked in the back seat of the truck. Two men point guns at me, trying to keep me in place, but I don't falter in my attempt to grab at the woman. "Fucking drop it," Shadow demands, coming up behind me, gun raised and aimed. The men seem unfazed as they slam the door shut and drive off. Just like that, the truck takes off down the road, exhaust and the smell of perfume the only evidence this ever happened. Stepping into the road, I catch the plates. "What the fuck was that?" Shadow asks, watching the truck race away. "I don't have the slightest clue, but I want you to find out." I pant out of breath. "Did you see the bandanas?" Shadow questions, and all I can do is nod with a tight-lipped smile. A few years back, our club was attacked, killing Babs and leaving me in anguish, not to mention nearly one of my men. The gang that was behind it was wearing those green-colored bandanas. It was their insignia. I thought the gang died off when their leader Augustus did, but it appears I was wrong.
Anahi. Screaming as loud as my lungs will allow, I kick and scratch anything that comes into contact, praying someone will hear me and call the authorities. I didn't escape and get this far only to be brought back to Texas. Two of Alvaro's men tackle me, one digging their knee into my back and pressing me into the seat as they tie my hands behind my back painfully. My face bites into the unforgiving leather seat, causing my cheek to burn from its friction. The other man attempts to place a green bandana in my mouth to muffle my cries, and I roll my lips onto one another, refusing to cooperate. He growls and digs two of his fingers into my jaw. The pressure's so great, I have no choice but to open my mouth on a loud cry as he shoves the cloth into my mouth with so much force my lips sting. Before stuffing the bandana so far into my mouth, I gag. Alvaro turns in the front seat, looking at me with snake-like eyes, his dark hair slicked back and face calm.
"Hermana, you leaving me, baby?"
he asks with such coldness I want to cry. The term sister making me cringe. My hair blows into my face from my harsh breathing blowing through my nostrils, but I don't attempt to respond. I close my eyes, the biker that I ran into flashing behind my closed lids. I should have kept running. Alvaro grabs my chin and jerks it upward, making me look him straight in the eye.
You're mine, Anahi. There is no escape for you.
He informs, before nodding to one of the men.
You can't run from me, because I will always find you.
I pull from his grip, my nostrils flaring with rage. I look over my shoulder as far as I can, only to find one of his men, the one with the beard, holding a long needle, the syringe filled with something to succumb me to their mercy.
Just a little something to make the ride home easier.
Alvaro croons, and I begin to break out in a nervous sweat. He jerks my skirt up and pries my panties down over the mound of my butt cheeks. I struggle against my restraints, the tears I was trying so hard to fight now spilling freely from my eyes, so hard I can barely see. The needle pierces my ass cheek, and instantly my world becomes woozy, my heart slowing its chaotic pace.
I have to give it to you. I thought I'd find you a lot sooner.
Alvaro chuckles.
My best drug dealer being gone for a week has our sales down tremendously.
He caresses my cheek, and my eyes roll in my head from the sedative.
I hope you got this out of your system, Anahi, because if this shit happens again, I'll fucking run your ass over next time.
He threatens, before pushing my head away in disgust. My lids become so heavy, painting my world in velvet darkness.
Bull. The next day. Blinking rapidly, I quickly open my eyes. The room is blurry at first, before it comes into focus along with a pounding headache. My body is strewn across the mattress, my head and arm hanging off the bed. London groans, rolling herself on her side. Fuck. When did that happen? London is a sweet girl who has the sexiest fucking British accent I've ever heard. I met her at a bar 3 months back. 4 drinks later, I brought her back here and she hasn't left since. She's very closed off, doesn't say much, mysterious and standoffish, which is fine because I only want to fuck her. She's not a club whore, though. Those girls pass themselves around the boys without remorse. London only sleeps with me. I don't love her, not at all. It's just about the sex between us. Groaning, I pull myself up, my body shaking with the need for another drink. I swallow, my tongue feeling like sandpaper in my mouth. I nudge her and her eyes flutter open. You gotta go. You know I don't like you staying over. I inform dryly. Staying over means weird things to girls. Things I don't want with her.
You called me at 5 a.m, Bull. What did you expect?
She replies, half asleep. I shake my head, not able to recall much from last night. Reaching down, I help her up to her feet, the smell of expensive perfume making my head hurt worse. Get your shit and go. I pinch the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the fucking explosion in my head as I hand her a white silk top. She glares at me, pulling it over her head.
How long are we going to do this?
That thick British accent makes my cock hard immediately. We're not, and for the love of fucking God, just shut up. I hold my hand out to her, trying to get her to stop talking, for each word that comes from her pretty little mouth makes my head throb. A knock sounds at the door just as I managed to stop rocking back and forth. Bobby walks in and London shoves past him, expensive boots clicking along the wooden floor. She's very different from the girls around here. She's classy and has money. Why she is fucking with me is beyond me. Bobby watches London walk by, before bringing his eyes back to me. Bobby is my road captain, and is probably the biggest pain in the ass I have. He's youthful and always looking for trouble. Fuck, man. He clips in disgust, looking away quickly. That's when I notice I'm stark fucking naked. Shit, when did I lose my clothes? I don't even know how that was possible last night, as fucked up as I was. I don't even try to cover myself. Serves his ass right coming in here like he owns the place. He scrunches his nose. You smell like pussy, brother. I rubbed the back of my neck, my eyes falling on my cigarettes. Leaning down, I grab them up off the floor and pull one out using my lips. You going to stare at my dick all morning, or you got something else to say? Just came to tell you we got a hit on those plates you wanted us to look into, Bobby informs. I'm instantly awake, my eyes widening. I haven't been able to get that girl out of my head since I ran into her. The gang that took her was too much of a coincidence to ignore. Yeah, I'm coming, I grumble, and Bobby ducks out of the room, looking for my boots. I kick something under the bed. The unmistakable sound of a whiskey bottle skids along the hardwood floor and my heart jumps in excitement. I close my eyes and sigh. I'm not sure if I'm relieved that I found a bottle or upset that I'm a slave to the alcohol. Bending down, I look under the bed and find the bottle with about a shot and a half left. Swiping at it, I grab it and pull it out. Undoing the top, the aroma of sweet oak and alcohol greet me a good morning. Closing my eyes, I tell myself I don't need it. To walk away and make today the day I get my life back together. Make it the day I move forward instead of living at the bottom of a bottle. My mouth waters, thinking about the warmth splashing down my throat. And like the weak motherfucker I am, I give in and press the opening of the bottle to my lips and drink it all. Wiping the back of my mouth with my hand, I toss the empty bottle on the bed. Getting dressed, I look all over the room for my boots, coming up empty. You gotta be fucking kidding me, I shout angrily, tired of looking for the damn things. Knowing I'm already late for church, I give up and leave. Closing my door behind me, I find a trail of my clothes all the way down the hall, including my boots. I must have peeled everything off one by one as I made my way to my room. You'd think I was some chick drunk on tequila, not a fucking outlaw. Sitting at the table, I slam the gavel down, gathering everyone's attention. The other day, a young girl was being chased down the street. She ran into me, and when her captors caught up to her, they were wearing green bandanas. Could be nothing, but the men that killed Babs and shot Bobby used the same insignia. I informed the table. I got the license plate number so we could inspect further, and it seems we got a hit. I made a call to Zeke and had his sheriff girlfriend run the plates for us, Lip informs. He said the truck belongs to an Alvaro Antonio, has been pinned for multiple drug-related charges. Zeke says he thinks that guy is a part of the Mexican cartel who are setting up shop on the other side of the border in Texas. Why does he think that? I shrug. Lip chuckles. Because he used to get drugs from them, but after they heard he was screwing a sheriff, they told him to take a hike. Everyone laughs. We all knew they would lose their contacts when everyone got wind of who Zeke was in bed with. Anyway, he said he could get you the location, but it'll cost you. He wants you to bring back gear and sell it to him, Lip states, using the slang term for drugs. I look amongst the men, curious what they think. All in favor? I ask, and everyone says aye. So who's going down there? Shadow asks, picking at his fingers like this is no big deal. Me, I answer flatly. Everyone's eyes snap to mine as if I've lost my mind, but I refuse to stay here. The look in that woman's eyes is seared into my head, and I can't stop thinking about her. Maybe it's because I can't stand to see a woman in pain. Maybe it's because the thought of this fucking cartel running amok makes my blood boil. Either way, the devil is coming to that fucking town and wreaking havoc. You need someone to go with you, Bull? Shadow informs casually. So I'm going too. He peers up under his lashes, his face serious. You're my VP. I need you here in case something goes wrong, I state. You're fucking crazy if you think I'm just going to sit back and let you fuck with the cartel on your own. He stands, his face red, his temper much like mine. The fuse is always lit. It just takes one thing for it to ignite. I'll go with him. I glance to the back of the table, curious who said that, when Kane's eyes meet mine. I'll go, he repeats. No offense, but you're a prospect, Bobby laughs. Being a prospect means you're still learning the ropes and aren't a fully pledged member yet. They still have to show what they can bring to the table and how far their dedication to the club runs. Despite me not having a patch, I'm loyal and the man for the job. Kane shrugs, Bobby's insult not affecting him any. If it's on the other side of the border, then I'm your man. I know that area like the back of my fucking hand. Kane lifts a brow. I don't know much about Kane. He's quiet and ominous. In fact, this is as much as I've heard from him since I made his ass a prospect. If he comes and delivers his expertise, he'd be a valued asset to the club. Fine, I reply, exasperated. So it's settled. Kane and Bobby go. Shadow informs, standing as if it's a done deal. We need more men than that. Bobby shakes his head, not seeing eye to eye. You think they're stupid? If this whole club rides into their territory, they're going to get spooked, and then any chance of us walking away with anything is grim. I inform, and he nods in understanding. I agree. Keep the numbers small. Go scout it out and call us with the details. Shadow orders, his tone grating on my last nerve. When is the last time I shot this fucker? You are my vice president, Shadow. Vice. I'm the president and will be until that patch is ripped from my cold, lifeless body. Don't mistake that. I make the calls around here and I lay down the fucking law. I point at him, sick of him trying to undermine me. I may have been off my game here and there, but I've had my reasons and this is still my club. As your vice president, I'm making sure you're safe. If you get into some shit down there, you will need your men. Shadow clarifies. Biting my cheek, I grab my smokes from the table. We leave at dawn, I grumble.
Chapter 2. Anahi. 3 days later. It's hot. Too damn hot. Sweat slips down my back, tickling my skin before soaking into the hem of my shorts. Rubbing my forehead with my forearm, I dip the glass cup into the ice bin, not caring to use a scoop. I could care less if it chips. 20 more minutes and I'm out of this dump. Until tomorrow. Looking over my shoulder, I glare at Carlos before flipping him off. He smirks, but doesn't budge. He's 6 feet tall and the beefiest Mexican I've ever seen. He looks like he eats steroids with his Fruit Loops in the morning. Alvaro made him my babysitter, following me everywhere in an attempt to make sure I don't run again. I touch my cheek where a green Band-Aid is placed. I knew I would pay if I ran, though. And I did. Alvaro promised me that if I ever ran again, he'd kill me. And I believe him. I don't even recognize him anymore. In fact, I hate him. I was so fucking stupid to even attempt to run. I knew better, but I had to try and will try again even if it kills me. Which it probably will, because there's no end of the earth I can hide. After all, you can't run from your own DNA. I planned that escape for months and truly thought I had gotten away until I left the woman's shelter and that fucking truck revved its engine behind me. I remember the dread that filled my chest, my heart beating so hard in pure panic. I was dragged back here and thrown in my motel room until I slept off the drugs they put in my system. 2 days later, I was doing what I was doing before. Slinging drugs. Alvaro is my keeper and my punisher while I carry out my duties my Uncle Benito has bestowed upon me. Waking up halfway across the border in a Hummer full of men a year ago, my throat sore and stomach cramping like I just swallowed acid, wasn't the way I pictured my way into America. Hey, psst. I look over my shoulder and find a woman with long, mousy brown hair. Her eyes are sunken in and rimmed red. She's wearing what looks like an expensive black dress, or at the very least, it used to be at one time. Slamming the glass on the table, I glare at her. You have to wait your turn, I inform, dryly. I hate when they call at me like that. No! I don't want a drink, she snaps viciously. I glance at her, finding her looking over each of her shoulders, paranoid as she scoots over the counter to get closer, clearly not wanting anyone to hear what she's about to say. I'm here for the Black Pearl, she whispers. I sigh heavily. Of course she's here for drugs. I step over to her, leaving the glass on the table. Holding my hand out, I say, You know the price for a gram. She steps back, nodding excitedly as she fishes a wad of wrinkled, damp 20s from her cleavage. That's when I notice the oversized bump resembling a basketball under that dress of hers. She's pregnant. Are you kidding me? I raise my brows as my face contorts into anger. Her brows shoot up, and I wonder if she heard me clearly through my thick accent. I may have come to terms with a lot of things around here, but this will never be one of them. This is not happening, I enunciate. Even with all my practicing as a kid, I speak terrible English when I'm worked up. She looks at me with a pale expression, panic flashing in the depths of her cold eyes. Please, I need it, she begs. I step back, my hands raised in the air. Drugs do something to a person, makes them lose sight of what matters. Their morals gone, like much of the life inside of them. It's hard to watch. I've seen someone come in who you'd never thought did drugs, only to see their blushed cheeks go pale, their bright eyes fading, their life evaporating into thin air with every gram they push into their system. I will not sell to a pregnant woman. I won't, I state, shaking my head. I don't care how much trouble this will get me in. I may have lost a lot of things chasing freedom, but my conscience is still intact. What's left of it, anyway? Just sell it to me, you little bitch! Her voice rises, catching the attention of the patrons sitting at their tables nearby. Pursing my lips at her, I tear the apron off my waist and throw it on the counter, declaring my shift over for the night. Carlos digs out his phone, I'm sure to tattle that I left the bar before I was supposed to. Turning, I push through the double doors leading into the dishwashing room, the lady still screaming from the bar when I exit out the back door. The Texas moon shining along the Texas desert. I stop, closing my eyes to calm my racing heart, my eyes stinging with the urge to cry. I hate this. I hate this so much. I blame my parents for this hell. The blood running through my veins, declaring me savage at birth. Regardless, if cruel intentions lay within my DNA or not, simply because my last name is Gomez, everyone thinks I'm a sadistic bitch. A large hand clasps around my neck, my eyes snapping open from the contact as my body is slammed against the grimy building that makes up the back of the bar.
Anahi, you displease me,
Alvaro sneers, his dark eyes pinning me as hard as his grip. His hair is slicked back into a tight ponytail, the scruff on his sharp jaw matching it perfectly. My eyes widen, my heart picking up its pace in panic. Alvaro is still handsome and strong, but he's also dangerous. He lives proudly at the end of Uncle Benito's leash, and if my uncle told him to pull the trigger on me, I have no doubt he would.
Tell me why you broke the rules,
he whispers into my ear calmly. Not answering him fast enough, he slips his hand upwards and he jerks me by the hair.
Answer me, Anahi.
I'm not selling to a pregnant woman, I cry, tears filling my eyes. Ever. You'll have to kill me first, I reply, upset.
You are not here to be emotional or judge anyone. You are here to sell. Don't mix the two, for the recipe for that cocktail would include your blood.
He jams my head against the wall and I wince. Leaning in, his mouth brushes against my ear and my back shivers with disgust.
Your uncle gave me permission to end your life, Anahi, if you don't fulfill your duties.
Having enough of him touching me and threatening me, making me out to be an object, much like the drugs I'm selling, I slam my foot onto his, causing him to let go of my neck. He jumps back, and I lift my chin. I may look tough to anyone standing by and watching, but I'm not. I'm scared and high on fear. His shoulders lift as he takes in a large breath, a sly smile crossing his face at my bravado. Every time I show some backbone, it pleases him. I know what I'm capable of, and it doesn't sit well with me. I hate what they've made me become, what they have released inside of me, because now a darkness like no other dwells inside my being, veering its head whenever I've had enough. It's just a matter of time before the light that's left inside of me is completely succumbed by evil. I've done what my uncle has asked. I got the drugs here. Never mind me almost dying in the process. I've sold them all, and now you have me pushing this cheap black shit you guys just brought in. When am I free like he promised? The image of me nearly dying flashes in my mind, making me think about how I became this. Uncle Benito made me swallow balloon after balloon of the shit. I was nearly unconscious, but I remember trying to fight back as I came in and out, biting at anyone's finger that came near my mouth. He then told me if I didn't give in, he was selling me to the highest bidder. It was Mexico. He could do it and nobody would blink an eye. I was a ghost to them, dead or alive. I couldn't fight anymore. I was fully bound and at his mercy. So I swallowed what I could before passing out from the unbearable pain throbbing through my skull and stomach. I remember how I felt when I woke up hours later. My body was clammy, and I became extremely sweaty and lethargic. I got sleepy to the point I couldn't hold my head up, and it didn't have anything to do with the gun to the head I had received. I felt bloated, and my body weighed me down heavily. Before I knew what was happening, I was throwing up, and I couldn't do anything about it as I slipped into darkness, puke running down my face as I fell to the floorboard. I woke up to the smell of lemon and antiseptic, a painful incision halfway up my stomach. The facility was dirty and unsanitary, the stucco walls covered in webs and dirt. A door barely on its hinges and windows cracked. It's as if they just pulled off to some abandoned house and met a guy that knew a guy. The scar marring my skin begins to burn beneath my top just thinking about it. 32 balloons. And one broke. Alvaro told me I would be paying for the balloon that busted. I tried to explain it wasn't my fault, but nobody was having it. I was responsible for all 32 balloons, whether I wanted to be or not. Alvaro steps back into my personal space, taking me from my thoughts, but I don't cower. I straighten my back and tighten my jaw. He lowers his head and glowers at me.
Free? Don't you get it, Princesa? You'll never be free.
His tone holding more ego than the man that he is. My eyes widen with surprise, my mouth parting in disbelief at his response. What does he mean, I'll never be free? The deal was, I got the drugs over here, sold them, and I could be free.
Never mind you losing drugs getting across the border. But you're a Gomez, Anahi. You hold potential that no higher out could ever be taught. You will never escape your calling.
He wasn't lying, because here I was, and I would need a miracle to escape. My face contorts into anger, and I shove past him. He laughs, amused with my reaction. Running to my room, I lock the door and refuse to come out for the rest of the night. Chapter 3. Anahi.
Anahi!
I instantly wake up, and I clench at the sound of Alvaro's voice, the tone bitter and unforgiving. I slow my breathing and slip off the bed and slouch against the floor, my back against the bed, scared if I inhale a large breath, he might know I'm in here.
Anahi, you in there?
I close my eyes and bite my lip, my heartbeat thudding against my chest from nervousness. Please go away. Please go away, I think to myself, but it's pointless. He has a key. He could just come in if he wants. I pray he doesn't, though.
God damn it!
He kicks the door in frustration, and I jump from the sudden noise, his heavy footsteps fading as he leaves. I sigh, my body relaxing, knowing he's now gone. I know I can't hide from him all day. Eventually, he'll find me, and he will make sure I take the drugs I am to sell tonight. I just don't want to see him first thing today. Seeing him right when I wake up puts me in a bad mood for the day. Climbing off the bed, I get dressed in a simple dress and boots before opening the door. Peeking my head around the corner, I glance each way to make sure Alvaro isn't around.
Going somewhere?
Carlos's voice asks, making me jump. I look in the direction of his voice, finding him leaning against a column on the patio. He smiles before stepping from behind it. I roll my eyes, closing the door to my room behind me, and head for my motorcycle. Something to fill the time between working at the bar and basically hiding from Alvaro. It's just a rat bike. Jose from the restaurant called it that. Said it was bits and pieces of motorcycles. I named it Fixie because something is always breaking on it and needing fixing. I found her by an old shed about a mile away and rolled her back here. I thought maybe I could drive away with it, but this old bike can barely make it around the motel, let alone a getaway attempt. I go to kickstart it, and it just sputters, doesn't even turn over. Shit, I mutter under my breath. She's been doing this a lot lately.
I would worry you'd try to go somewhere, but I think we're safe.
Carlos laughs, insulting my motorcycle. Fuck off. I clip over my shoulder, tired of his constant hovering. Setting it against the brick wall of the motel, I cross my arms and head across the street to the diner. It's old and doesn't have the best food, but it's the only place that isn't in Alvaro's pocket. I'm going for breakfast. I'd invite you, but they just ran out of steroids, I tease, and he shakes his head, annoyed. I like going to the restaurant. Not for the food, particularly, but because of Jose. He works the grill and is always up for a chat. He's got a unique fashion sense, which usually includes an array of bright colors and skinny jeans. He's funny, though, and that is what makes him my best friend. Too bad he's gay. He'd be an awesome boyfriend. Crossing the street, I hear thunder. Glancing up, the sky is clear blue and not a cloud in sight. The sound gets louder, and I realize it's not thunder. Off in the distance, a haze of motorcycles and a big truck right behind them head toward me. I step off the street, observing the ominous crew. The one leading the pack has dark hair and sunglasses on, a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Passing me, he looks over his shoulder, watching me. Though I can't see his eyes, everything else about him reminds me of the man I ran into in Los Angeles. A shiver races up my back and shoots down my arms, exploding in my fingertips. Biting my lips, I roll my fingers into the palm of my hand and pull my gaze from the lone biker, looking at the others riding behind him in awe. I swallow hard, noticing the patches on their back. They're not just any old bikers. They're a gang. I question why they just rode into town. 1,000 different motives running wild through my mind, but only two stick out. Either they are here working for Alvaro, or here for me.
Bull. Pulling up to the main office, I kick my kickstand down, resting my bike on it. It's a shitty-looking motel. Bricks missing from the foundation, tires leaning up against the building, and a couple of metal barrels that look as if they're randomly placed around the property. Great. It's a 5-fucking-star kind of place. I look back at the street where I saw the girl, the one with long black hair and the lost eyes. Her off-white dress whipping around her legs as a tumbleweed fumbled along the desert floor. I only caught a glimpse of her, but she's for sure the same woman I saw back home. She's no longer there, though. She is gone like dust that was kicked up by our bikes moments ago. Maybe I'm still drunk. Maybe I imagined her. Can't worry about it now because we have bigger fish to fry in this one traffic light town. Kane pulls up in his truck and a female climbs out of the passenger side, her long dark hair pulled into a ponytail. She's slender, wearing a white shirt and black sweats. She's gorgeous, but a big fucking problem. "What the fuck, Kane?" I bellow. We don't bring females on runs, and he knows that. The amount of disrespect he has shown toward the law of the club with this simple act alone has me ready to make his ass go back to fucking L.A., bitch in tow. "Bull, this is my sister Simone. She speaks Spanish. I thought we might need her," Kane informs, pushing Simone back inside the truck like hiding her will make this better. "You know the fucking rules are there for a reason. This is dangerous, and you just put her life at risk," I exclaim. Angry as fuck, I have to make sure this girl doesn't wind up dead because of Kane's misjudgment. He nods. "I know, but she's family and needed me. She's my responsibility." "Damn right she is." I nod, my brows raised. I point at him, my knuckles turning white. "Breaking my fucking rules is not going to get you a patch, it's going to get a bullet in your leg." "I'll get us some rooms," Bobby informs, breaking the tension between Kane and me. I shake my head, pissed the fuck off, and stare off at the street, as if that girl will suddenly reappear, and that feeling, no matter how brief, that she elicited in me, would reappear too. "Something I can help you with?" I turn, finding a tall, stocky man with dark eyes. His shaggy, ink-black hair is smoothed back into a tight ponytail, a cigarette hanging from his lips. I arch a brow and take in his appearance, the black shirt and jeans matching his black boots. He lifts an eyebrow in return, and all the hairs on the back of my neck stand tall. I already don't like him. No man fucking assesses me. "Just passing through," I lie as I continue to stare him down, trying to remember if I've seen him before. I have worked amongst a lot of bad people in this trade. Rapists, abusers, addicts, immigrants. But this motherfucker has red flags popping up everywhere, and I can't for the life of me place him. "Passing through, huh?" he questions with doubt. Placing his hands on his hips, he looks between me and my men, revealing a black .45. His intimidation game is borderline rookie. I have to fight back laughter. "Yup. Running business and need a break." I tilt my head to the side, the sun blinding me. He widens his stance and rubs at his chin. "You say business? What kind of business?" He's feeling me out, curious if I'm here to buy or sell. I drop my cigarette to the desert floor and twist my boot on it. "Did I say business? I meant me and my men are here for a relaxing getaway," I banter. He scoffs, dropping his hands. "Well, Rosa can set you straight at the front desk." I smile a cheesy grin and retort one last time, "Thanks for the warm welcome." He turns, looking over his shoulder at us before striding back into the bar. "You think he's onto you?" Kane whispers behind me. Inhaling through my nose, I shake my head, unsure. Looking this place over, I'm not certain of anything, except if there ever was a hell on earth, this was it. I'm not sure, but he was definitely feeling me out. Thumbing my pockets, I tilt my head back. This town is going to get a rude awakening. The devil's dust is about to turn this place upside down and show them what hell really looks like. "Preach it, brother," Bobby chuckles and I smile, feeling lighter than ever. Maybe that's all I really needed, was to go on a run with my boys. A challenge to keep my dark thoughts at bay. Or better yet, maybe the idea of sweet revenge is just a fucking high nothing else can compare with. Yep, it's time to drag these motherfuckers to hell. If they are who I think they are, in the end their blood is the only thing that will satisfy me. I seek revenge for the love that was taken from me. A part of me needs redemption. For her. Maybe then my soul will be cleansed of the redhead that was never mine.
Anahi. Sitting at the window, I watch the bikers talk among themselves, mesmerized by their malicious grace. Just looking at them, you can tell they're capable of destruction, but beneath the ominous energy they bring, you can see beauty. They're so handsome, I can't pull my gaze away from them no matter how hard I try.
Who is that?
Jose questions, setting down a ceramic mug of coffee. Black, just like I like it. I don't know, I mutter, grasping the cup. I didn't tell him about the guy I ran into in L.A. It seemed insignificant at the time. Wasn't like he successfully saved me or anything. Briefly taking my sight off the leather and danger from just across the street, I glance over at Jose. His short hair is gelled to perfection, his slender face looking out the window in awe.
Are they working with Alvaro?
He continues, sliding into the booth. I turn back toward the window, watching them interact with each other. The same question on my mind. Just as I open my mouth to voice my unknowing, Alvaro exits the bar and heads toward them. I watch, trying my hardest to read their lips, their body language, anything to indicate if I can trust these bikers or not. Biting the inside of my cheek, I'm fixated on the one that all of the men are surrounding, the one I ran into praying to save me. But Alvaro and his men were too close behind me. They captured me before I had time to catch my breath.
Did you hear me?
I snap my gaze from the window, looking at a purse-lipped Jose. What? I blink rapidly, trying to recall if he was talking to me or not.
Oh my God! You totally want to bump fuzzies with a biker.
Jose slaps the table in excitement. A laugh bursts through my puzzled expression.
Don't laugh. You know you do.
He points at me, a perfect brow raised.
Shit. I do,
he says, with pursed lips. With a tight-lipped smile, I shake my head. No, I'm just intrigued. I've never seen actual bikers before. I look back out at them, watching them. I've never met anyone capable of more strength and evil than Alvaro before either. I almost tell Jose that a seed of hope is blossoming in my chest, praying maybe these guys are my get-the-fuck-out-of-here card. But I don't. Saying it out loud is too risky, and Jose knows it. He can't stand Alvaro, but he's just as stuck here as I am. His sister, Natalia, works at the bar with me and helps sling drugs. She's knee-deep in debt with my family. Drug addiction is a nasty thing. But that doesn't change the fact that she's a bitch, one that has it bad for Alvaro.
Their bikes put yours to shame,
he sighs, resting his head on his left hand as he stares out at the polished chrome and metallic motorcycles. They put everything to shame here.
Biscuits and gravy?
Jose asks, sliding from the booth. My stomach growls at the mere mention of it. There's no hiding that I've gained a little weight coming to America, and it's the plate of gravy every morning that has done it.
I'll bring you some while you eye hump the leather goodness across the street, he chuckles.
With extra gravy? I implore, pouting my lips dramatically.
I wouldn't serve it to you any other way,
he says as he walks behind the counter and into the kitchen. After eating a full plate of biscuits, I dig in my bra for some cash. Fiddling out a sweaty $5 bill, I shake my head as I try and flatten it out against the edge of the table. The Anahi here in America is a chasm from the Anahi in Mexico. Never did I worry about anything in the elegant walls that made up the facade of my parents' mansion. Surely never paying for anything on my own. I lived through much of my life with my eyes closed, purposely turning the other way to avoid hearing what went on within the family name, as if only hearing what was said out of context made it less true, that a little boy wasn't robbed of drugs and killed by my family because he couldn't pay what he owed. I was naive, plugging my ears and running down the hall to my canopy bed to protect my bubble of innocence. Shaking my head, I opened my eyes and tossed the money on the table, giving up on making it presentable. I may have had everything before, but it was stained with blood. The money that I just put on the table was all mine. I earned that $5 making friends with an old-timer at the bar. It was real, and my eyes were open the whole time. He told me how he used to help run a big-time casino in Vegas before being fired. He looked like he'd been beat up and needed a friend. Heading outside, the wind has picked up, and sand from the desert ground is swirling in the air. I cough, shielding my face from the grains of dust hitting my eyes. Quickly, I run across the street, my dress blowing up to my stomach, showcasing my choice of panties for the day. I try to push it back down, and dust swims up my nostrils, causing me to choke briefly. Screw the dress. I cover my face with both arms and sprint to the motel. I dig the key out from my bra, my heart racing to unlock the door. Catching something out of the corner of my eye, I find the tall biker I ran into in L.A. He's standing there, calmly opening his door as he watches me from the corner of his eyes. Time stands still while we stare at each other. The desert floor kicked up beneath us, greeting its newest hierarchy. The devil's dust. His body turns to face me, and his eyes fall, skimming me from top to bottom without shame as my dress ripples up my frame. His cutthroat eyes flick to mine, and I suck in a sharp breath, sand filling my mouth as I take in the beauty of them. They're so green, so beautiful, with the small wrinkles forming around them, showing how damaged of a man he really is. His thick brows furrow, making him look angry and unapproachable. His cheeks sculpted and defined with dark scruff, peppered with specks of gray. But then his lips form into a smirk, and I wonder what he tastes like. The glaze of lust slipping in, its mask like the sand that has settled onto my skin until I try to swallow and realize how bad my throat burns. The sting from the sand in my eyes, taking me from my sinful thoughts, and just like that, reality sets back in. With my hand still holding the key sticking halfway in the handle, I turn it, unlocking the door, and quickly push through it, slamming it behind me. What is he doing here? I can't help but question again. I'm scared to trust him. He could be working for Alvaro. But if he's not, maybe he is here to save me. Reality slaps me in the face in the form of a headache as the truth reveals itself to me. He's part of a gang, and more than likely here for drugs. Not me. My heart beats in my chest like a drum, my hands shaky with unknown reason. Actually, that is a lie. I know the reason. The beast of a man, cladded in worn leather next door, is why I'm such a mess. His presence is like a looming storm in the distance. You can feel the electric charge in the air and know it won't end well. Turning my head, I look at the wall. The room next to me holding something much bigger than anyone in this town has ever known. Bull. That's what his leather cut that was barely containing his size had stitched on the front. The president of the Devil's Dust Motorcycle Club.
Bull. It's her. Those whiskey-colored eyes are something I haven't been able to forget. The flash in them didn't go unmissed. She remembers me. I wanted to reach out to her, comfort her, but the look on her face reminded me of a stray cat, like she may strike out in fear any minute. Rubbing the hair lining my chin, I look at the floor in deep thought, trying to piece what it is I'm fucking feeling. I'm trying to focus on why I am here, which is for answers, but when I saw the girl, my stomach did some teenage fluttering shit. Scrubbing my palms down my face, I groan. Fuck, I need a drink. Dropping my hands, I look around the room for the first time. The smell finally hitting my nostrils. This place is a complete shithole, but I've stayed in worse. The bed isn't made, the sheets wadded into a bundle in the middle, looking as if they reached the last spin in the dryer and were then tossed on the bed. Stepping further into the room, the carpet crunches beneath my feet. Pulling a boot up, I inspect it. Cigarette burns polka dot the floor, stains splashed elsewhere, making it almost look like a piece of art rich fucks pay for. Jesus Christ, I mutter. I was wrong. I've been in some dumps, but this takes the fucking cake. Wind slams against the window, the curtains shifting from the hostile bellows even though it's completely shut. Shaking my head, I grab my duffel bag and rifle through it for my fifth of Jack. My hands shake trying to pull the cap off, my tongue snaking out and slipping along the bottom of my lip at the teasing temptation just on the other side of the glass. As soon as I release the lid, the smell hits me. In my head, I tell myself just one swig to make the shakes go away. Just one sip to make the nausea settle in my stomach. One little taste to cure the demon in me, ready to drown in the bottom of the bottle. Pleased with my promise, I take a sip. The splash barely registering as it hits my taste buds. Drinking as much as I do, it takes a lot more to feel anything. Wiping the back of my mouth, I stare at the bottle, not satisfied with the little I had. Shaking my head, knowing the promise before was bullshit. A broken promise I tell myself to sift through the guilt eating at me before every swig. I'm letting my club down. I'm letting everyone down. Fuck. I bite through gritted teeth. Closing my eyes, I wallow in the feeling of being a letdown. I tip the bottle back and take 3 huge gulps.
Chapter 4. Anahi. Sitting on the floor, my head against the wall, I wait for the storm to pass, the wind slowing down its vicious assault on the window. After getting into my room, I took a shower to wash away the sand sticking to my skin, changed my clothes into something a lot more comfortable than a dress. A knock startles me, causing me to jump where I sit. Narrowing my eyes, I wait, hoping whoever it is will either say who they are or go away.
"Open the door, Anahi."
The familiar voice of Alvaro barks from the other side. Closing my eyes, a growl vibrates in my chest. I knew he'd be back. Scrambling to my feet, I open the door and he pushes through with a scowl on his face.
"You know your shift starts in 10 minutes,
he informs, striding into my room without even asking to come in. I'm sure your guard dog will make sure I'm on time, I sneer. He's pacing the floor, rubbing his hands through his hair anxiously. What's up your ass? I chuckle, loving seeing him so worked up. Fuck! He strikes out, hitting the clock on my nightstand. I jump at first, not expecting him to lash out, then a rush of anger swims over me. I don't have a lot of things, and for him to come in here and tear them up, which is not going to fly. Not with me. Hey! I point at him, not appreciating him coming in here and throwing a tantrum.
Did you see them? Did you see those fucking bikers?
He continues to cuss, clearly undone by the presence of them. I guess that means he doesn't remember Bull. That doesn't surprise me, though. Alvaro doesn't do his dirty work. His men do. Yeah, I saw them. How could you miss them? I huff, crossing my arms. The memory of sexy men in leather flashing in my head. He drops his hands slowly, his eyes peering at me like a snake across the pond watching its prey.
What does that mean, Anahi?
He tilts his head to the side, the profile of his face just as menacing. I shift on my feet, not liking his tone or the way he's looking at me.
I don't like the way you said that. So tell me what the fuck you mean by that.
He continues. I swallow, my heart picking up its pace and rhythm. Now, in my space, his boots scuff along the tips of my toes and he lowers his head.
You want to fuck with bikers, little hermana?
I hate it when he calls me sister. Stepping up to him, my upper lip curls, my back breaking into beads of sweat from my sudden courage. I'm not your hermana, perra. His eyes flash with anger, either from me declaring myself not his sister or me calling him a bitch. Like the snake that he is, his hand strikes out, cupping my throat. He squeezes briefly before releasing the pressure, just to show my life is in his hands. Dipping his head, his lips brush against my ear.
You are whatever the fuck I say you are, Anahi. And right now, you're my pusher, my bitch, and those drugs aren't going to sell themselves.
He shoves me against the wall, and I purse my lips defiantly.
You sell those drugs, or I'll sell you. Do you understand what you are to me now?
He laughs, the sound bellowing through the room. His face tightens, his grasp clenching around my neck.
Do you?
Yes, I grit through clenched teeth, my toes skimming the floor for traction.
Good, hermana.
He smiles before smashing his lips against mine. Releasing his grip on me, I fall to the floor, rubbing the wetness he left behind off my lips. Baggies of drugs are thrown around me like confetti. I look upwards, glaring at Alvaro.
Sell them all,
he demands, then tugs my door open and stalks out, but not before sneering at me. I want to break down. I want to crawl into that shitty bed where I'm sure more than one person has been murdered and cry. Cry for what my life used to be. Cry for what my life has become. But that wouldn't be a smart move. Crying won't fix anything. No, I need to keep my emotions in check and be the woman my mother taught me to be. Sighing, I pick up the drugs and shove them in my back pocket before I swipe my work boots off the chair and leave. I notice sand has shifted onto the patio and up against the door. Sitting down on the concrete, I shove a foot into one of the wheat-colored boots and tie them up. They remind me of the boots the construction workers wore when they redid my mother's kitchen back in Mexico. They're comfortable. Sadly, I would have never thought of wearing them before, too caught up in high-end heels and jewelry. It's funny how things change. I found these in the back of the bar on my second night working. My feet couldn't stand the heels I had on any longer, so I sold them to a woman who was passing through. After tying my second boot, I stand and find my bike was knocked over by the wind. Shit. Grabbing it by the handlebars, I pick it up, brushing the sand off its seat. Curious if Fixie will give me a break and start, I try and kickstart it. But, again, nothing. This is why I didn't escape using this. She'd never make it. I didn't even chance it. I just ran into the desert, nearly dying of a heat stroke before an oncoming car picked me up. I try to start it again and lose my balance. My legs straddling the bike, I have no choice but to fall with it. A strong hand grabs the right handlebar, righting the bike before it topples over with me on it. The contact, causing a current of butterflies to swarm in my stomach, I jerk my head up in reaction, finding Bull. A clean Bull. He looks like he's showered, his damp, dark hair falling into his face, the smell of soap and leather strong and making me inhale a noticeable breath.
This yours?
He asks, his voice rough and sexy all at the same time. Those fierce green eyes pin me where I stand, waiting for me to reply. Yeah, this is mine, I reply, climbing off the motorcycle and placing it against the wall. Butterflies swarm in my stomach, making me feel ill. Why am I reacting this way? I don't even know the man. Is it out of fear or lust?
What's wrong with her?
He takes my response as a friendly invitation as he widens his stance and rubs at his chin. If I knew, don't you think I would fix it? I clip. His eyes cut to mine, his hand dropping at my unfriendly tone. I roll my lips onto one another, internally bashing myself for being so unapproachable. I'm not used to friendly people around here, so having a genuine conversation is something new for me.
Do you remember me?
He asks, and I suck in a tight breath. Looking under my china doll bangs, I part my mouth and nod. Why are you here? I whisper, looking around me for Carlos or any of Alvaro's men. His eyes squint as he crosses his arms.
What if I said for you?
My chest burns to the point I feel like I can't breathe, my whole body warming with his words. If you think you can just show up here and whisk me away, you might want to rethink that, I mutter, tucking my hair behind my ear. Alvaro won't let me go without a fight, one that will have this town painted in red and smelling of metallic and gunpowder.
Maybe I'm here for business.
He tilts his head to the side, watching me. Biting my inner cheek, I glare at him, his argument not making me trust him.
Anahi! Work!
I look over Bull's shoulder, finding Alvaro standing just outside the bar, waiting for me. Funny. Usually, Alvaro would be over here playing alpha and all but pissing on my leg when another male is talking to me. Today, he is standing far away.
Anahi, is that right?
He asks, as I start to pass him. The way my name slips from his mouth stops me in my tracks. My eyes land on his lips, my insides wanting him so badly to say it again. Masking my desire, I glare at him. If he is here for me, he's going to have to show it a lot more than he is. I can't take the risk that he isn't up for the challenge that Alvaro will bring. It will be ugly, and someone will get hurt, or more than likely killed. Probably me. I hope you didn't come here for me, because you're wasting your time, I mutter, knowing me leaving here will only be in a body bag and not in the throes of romance. Walking away, I find a very angry Alvaro waiting for me. His face is blistering red, his chest rising and falling quickly. I bite my inner cheek nervously, knowing I'm going to pay for talking to Bull.
Bull. Turning in my tracks, I watch as Anahi walks away, a green bandana hanging out of her back pocket, the same insignia as the others. Shaking my head, I try to gather my thoughts again, but I can't. There's something about that girl. She's a glass of sweet tea kicked up with a little rum. She's sweet-looking, but has a mouth on her I'd like to devour. Those plump lips look like they were made to fit around my cock. Alvaro grabs hold of her arm, pulling her roughly. My brows furrow and my hands ball into fists at the way he's yanking her around like a goddamn rag doll. A hand grabs at my arm, catching my attention. Easy, brother. Remember, we don't know what we're walking into. Bobby reminds as he watches the altercation. You have to stop making other people's problems your own. My head whips in his direction on its own accord, angry at his fucking tone. I would if every dick I passed didn't treat women with disrespect, if their daddy didn't have enough balls to teach them how to act around a lady. I point at my chest. I'm gonna be the motherfucker that delivers that beating. One they won't soon forget, either. He shakes his head, a smile tugging at his mouth. I have no doubt, brother. Bobby chuckles. Looking back at the bar, I notice Anahi has gone inside and Alvaro is staring us down. I jut my chin at him and he smirks, tilting his head to the side in a cocky demeanor before turning around and going inside. That's Alvaro. He's in charge. An unexpected voice informs me from behind us. Bobby and I turn, finding Felix from Sin City Outlaws, his dirty blonde hair pulled into a ponytail, his white shirt stained from the desert sand. I smile and shake his hand. Good to see you, brother. When did you get in? I ask. About an hour ago. This place makes a couple whorehouses in Vegas look like 5-star establishments, he criticizes, and I laugh. You here alone? Bobby asks, raising a brow. Curious if any of the other men from Sin City Outlaws came with him. Yeah, it's just me. We got our own shit going on back home to send too many men out right now, Felix replies. Everything good? I question, wondering if they need any help. We're good. Zeke has it handled. I nod, knowing Zeke is more than capable of being a respectable president of their club. He's a dick, and I will always treat him lesser just because of the crap he pulled with our club. The only reason I let bygones be bygones is because I want Lip to have his family. Be careful of that fucker Alvaro. He's not right in the head, Felix continues. Glancing back at the bar, I nod in agreement. There is something about him, about this whole operation, that doesn't sit well with me. What's his story? Bobby asks, crossing his arms. His story? Felix chuckles. I don't know much, besides he's a man of business. So you get the stuff? Felix questions, getting to the point. Zeke sent him to take his half of the drugs. I almost forgot. No, I didn't. I reply gravely, placing my thumbs in my front pockets. Why? Felix clips. Inhaling a large breath, I explain. This whole thing goes a little deeper than a drug trade. I am more than convinced this gang is part of the one that took out one of my members before. I shake my head, looking at the desert floor. I can understand that. I'll do what I can on our side to make sure everything goes over smoothly, Felix offers. They must be hurting for drugs if he's this gracious with his time. Turning, I look the bar over, noticing a lot of people entering and leaving within a short amount of time. What are they selling exactly, do we know? I ask, hoping he has more info than he thinks he does. Mostly heroin. They mule it over from Mexico. Their men used to meet us halfway at a drop location. That was before Zeke decided to get his dick wet by the enemy, Felix retorts, clearly not happy with his president's choice of pussy. We need to get our hands on a weasel, Bobby chimes in. I agree, Felix adds, reminding me we're here for more than just the girl. We need something to connect this with Augustus's crew, I state. Alvaro is just a piece of this. If I take him out, they will just regroup and become a bigger problem. I need to take the entire gang out, once and for all. A smart car pulls up, a geeky young guy stepping out. He lifts the hood to his hoodie, covering his head and hiding most of his face before entering the bar. He looks out of place in such a beat-down area, and by his body language, I'd say paranoid. Minutes later, the same nerdy-looking boy walks out, his hand in his pocket. I watch as he pulls out something, inspecting it before looking over his shoulder and stuffing it back in his jeans. Did you see that? I point to the boy. So? Bobby frowns, not understanding what I'm getting at. So they're dealing out of the bar. Let's grab him, find out who is dealing it and what exactly he has, I order. Bobby pulls his .45 from his waistband and jogs over there. What's going on? Kane asks, just now showing up. So nice of you to join us, son. I raise a brow. We are taking that kid in for intel. On it. Kane huffs, pulling his piece from his holster and following after Bobby. Crossing my arms, I glance at Felix before watching my men stop the smart car and tear the kid out from behind the driver's seat. How is Zeke? I ask, making small talk. Still fucking a sheriff, he replies dryly, and I can't help but laugh. Got her knocked up, and we've been losing suppliers from all over because of it. I shake my head, kicking at the loose dirt. You can't help who you fall for, brother, I advise, and he scoffs. I smirk. One day he is going to find a woman, and she is going to break that motherfucker. I can't wait to hear about it either. Kane on one side, Bobby on the other. They haul the kid up to me, his feet dragging in the sand as blood drips down his nose, his eyes rolling in his head. He's a tough little fucker, Bobby huffs out of breath. Take him to one of our rooms. I step aside, letting them take the lead. We'll take him to Kane's room, it's closer, Bobby suggests, sounding like a fucking teenager as always. Man, my sister is in there, Kane grunts, trying to hold the weight of the guy. I can't put my finger on Kane and his sister. I swore he was fucking her by the way he looks at her. Maybe he is. I step up to the room, a smirk on my face. Well, she's about to get a front row seat to what her big brother dabbles in. Bobby jabs back and Kane frowns, his brows pulling together. Bobby is right. We don't need everyone around here seeing us. This is work, and this is exactly why club law states no women on the road unless they are the job. I bark, my tone now serious. Fine, he growls, his teeth gritted. I think it's sweet you want to protect your sister, son, but you can't protect her from the truth. I state plainly. I tried to do that before, protecting someone from what really goes on in my everyday life. I agree that we do need to keep some shit to ourselves, but when it comes to the ones we love most, they should know what kind of danger lurks around them. Playing in the dark, you're bound to find a couple other monsters in there playing around too. Juggling the guy's arm, Kane wrestles out the key and hands it to Felix. Quickly he opens the door and Bobby pushes the boy into the room. He tries to catch himself but falls to his knees. Kicking the door closed behind us, I stare down at the man. He's older looking in the light, he's no kid. Just a man clinging to his youth wearing a Pokemon hoodie. Only reason I know it's Pokemon is because Bobby is always playing the shit. What did you buy? I cut to the chase. What? He plays dumb, pissing me off. Pulling my 9mm from my pants, I rest it under my elbow before rubbing it up the side of my face. What did you buy? I repeat, slowly this time. Are you the police or something? He looks between us all, confused. Do we look like fucking pigs to you? Bobby snaps, kicking the guy in the gut. He groans, falling forward in a fit of coughs. Bobby doesn't do well with cops, and surely not being called one. I squat, lifting his chin with the barrel of my gun. We can do this the hard way or easy way, son. Just tell me what you bought. Black Pearl. I bought a gram of Black Pearl. He blurts out, tears rolling out of his eyes like a fucking faucet. It's my first time, I swear. He continues, but he lies. The marks on his arms suggest that. I stand, inhaling a breath. Black tar. It's known to be made out of Mexico and pushed through the border. It's cheap shit, but you can move it fast on the streets. Who you get it from? I continue, waiting for him to spill Alvaro's name. I can't, man, they'll kill me, he cries, shaking his head as he looks down. I look up at the ceiling, my hand patting my cut for my smokes. No, let's not play that game now. You already told us what you bought, that's already snitching. You might as well just tell us what we want to know, or we'll make you. I reply coolly. Finding my cigarettes, I pull one out and light it while watching the guy ponder over his choices. I can see it. He is thinking about trying to take us and escape. That's the normal motive of everyone we take for intel. Don't, I clip. His teary eyes find mine, his face trying to mask his fear. Don't think about trying to run or kicking one of us in the nuts. Not unless you want us to put a bullet in your arm. I tilt my head to the side and Felix cocks his gun, pointing it at the guy. I smile, glad to see him and I are on the same page. I'm not asking again, I warn. He sobs, his hands sinking into the stained carpet. Do it. I nod at Felix. He steps forward, aiming. The girl! I got it from the girl! My eyes flash with surprise as Bobby and Kane both look in my direction. I saw another girl go into the bar earlier, Maybe it was her he's talking about, but something tells me it's not. Anahi? I ask, my eyes narrowing to watch him closely, looking for signs he's lying. I guess. He shrugs. She has the dark hair and the lion necklace. I was told anyone with the green bandana could get me my fix, but the girl with the lion necklace has the best shit, man. They call her Alvaro's Mascata. He continues, snot bubbling from his nose. What the fuck does that mean? Mascata? I shrug, irritated with all of this. The man-child shakes his head, looking down at the ground. I don't know, man. I swear to God, that's all I know. He pleads, whining for me to understand. It means pet? A female voice sounds from behind us. Gun drawn, I turn, aiming in the direction of the voice, only to find Simone, Kane's sister. Her dark hair pulled up in a shitty ponytail, only a white towel covering her middle half. My brow raises. She's a looker, all right. I wonder how pissed Kane would be if I fucked his sister. What the fuck, Simone? Kane bellows. His eyes flaring with jealousy, he stomps over to her. He grabs her upper arm, tugging her back toward the bathroom. He isn't coming off like a protective brother. He's coming off like a lover. I wonder if they're even brother and sister. Would Kane lie to me like that? What? She struggles against his hold, acting oblivious as to why Kane would be angry. Really? You come out here like that in front of my prez, Simone? He clips, dragging her behind him. She argues with him, a string of Spanish I cannot understand, but assume is her cussing him out as Kane pushes her back in the bathroom and slams the door. Sliding both his hands through his hair, he sighs loudly and strides back to us. The boys look at me, waiting for my next call. I jut my head over my shoulder, conveying to let the guy loose. Bobby hits him upside the head with his gun, the sound of skull and metal making a gruesome noise. The guy falls forward, face planting into the carpet with force. Put him in the car and drive it around back, I order. You want me to burn it? Felix questions, placing his gun in the waistband of his jeans. My eyes widen, surprised at how far he would go to cover his tracks. The Sin City Outlaws are a savage bunch. I don't know whether to give him a pat on the back or a slap upside the head. What? No. He's too chicken shit to talk. He's just a junkie. All he cares about is drugs. I shake my head in telling. Got it? Felix nods, grabbing the limp body and throwing it over his shoulder like a sack of flour. Make sure nobody sees you, though. I point at him. Kane follows him out to keep watch. Last thing I need is Alvaro seeing it and thinking I'm stepping on his territory. As soon as they leave, Bobby strides up beside me, rubbing his hand back and forth through his mop of hair. I sigh thoughtfully. Alvaro's pet. What does that even mean? Like BDSM? You'll have to get close to Anahi if you want to figure out their operation. Bobby breaks my line of thought, saying what I already know. It has to be you. I can tell the way that girl looks at you that she's hard up for you. Bobby throws it out there, not sugarcoating it. I wasn't sure if it was just me looking into it too much when she looked at me a second longer than necessary, but apparently not. I know, I mumble, looking around for something hard to drink and coming up empty. If this operation is related to the one in L.A., I have half a mind to burn this fucking town to the ground and drive off with their drugs, their woman, and my middle finger flying high.
Anahi. Grabbing 2 beers, I pop the tops off them and place them on the bar, masking a smile for the 2 cowboys as they take their drinks. If I'm friendly, the tips are better. Common sense, I know, but you can only pretend to like creepy men hitting on you for so long in a day. Turning to place the cash in the register, Natalia is in the way. Her black sports bra matching her black ripped shorts. Her arms crossed, pushing up her tits, her hips propped up against the register and her ass sticking out. She looks like one of the hookers that comes and goes around here. What now? I roll my eyes, pushing her out of the way. How much did Alvaro give you? She asks, a brow raised. I eyeball her. She knows not to discuss this out here in the open. Huh? How much? She steps in my way, her eyes wide. I shake my head at her, conveying we are not doing this here. Stepping past her to assist the next customer, she snatches my wrist, her fake nails digging into my skin. I grit my teeth, my nostrils flaring. My eyes fall to her hand, and I swallow hard, anger bubbling close to the surface. I try to breathe through the anger, knowing if I lash out at her, she'll run back to Alvaro, and I'll be the one paying in the end. Natalia, you need to let go of me. Right now, I state, calmly, despite my racing heart. Or what? She giggles. My eyes snap to hers, my chest rising and falling rapidly. Now, I warn. Not sure what I will do if she doesn't let go of me. She giggles, her nails digging into my skin deeper. Tell me how much, and I will, she taunts. I'm the one that sucks his dick, yet I'm the one that gets short-shifted in making the income. I narrow my brows as anger strangles my rational thinking. You might suck his dick, but you suck at dealing. Or maybe because you're always stashing money that is supposed to go to him is why you're short-handed. If the load is light, then we're all in danger. I bite out, tired of her childish games. She's desperate for money, but aren't we all? Still, if the cash returning back to my uncle is light, him and his cavalry will be over the border in a blink of an eye and end us all. He's told us many times, and I believe him. I won't risk that, and I will not give Natalia any mercy when it comes to my income. She tightens her grip, pulling herself closer to me. You know, for a cartel brat, you're soft. Before I can catch myself, my free hand grabs the empty beer bottle from the counter and I crash it against the sink, placing it against her neck in one swift move. The bar goes quiet, and I can feel all eyes on me as I stare at the panicked face of Natalia. Her eyes widen, her throat bobbing as she stretches her neck back as far away from the serrated glass as she can.
I think you might want to let go of the girl, sweetheart.
A raspy voice forces me to snap my head in the direction of the bar. Bull. He's leaning along the counter, a wolfish grin on his face as he looks me in the eyes. No fear in the fact I am less than an inch away from insanity and killing this bitch. Just clear, green eyes, looking at me with an unreadable look. Natalia shoves my arm away and I drop the bottle, blinking rapidly at where the hell I just went. I went black. I saw the darkness that I was warned would surface. It's always right there, waiting to take me under at a moment's notice.
Your parents may have tried to hide from you what you were born to do, but it's a waste of time. Every Gomez comes into their own right before they become an adult. Your DNA most potent, you can't help the savage that is inside of you.
Uncle Benito tilts his head to the side, his thick finger raising my chin up to look him in the face.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the thoughts, but I can't.
We are a different breed, my dear. Some people are bred to have blue eyes or to be smart. We were made of the best blood to design the best cartel we can, so enough of playing princess. You're a slave to your heritage, and you're wasting not only your time, but mine.
Did you see that? She's fucking crazy, Natalia screeches to anyone that will hear her, pulling me from inside my own head and taking me back to the shitty bar and the handsome biker that takes my breath away in an unknown manner.
You all right, darling?
Bull asks, concern written on his face. Instinctively, I cup my collarbone, trailing my hands down the necklace to the lion charm, the one my mother passed on to me as a child. Bull's eyes fall on my hands, and those soft eyes go hard and cold, like a mask had suddenly been placed over them. I see why so many around here fear him, the look of a monster making me swallow hard, but I cannot look away. My eyes fall on his, and the whole bar goes silent as I get lost in those fierce emerald eyes. He doesn't look away, and my heart beats faster because of it. He leans over, brushing my china doll-cut bangs out of my eyes, his finger grazing my eyebrow, and the contact causes warmth to spread through my cheeks. "You pay for that," Natalia hisses, taking me from the man in leather sitting before me. Quickly, he retracts his hand, his shoulders rising with a long breath. "I'm taking a break," I mutter, as I turn and rush to the back. Raising my hand, I touch my eyebrow where Bull touched me, trying to make sense of the way my mind and body react to him. In a place of abandonment and chaos, I have a sense of my reality, but with Bull here, it seems he's breaking barriers and making me feel things I never knew could exist. It terrifies me.
Bull. Anahi isn't as innocent as I once thought. She has a dark streak, and though I find it sexy as hell, I'm not sure if I can trust her. She's given me more than one reason not to. First the green bandana, then finding out her connection to the man they call Alvaro, and now the necklace the junkie said the woman who sold him gear was wearing. Marching back to the motel to let them in on what just went down, I find Bobby and Kane sitting outside. Bobby's legs are kicked up on a turned-over trash can, and Kane is nursing a beer. "Look, man, all I'm saying is if she's on top, she can't get pregnant. It's gravity. You can't defy that shit." Bobby shakes his head, dead serious. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I grunt, my boots scuffing to a stop. I swear it's like I work around a bunch of horny schoolboys. Bobby smiles that crooked fucking grin. "Kane is worried he got a bitch pregnant. I think he's good as long as she was on top." I can't help but sigh. How do you not have 10 kids running around? He's such a dipshit. He sits up, belching. "Not for my lack of trying, that's for sure. Not sure if Doc can get pregnant. We are supposed to go to the fertility doctor, but she keeps canceling. I think she's afraid of the answer." He replies, picking at the callus on the side of his hand. Now I feel like an asshole. "I am not taking advice from him, don't worry." Kane laughs, taking my attention back to him. I raise a brow, curious if it's a club hang-around he fears he knocked up. "Who do you think is pregnant?" I raise a brow and Kane's face goes pale. He stutters on his words, looking anywhere but at me. I step up to him, my eyes narrowing in on him. He's keeping something from me he doesn't want me to know. "Who is it?" I demand. I flick my gaze to Bobby, curious if he knows, and he holds his hands up. "Hey, I don't know, brother." His tone not giving me any reason to doubt him, I look back at Kane. "You don't want me to ask you again." I half laugh, starting to get angry. He lowers his head, fidgeting his hands. "Simone," he mutters. "Your sister?" Bobby asks with surprise, but I'm hardly shocked. I saw it in his face as soon as he got her around other men. He has it bad for her. He looks up at me with hard eyes, knowing he is fucked up. "She's not my sister," he admits. I fist him by the shirt, yanking him out of the fucking chair and to his feet. "What do you mean she's not your fucking sister?" I bark, demanding to know more. Is she a stepsister? Or was he just plain fucking lying? "She's a friend. I couldn't leave her behind. I don't trust her family." "I don't fucking care about her problems right now. I care about you lying to me." I yell in his face before pushing him back. He nearly trips over the chair, trying to catch his balance. "You lied. You betrayed me. And you put her and all of us at risk for it." I point at him. "I'm sorry. I fucked up." I punch him in the mouth and his head whips to the side. One thing I cannot stand is a fucking liar. You get one in the club and they breed like cockroaches. "Fuck." He hunches over, holding his mouth that is swollen and bleeding. I hope she was worth you earning your fucking patch, because you ain't getting it anytime soon. I pointed him, shaking my head. Brother to brother, Kane, this club is built on trust. Without it, we're as good as dead. You earn your patch when your brothers know they can trust you with their life. You just fucked us all, dude, Bobby states. I nod in agreement, but Kane doesn't say anything. His head bowed, I can see the shame written on his face. You find anything at the bar? Bobby asks, taking the conversation in a new direction. Looking back at the bar, Anahi spins in my head. She is definitely the one selling the drugs. Her allure is innocent, but I saw her true nature tonight. She is as dangerous as any man here, and my dick fucking wants her. The pulsing racing up my shaft for this girl sends vibes I haven't felt in a long time. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, though. Anahi is the dealer, and she's working the bar right now, so now is our chance to go through her shit and see if we can find any kind of connection. I rub the back of my neck, ready to get out of here and away from the woman that has me second-guessing why I'm here. She doesn't seem so desperate to run like she was in L.A. Is it because she doesn't trust me, or is it because she's back where she belongs? She is? Kane asks, looking at me doubtfully. She has the necklace on like the boy said, I reply. She's not as precious as I thought either. She about cut a woman's throat in there. I point over my shoulder. The boys' faces go pale, realizing we might not be dealing with a damsel in distress after all. She could be dangerous. What do you want to do, Prez? Bobby asks, sitting up. Want me to grab her and pull her into a room? Question her? He continues. Rubbing my bottom lip with my thumb, I think it over. The idea appealing, but more so because I want to see her tied up. I shake my head of that thought. No, let's not spook everyone, because if we're wrong, whoever is holding the information we're looking for is going to run. I state firmly. I hate that I read Anahi wrong. My game is so fucking off it has me seeing red. Kick her door open or shoot it. Let's get this over with, I state, not wanting to feel the way I am. My mouth suddenly feels dry, reminding me I need a drink. They both get up and start toward her door after me. Do we pick it? Kane asks, his prospect coming out of him boldly. Nah, this is an easy kick, Bobby replies, kicking the door in one try. Nice job, brother, I compliment as I stride past him inside. It's plain. No girly shit, no pink crap. The only hint that a female has been here is the lingering smell of perfume. Closing my eyes, I inhale a deep breath, the tones of honey perfume filling my lungs. My dick instantly swells, and my heart beats in my chest in wild excitement. You sure this is her room? Kane asks, looking over his shoulder at me, the look on his face confused. Yeah, this is it, I mutter under my breath. The day she ran to her room in the dust storm will forever be ingrained in my brain. The way her dress inched up, her ink-color hair blowing around her face as she looked at me with such innocence, I wanted to grab her by the throat and devour her on the spot. Oh, this is her room, all right, Bobby chuckles, grabbing my attention. He's dangling a pair of plum-colored lace panties from his fingertips. Leave it to him to go straight to a woman's dresser. Stepping up to him, I snatch them from his grip. We're looking for information on what exactly this girl brings to the table, remember? I remind him. His humor fades, and like that he's back to business. I need to know if she's in charge of this fucking operation or just a damn worker bee for someone else. When Bobby looks away, I tuck the panties into my pocket. What can I say? Bobby learned from the best. We flip the mattress, overturn the dresser, pull every shirt and dress from the hanger, and there's fucking nothing. Stabbing her pillow with my buck knife, the force more than necessary causes feathers to fly into the air. I don't know what I'm looking for, just something. I know she is the one with the drugs. Unless that fucking weasel told us false info, so there has to be something in here linking her ass to the cartel. Then it hits me. I heard that other girl asking her how much she was given to sell back at the bar. I perk up at the sudden remembrance. She was given so much gear to sell. She's a fucking worker bee. She ain't got shit in here to link her to anything. There's nothing in here, Kane states out of breath, dropping a dresser drawer to the floor. Angry, I throw the lamp across the room. She's a fucking worker bee, I rasp under my breath. She won't have anything in here. Bobby runs his hand back and forth through his hair, looking the room over. You sure? He finally asks as he looks at me, his mouth parted. I nod, my hands on my hips. She isn't in charge, but she knows who is, and I will strangle the fucking information out of her if I have to. There's nothing here and I need a fucking drink. I clip, marching through the tornado of a room and heading to mine. Grabbing my bottle of whiskey, it occurs to me I haven't had a drink all day. I furrow my brows, not sure what that means. Is it because I'm back doing what I do best? I look at the wall where Anahi stays. Or is it because a cartel bitch has my mind elsewhere?
Chapter 5. Anahi. I throw the apron in the bin and push the metal back door open, the wind whipping my hair, causing it to caress my face. The bar has some air conditioning, but not much. When you get a lot of people in there, it's humid and hot. Your clothes begin to stick to your sweaty body, and it becomes hard to breathe in such a small area. A cough sounds behind me, alerting me Carlos is close behind. Dread fills my chest, and I roll my eyes. Hopefully, he makes a pit stop before coming straight to check on me at the motel. Brushing the hair from my face, I make my way to my room, my feet hurting. At least I sold all the drugs, but I wonder how much money Natalia pulls from her sales. Does Alvaro notice and not say anything? Or does he know and covers for her? I bite my inner cheek in thought and reach for the door handle. I stop, noticing the frame busted and my door cracked open. Brows narrowing, I push the door open and find my room completely trashed. "What the fuck?" I snarl, stepping over the flickering lamp. Hands on my hips, I close my eyes and try to breathe through the fog that is clouding my judgment. A smog that is hostile and violent. Who could have done this? Everyone around here knows who I am and wouldn't be stupid enough to even knock on my door, let alone break in. My head snaps in the direction of the wall. Bull's room is next door. He had to have had something to do with this. They're the only ones new around here, and this goes to show they can't be trusted. By the looks of this room, they were looking for something, and my bet is drugs, conveying the kind of man Bull is. He's not here for me. He's here for business. Only one way to find out. Stomping over to his room, I pound my fist on the door. Carlos is nowhere to be seen, but I'm sure he's close by. My jaw clenches so tightly, my face aches, thinking about my trashed room. "Open the fucking door," I demand. He swings it open, and I take in a harsh breath. Oh, fuck. He has no shirt on, tattoos of intricate color claiming his torso. He has on torn jeans that hang low on his hips, a happy trail leading into a delicious dip, one that displays he's not wearing any underwear. I shake my head. I'm here to tear him a new one, remember? "Why did you fuck my room up?" I bark straight out. Not one to suggest that someone around here did it.
"Why do you think it was me?"
He drawls as he places his arm over his head and leans it against the frame, his head tilting to the side. "I'm not one for games," I warn, acting as if his sexy appeal does nothing for me. "You and your men are the only dumb fucks around here stupid enough to go in my room. Now why did you go in there?" I yell, my nerves fraying.
"Wow, You this uptight all the time, or just when you need a man between your legs, darling?
I gasp. I'm not sure if it's because I'm surprised he outright just asked me that, or if I'm turned on. I pull myself together and glare. Showing him his biker antics won't work. Not on this female. I punch the door and he steps back, his mask of humor slipping.
Wow, you're really a pistol, aren't you?
Fucking tell me, I demand. I don't have a lot, practically nothing, and now it's all torn and smashed to bits. That space might have seemed insignificant to any other person, but it was mine. The only place in this fucking hellhole I can use as my escape. He leans in, his dark features making him look dangerous and downright fucking delicious. His lips are plumped more than the typical male, and his beard has signs of gray.
Who are you working for?
He asks outright. I hold my breath, taking a step back. Surely he didn't ask me what I think he did. In the world of criminal activity, you don't ask questions like that. It was seared in my brain that I do not speak about my uncle or where I get my drugs from. Who says I'm not in charge? I say, in rebuttal, crossing my arms. He smirks, looking over my head and out into the distance.
Because you're shit at hiding what you're doing in that bar, sweetheart.
His eyes narrow in on me, and every neuron in my body shoots off like a rocket.
So just tell me, who do you work for?
He asks, running his hands up and down his chest lazily. My brows pinch together, angry he'd think I would rat so easily. Pissed that he doesn't think I'm capable of running such an operation.
Why were you in L.A.?
He continues. You ask a lot of questions, I reply, as if I'm bored.
Let's just say I'm a curious kind of guy,
he banters. Curiosity will get you killed around here. I tilt my head to the side in response.
Why? You going to kill me? Or are you going to run back to your boyfriend and tattle?
He crosses his arms, his tone making me angry. He's not my fucking boyfriend, and telling him won't do either of us any good. I blurt, without thinking, the vulnerability in my voice higher than I'd like. His face goes lax with that information, pity slipping over his usually grimacing face. I hate it. He doesn't know me, and I don't need him to feel sorry for me. I point at him, my finger inches from his face. You'd be smart to pack your shit and fucking leave.
I'll leave when I want, and after I've received what I came for,
he states, smugly, his tone threatening. I'm so sick of egotistical men. Their constant need to be alpha omega makes me want to escape to a world where men don't exist. Turning and heading back to my room, I hear him step out of his. Stopping at my busted door, I turn my head to look at him. I was right. He is going to turn this town upside down, and he's going to get me killed in the process, especially if anyone remembers him trying to save me back in Los Angeles. A lot of people may fear you, but I'm not just anyone, I state gravely, my own strength in words surprising me. He thinks he's unstoppable and that he has everyone in the throes of his strength. Maybe he does, but I'm not one. He has nothing on me and can't make me play his games. He crosses his arms, a cocked smirk displayed on his sharp face.
You're not scared of me because when you look at me, you see yourself, darling. I saw you tonight, with that glass against that bitch's throat, the gleam in your eye at the thought of sliding it across her silky skin.
I swallow at his words, my heart beating so hard I can feel my body shake with each beat. I want to shake my head, tell him he's wrong. But is he?
You may be known to be an angel, sweetheart, but I see the devil,"
he suggests smugly before winking and walking back into his room, shutting the door behind him. Blinking rapidly, I step into my room and take in the mess left by the bikers. This is going to take me all night to clean up. Undoing the bungee cords that attach my busted door to the frame this morning, I glare at the door next to me. That fucker. I should go in there and strangle him with these fucking cords. The day I fucked up was when I ran into that man. I'm so tired of fighting. It would be nice if, for once, someone fought for me. I thought he'd save me. But in the end, he's just going to use me to get what everyone around here wants. I wrap it around the handle and pull it tightly, latching it to the frame. I smile, satisfied that it's shut. Placing my hands on my hips, I give a curt nod in approval. Then it snaps, the hook catching my hand in its rapid swirling assault. Jesus Christ! I squeeze my eyes shut and clamp down on my hand where the metal struck. Pushing out an angry breath, I stomp toward the main office. "Rosa?" I question, stepping inside. She's inches away from the television, her 30 shades of gray hair sticking to her face from the early morning heat, the fan next to her doing nothing. "Rosa," I repeat, trying to gain her attention.
"What?"
she barks, her voice cracking from the overuse of smoking. "I need my door fixed," I sigh, rubbing the red spot on my hand. She smacks her lips and holds out her hand, the cigarette placed in between them hardly moving as it sticks to the god-awful shade of pink lipstick she wears. "I don't have any money. You know that," I plead, angry she would think I could pay for it. Rosa knows the deal with Alvaro and I. She knows Alvaro runs everything. It took her a busted lip and a couple pistol whips to figure it out, but she got the message eventually. She sits behind this desk, day in and day out. She places potential buyers in rooms and keeps a watchful eye on everyone that comes through. She is paid for her services well.
"Don't know what to tell you then,"
she states, not taking her eyes off the screen. Rolling my eyes, I slap the counter and leave. Pursing my lips, I think about going to that asshole's room, demanding he switch with me. A part of me wonders if I should warn Alvaro of what the devil's dust are after before someone pieces it together for themselves. If anyone remembers Bull trying to grab me, they will think I am in on whatever Bull has planned and I will be deemed a traitor. Tortured and killed on sight. If I don't tell Alvaro the information I have on the devil's dust, it gives me more time. Time to figure out if I can trust them or not. It's a gamble, one that if I lose, Uncle Benito will gladly have me offed. My hand trails down to the green bandana that is sticking out of my back pocket. I remember when I refused to wear it. Alvaro gagged me with it, shoving it in my mouth so deep I choked on the dry fabric. I gave in quickly, deciding to just wear it. After all, it seemed so stupid to die over it. I shake my head of the violent nightmare. The memory alone should persuade me to deter toward keeping my mouth shut and trying to use the devils as an escape. But it doesn't. Heading to the diner for breakfast, I sit in my spot and wait for Jose to wait on me.
"Damn, you look like shit this morning,"
Jose greets, standing next to my table. I glance down at myself. A brown leather halter, black shorts, and my work boots. I twist my lips. Maybe I don't look fit for a runway, but I like it. Hell, I think this is more me than any dress I ever wore. Not what you're wearing. We crossed that bridge of atrocity a long time ago, and we gave up, remember? He pops his hip out, his brows raised to his hairline. I'm talking about this. He waves his finger around, gesturing toward my face. I laugh. Leave it to Jose to tell a girl she looks like hell. Yeah, well, when your door doesn't lock at night and you live in this type of place, it keeps you awake, I smart back. The sun from the window shines on the only piece of jewelry I'm wearing, or own, for that matter, and I grab at my necklace. The only humble thing left of me. My lion charm. It's pure gold, and was bought before my parents took on the drug trade. My Anahi, my familia. Set apart who you think you should be, and be the lioness I know you're destined to be. Hey! Fingers snap in my face, and I blink slowly, dropping the lion charm. So why doesn't your door lock? What happened? I rub at my forehead, not sure if I should tell him. I like Jose, but if Alvaro ever thought he knew something he didn't, he would hurt Jose, and he's a wuss. He'd spill what he knows instantly. Not sure. Just won't shut. I lie, fumbling with the condiments on the table. He looks at me doubtfully, his lips pursed.
Jose, table 3 needs you,
the cook hollers from behind the counter.
Shit,
Jose mumbles. He slides from the booth and rests his hands on the table.
Cheeseburger and fries?
Jose inquires. I smirk, loving how well he knows me. When I'm having a shit day, it's my cure. Greasy food, just like the kind my mother used to tell me about. This place doesn't do her telling justice, but it's close. She told me about a lot of wonderful things here in America. I may have a shitty experience being here, but I do get to have little things like this that remind me of her, and that alone breeds hope that this isn't the best it gets for me. After eating my meal, I head out. I have to start my shift soon, meaning I will run into Alvaro. I wish he would just get hit by a truck, or someone needing a fix would go on a withdrawal rage and just do us all a favor. Walking toward my room, I notice my bike propped up on 2 blue milk crates. I stop in my tracks, my hands balling in my palms so hard my nails cut the skin. Bull is hunched down, a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, no shirt on under his leather vest, and grease all over him. Music plays behind him as his dexterous hands make quick work at the guts of my fixie. Panic races in my chest. He's breaking her apart bolt by bolt. What the fuck? Is he trying to destroy everything of mine?
Oh, I love that song.
I flinch, not noticing Jose standing behind me.
It's Godsmack's Stay Away,
he informs me. Jesus Christ, Jose! You can't just sneak up on me like that, I scorn, clutching my chest. I could have just punched you in the throat. Do you realize that? He knows what goes on out here. I have to stay on my toes all the time.
You going over there?
Jose ignores my rant, eyeing Bull over my shoulder. Biting my cheek, I turn, my throat bobbing as I watch Bull toss bolts and shit over his shoulder. My thighs clench on their own, defying the rage poisoning me. Sweat drips from his forehead, black grease streaked among his hard chest. I can't help the hitch in my breathing.
Can I have him?
Jose whispers. I blink away, the sultry smog clouding my anger, and stomp toward the sexy biker. Yeah, after I kill him, I clip. Bull stands and flicks his cigarette, his movements appearing in slow motion as smoke bellows from his lips. He turns, his back facing me, and shrugs out of his cut, throwing it over on the patio, his muscular back inked with the same image that is on the vest. I narrow my brows, trying to remind myself of the mission at hand. Holding my hand out, I hesitate on if I should touch him or turn around. I look over my shoulder and see Jose looking at me like I lost my mind. Maybe I have. Inhaling a large breath, I poke Bull in the shoulder as hard as I can. His skin is slick with sweat and hot to the touch. the contact shooting warmth through my finger and my body before igniting in my toes. He looks over his shoulder, a hard look on his face. "What the fuck are you doing?" I snarl. He lifts his chin and smiles. Fucking smiles. The act pissing me off, I shove him. "Get off my fucking bike! How dare you touch Fixie!" I point in his face, my voice yelling above the music. He looks down at me, amusement dancing in his eyes, fueling my aggression. "It's not funny!" I shout. I shove him again, making him step onto the cracked patio. "Don't you know you shouldn't touch another person's things? You can mess my room up, you can even destroy my things, but my bike?" I scoff. "I draw the motherfucking line." My accent flows thick as I get right in his face, my heart beating so fast at the bold act. He grabs my hand out of nowhere and slams my back against the post that holds up the awning covering the walkway. The blow so hard, a squeak escapes my mouth as my head clashes with the wood. He gets in my face, the smell of grease and fuel strong.
"I was fixing your bike, you little bitch,"
he growls. I pull my head up off the pole and squint my eyes. "Oh, and were you helping me with my room, too? Maybe you should help me less," I clip quickly. He pushes his knee between my legs and jostles me hard against the pole.
"You have a shit way of saying thank you, you know, darling."
Fuck me. The gruffness in his voice has me buckling at the knees. "Fuck you," I spit, trying to convince myself I'm not turned on.
"You really don't know when to shut up, do you? Maybe I should shut you up with my dick in your mouth."
He raises his brows suggestively. My mouth drops in disbelief. I have nothing left to say. My body vibrates with his words, my mind twisting them into the most delicious thoughts. I'm conflicted on which way to go. His eyes bounce between both of mine, tension filling the air thicker than the grains that swim in the air during a sandstorm. Our souls talking, while our minds battle what is happening here. "You need to fix my door," I reply, trying to clear away the attraction that is dancing within. He scoffs.
"Tell me who you work for and where I can find them."
He talks down. I pinch my lips into a fine line, conveying I won't speak a word. He shoves me away, and I stumble, losing my footing and falling. The leather cut laying on the ground, saving my hands from biting into the concrete as I fall. Furrowing my brows in anger, my fingers clench the leather, pulling it up with me. He flicks his gaze to me and does a double take, noticing I have his jacket.
"What are you doing?"
His sexy voice drawls. "You can get this back when you fix my door." I hold it behind my back, teasing him like a little girl flirting with a boy she swears she doesn't like. He stalks up to me, and I take a step back.
"Fucking give it here,"
he demands, his hand outstretched, fingers demanding I place the worn leather in them. "You don't like it when others touch your things, do you?" I taunt as I shove my arms through the sleeves. The vest feels heavy and hot on my small frame. "Fix my door, and you'll get it back," I bargain. His eyes widen, but I can't tell if he likes what he sees or if he's completely appalled. The look has me second-guessing what the hell I'm doing. He's obviously a dangerous biker, and here I am playing games with him. As if dealing drugs and being a part of the cartel doesn't get my rocks off enough.
"Take that off, now. I've killed people for touching my leather," he threatens.
I roll my eyes and scoff. "Everyone has killed someone around here. Try again." I smirk, finding humor in all of this. Taking advantage of my looking the other way, his hands grip the leather and shoves me against his motel door. His face inches from mine, the smell of cigarettes and toothpaste swarming me.
"You don't deserve to wear that. Only my woman wears my leather," he snarls.
The way he says it so possessively makes me feel like I've lost out on something I never knew I was missing. Jealousy, maybe? But why? I don't know this man. Yeah, well, only my man goes into my room. Only my man fixes my bike, I spit back. Even though I have no man, what else am I supposed to come back with?
You sure you want to do this?
He raises a brow, the flare in his eyes telling me I should think twice about wearing his vest. Not wanting to come off weak, I snuggle inside the warm leather in response. I'm not going to lie. Red flags are going off in my head, and my conscience is cussing me out for being so negligent. I ignore it all.
You have no idea what you just did, sweetheart.
He smiles wolfishly, and a puzzled look crosses my face. What did I just do? My necklace snags around my neck, and the faint sound of metal snapping is heard. I stall. I look down, seeing my necklace gone. Mouth gaped open, I look at Bull holding it in his hand. "Give it back!" I cry, swiping at it. His hand pushes against my chest, keeping me against the door. "Take your fucking vest back and give me my necklace!" I try and pry myself from the warm leather, but it's no use with the force of his hand against me.
You fucked with the wrong devil.
He glares at me, making me stop in my tracks, my eyes prickling with tears. "That necklace means a lot to me," I tell him. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to get a hold of myself, not wanting him to see me break.
Oh, yeah?
He lifts a brow.
That vest means a lot to me.
He tilts his head to the side. "So, take it back and give me my necklace," I reason, trying to make my voice sound serious rather than crack with emotion. He holds the dainty necklace up, eyeing it, the sun shining off of it perfectly. My mother gave me that necklace. Other than memories, it's all I have of her.
Nah, I think I like this better.
His cold gaze cuts to mine as he finally releases me.
You keep the cut.
My heart skips a beat and my teeth grit, regret flooding through me like the Nile. Why did I fuck with him? Why did I think it would be funny? I narrow my eyes in fury. I only did it because he was acting like such a dick. He ruined my room. He's here for all the wrong reasons, and he touched my bike. Who does he think he is, coming into this town and acting like a cowboy? The cowboy that is walking away with my necklace. I watch him strut away, his bare back solid and tattooed, his arms bowed away from his body from the size of his biceps. My hands tangle in my hair as I look for Jose, realizing he is now gone and wondering why he would just leave me alone with a big, sexy, scary biker. Confused on what to do now, I stand there, my emotions and body playing a game of tug-of-war. I want him as badly as I want to hurt him.
Problem, Anahi?
Carlos asks, stepping onto the patio. Nose scrunched, hands balled into fists, I push past him. Nice fucking timing.
Bull. Sitting outside my room, my feet kicked up in the chair next to me, I hold the necklace up. It looks like a lion of some sort. I blow smoke from my nostrils, flicking the charm with my index finger. It's simple, yet cute, I guess. What the fuck is that? Bobby questions, sitting next to me, a beer in his hand. I had a drink earlier because I couldn't stand the shakes any longer. It's the only one I've had, though, and my body has noticed the decrease in alcohol. Just a means to an end, I respond. Taking my sight back to the charm, the mystery behind it boggles my mind. I want to know why this means so much to her. Did a lover give it to her? Did she buy it with the only money she had? That's that chick's, isn't it? Bobby questions, leaning forward to grab it. I move my hand away before his makes contact. This means something to Anahi, and I don't want anything to happen to it. Anahi is mind-boggling, and I can't place why she is here, and why I'm so goddamn drawn to her. She's young and beautiful, that's for sure, but that is exactly why I need to stay away from her. I'm damaged goods, and wouldn't do anything but hurt her in the end. Then again, I haven't ever had my priorities in order. Why start now? She put my cut on. She just chose to be mine even if she didn't realize it. Whether I keep her or not is the question. Movement catches my attention. Glancing over, I find a fuming Anahi leaving her room, her eyes cutting through me like shards of glass. She has on black shorts and a white shirt. There's something on it, but it's so faded I can't tell what it is. Her long legs are tan, and I watch them as she slides into those boots with ease. I've never seen a girl wear those kind of boots before, but she more than does them justice. There's something about that little worker bee that has my head spinning. Like a fucking leaf in a hurricane, my feelings and better judgment at the mercy of the storm. My leather cut stands out on her, and I can't help but smirk. It's huge on her, making her look cute as hell. My nostrils flare with the sudden urge to fuck this girl. The fact that she's much younger than me, an undertone of my sexual desire for her. She flips me off, strutting past. Wow, she's pissed. Bobby laughs. And is that your cut, Prez? If you want to achieve great things, you have to be the asshole from time to time, I explain, ignoring his question about my cut and flicking the charm once more.
Chapter 6. Anahi.
Anahi!
Alvaro calls, and I sigh, not ready for his shit today. He stops, eyeing the leather vest on me, or cut, as Bull called it. The only reason I'm wearing it is because I was afraid if I left it in my room, he'd just go in there and get it. Then he'd have my necklace and his cut, and I would have no bargaining chip.
What is that?
Alvaro points at the leather, his eyes as wide as saucers. It's a long story, I reply, exasperated, not really wanting to dive into it with him.
You messing with that gringo?
Alvaro gets in my face, his hard torso pushing me back. I'm taken aback by the sudden hostility, but I still push back. Gringo. I've always hated that word. It means outsider, and my family was big on not associating with anyone who wasn't Mexican or within the family circle. Alvaro grips my chin, making me look at him. Trying to pull from his grip, his nails dig into my skin. My nostrils flare, tired of being an object to him. I am not one to do bad things and look the other way. Every time I become exactly what my family wants me to be, I feel regret after. Shame and guilt. But here, lately, that ill feeling is becoming a reoccurring thing as I am reaching my limit of being a toy.
Seeing how much you two seem to be enjoying one's company, I want you to find out why he's here.
Alvaro demands, his tone raspy. My eyes snap to his, my heart beating hard. No, I reply dryly as I finally get out of his grip. He chuckles right before he clutches my neck tightly. Blinking slowly, I stall. My fight succumbing to the grace of this fucking snake, knowing I am the prey and he's the predator. You will, he breathes heavily. My eyes widen, my breathing becoming violent. I already know why they're here, and I'm not telling Alvaro. Not unless the devil's dust refuses to help me escape. I need out of here, and if I ever had a chance, it's with them. I know it's risky, and it might kill me trying to escape, but if I don't, my morals will become like my soul, dark and cold, and lost to the Reaper who is standing by, proud, watching a walking ghost. I need to work. I struggle with the words, his grip on my neck still tight. He smirks, finally releasing me from his grip.
I'm sure you will please me, Anahi.
Alvaro compliments, patting the tip of my collarbone like a good little pet. I grimace, my teeth clashing into one another.
Sell the drugs and see me at the end of your shift so I can collect,
he instructs, as if we haven't done this song and dance every night. Pushing past him, I grasp my apron and head into the main bar to start my shift. Tears springing in my eyes, the skin on my neck burning from his grasp. I need to figure out my next move. Do I put my trust in Bull? Or keep doing what I'm doing with Alvaro? It's slow tonight. I usually have lots of people asking me for drugs, but everyone seems to be going to Natalia instead. I purse my lips, watching her place a baggie under a cup of water and slide it over to a buyer. The guy nods and lifts the cup, secretly taking the bag with his hand. Natalia turns, a smirk on her lips as she stuffs the cash in her cleavage. She steps past me, a snarky look on her face. What gives? I glance around the bar, looking to see if there is anyone wanting my attention. There's nobody. Alvaro is going to have my head for this. After an early night, I call it quits. I'm not selling anything, and the bar is dead. I'm heading out, Natalia, I inform, throwing my apron in the sink. She turns, her hands placed behind her. I noticed your new attire. She points at the vest, her thin lips twisted to the side. You fucking him? She tilts her head to the side in question. What business is it of yours? I clip. Placing my hand on the bar counter, I decide to play her sassy game. The idea that I might be making her jealous, making this shitty night better. She laughs mockingly. I'm just surprised someone of their kind would be up to a cartel brat standards. Anger bubbles to the surface. I decide not to even respond. Alvaro obviously has been talking crap about me to her. If she means by standards, I want someone to show me respect, grab my hair in the throes of ecstasy and breathe me in, touching me in every passing because they can't get enough of me, then maybe I am a brat with unrealistic standards. Heading toward my room, I find the Devil's Dust outside Bull's room sitting around talking and drinking beer. You can tell they are loyal to one another, having each other's back if something went down in an instant. Crossing my arms, I look at my feet as I continue to walk. If I fucked up, Alvaro would throw me to the wolves in a heartbeat. All he cares about is impressing Benito. I almost feel sorry for him. He never had much for a father figure, so when Benito praises him, it means the world to him. Steps away from my room, my elbow is grabbed. I jump and turn quickly in surprise.
How did you do tonight?
Alvaro questions. His hair is down, framing his face menacingly. The moon, casting ominous shadows along his face, it brings a sudden chill to my spine. I sigh and eye Bull. He's watching closely. Knowing that oddly brings me comfort. Would he let Alvaro hurt me, or would he step in? The thought has me curious. I didn't sell anything, I reply. Confused myself that I didn't sell one bag. Alvaro flinches at my words.
You're joking.
His voice high in disbelief. I shake my head. I'm not. I feel like a failure for some reason. Why? Why do I care? Is it because this is what my life has become? My daily goal to sell the most drugs? He holds his hand out, and I narrow my brows, unsure of what he wants.
Give me them.
Here? I'm a little shocked he wants me to do this outside with the Devil's feet away.
Fucking give them to me,
he demands, his voice loud, not caring who hears. Digging my hand in my back pocket, I pull out 4 baggies. 4? I fish my hand around, looking for the 5th.
Where's the 5th one?
Alvaro asks. What I'm thinking, his tone sharp and cold. I don't know. It has to be here somewhere, I mumble, looking in the other pocket. I usually keep them in my bra, but wearing my shorts with the zipped pockets, I thought they were safer in there. I stall. My back pocket wasn't even zipped. I look across the distance, remembering Natalia bumping into me so hard I knocked over bottles of beer on the bar top. I was so flustered and embarrassed from the mess I made, I didn't think twice about Natalia bumping into me like she had. She fucking took it. That bitch. Natalia stole it, I explain, my voice cracking with misplaced fear. He curls his lips, angry.
Fucking give me the money or the gram, now!
He spits, his nostrils flaring. My heart skips a beat, terror building in my chest. I've seen what happens when someone comes up short. I'm going to pay for this through blood and pain. I know Natalia and I don't see eye to eye, but why would she do this to me? Alvaro, I don't have it. My voice rises, panic evident in my tone. My head whips to the side, a sudden burn racing across my face from him slapping me. A whimper spills from my mouth.
You expect me to believe that bullshit? 'Cause I know you know better than that.
Alvaro grabs my wrist, his death grip making my fingers instantly turn purple and ache. Pulling my head upright, I lift my chin. Pushing my fear to the back and pulling that darkness, I try to push back forward. I don't have your fucking shit, I spit, my tone of voice surprising me. That voice surely not coming from me. I nod, trying to assure myself this is a good thing. I point at him. I'm done. You got me? He raises a gun, pointing it right at me. I swallow hard, eyeing the end of the barrel. My sudden brazen, fleeing like a little girl who just discovered a monster in her closet. Her sudden courage to open the door and prove to herself that there is no such thing, gone. Alvaro glares at me, his eyes crazed and wild. My chest slowly rises, tears slipping past the rim and dripping onto my flushed cheeks. Do it, I grit, praying he does pull the trigger. He squints his eyes before they widen to saucers.
Lower your gun, now,
Bull demands. His voice makes my knees nearly buckle, my eyes fluttering with unshed tears. Risking taking my eyes off Alvaro, I graciously look over my shoulder. Bull stands tall with a gun gripped in his hand firmly, his men right behind him armed.
This doesn't concern you, gringo,
Alvaro sneers.
A bitch wearing my cut concerns me. Now fucking drop it or I will blow your skull right off your shoulders.
Bull threatens, his head lowered. I've never had someone come to my defense, never stand up for me, yet someone I barely know is here, guns ready to blaze. Just for me. Alvaro chuckles, not backing down, taking me from my fairy tale.
You have it hard for my pet, huh, biker?
Alvaro tilts his head to the side, stepping forward. The cold barrel of his gun pressing into my temple, my body battles if I should cower or fight.
I'm going to tell you how it's going to go, son. You're going to walk away and I'm going to take your girl.
Bull explains, confidently. My head whips in his direction, despite the metal barrel shoved into my skull. There's no questioning Bull's intentions. He did come here for me. Not for what I could possibly do for him.
I knew it,
Alvaro seethes.
Why are you here, really? Anahi, get in my room,
Bull demands, gravely. What? I ask, curious if I heard him right.
Don't you fucking move,
Alvaro threatens me, shoving the barrel of his gun into my head, causing me to wince from the force.
Drop it.
An unfamiliar voice sounds behind Alvaro. I look out of the corner of my eye, and a man stands with long hair, a vest that reads Sin City Outlaws on it. I've seen him around, but haven't spoken to him. Now I know why he was here. Alvaro runs his tongue along his teeth, the look of defeat flaring in his eyes. He reluctantly drops his arm, but not the gun, the look in his eyes conveying I will pay for this embarrassment. The dark look that crosses his face causes a nervous sweat to prickle my spine. What am I doing? The Sin City outlaw guy lowers his gun.
Get the fuck out of here before I kill your ass. Trust me, I'll do it purely out of boredom,
the man threatens. Alvaro looks at me, his cold eyes slicing into me like a sword as he steps past me. He saunters off into the darkness, and that's when the panic really sets in. The realization of what just happened. I wouldn't lie to anyone. The power that Alvaro has over me scares me to a point, but the way I'm feeling right now suggests I am much more terrified of Alvaro than I would ever let on. "What did you do?" I whisper under my breath, clutching my chest, the beat so hard I can't catch my breath.
Easy now,
Bull soothes, cupping my shoulder. I shrug him off and turn toward him. "Do you have any idea what you just did?" I cry out loud, my voice cracking with emotion and my eyes stinging with vulnerability.
Saving your ass?
He looks at me with uncertainty. I shake my head, my world spinning. I shouldn't have let this happen. I can't let this happen. "You just got me killed," I mutter, tangling my hands in my hair in distress. Alvaro will grab me the first chance he gets, torturing me for his embarrassment, keeping me within an inch of death until I'm praying I just die, but he won't let me slip into something so blissful. He'll let me hang on by a thread until finally letting up and allowing me to heal and come back to this fucking hell.
Anahi.
The word echoes in my head, everything around me beginning to spin. Even if I manage to escape Alvaro, my Uncle Benito will have my fucking head for not only coming up short on his drugs, but because I'm a liability now. My face tingles, my lungs screaming for air. I gasp, but nothing is happening. I'm drowning in my own terror and can't catch my breath. Before I can speak another word, darkness paints my vision and I drop to my knees.
"Fuck!"
echoes the familiar voice of Bull. Hands slip underneath my body, lifting me, the smell of leather and cigarettes faintly registering as I fight my way to stay awake.
"Stay with me, little bee,"
swirls in my head like a bad melody. "Bull, take me away," I mumble, before I just give in and finally give up.
Bull. Sitting in the threadbare chair in the corner of the room, I stare at the lifeless Mexican girl on my bed. She said, "Take me away." I steeple my hands under my chin, watching her. She was nearly unconscious by then, but those were the words she spoke. She does need help, it's clear to see. Her hard front purely to protect herself and not the cartel. She moans, the sound going straight to my dick. Not being able to help myself any longer, I brush the hair from her face, needing to touch her. Fuck, she's beautiful. If anyone can protect her, it's me. If she's going to be with any man, that man is going to be me. She doesn't have any say-so as far as I'm concerned. That went out the window when she placed herself in my club's colors. "What now, Prez?" Bobby asks, interrupting my thoughts. I almost forgot he was in here. "That fuck is going to show back up, and any chance of buying drugs are gone now." Kane starts in next. I forgot he was in here too. I'm too consumed by this girl, her broken world, and what I can do to make it better than to worry about drugs. Felix and the Sin City Outlaws can kiss my ass. Felix hasn't been doing anything but flirting with every female that has come through here anyway. We take the girl and leave in the morning, I inform. She may not be here on her own free will, but she's still here and she has information we need. So I will take her with me and get what information I need back home, where I can keep her safe. Felix will be pissed if we back out of the deal, Bobby informs. I sigh, knowing he's right. I don't need a war right now. I need us to keep the peace like we've been doing. And we need them as allies if shit ever hits the fan, and me taking Anahi back home will stir some shit. Find the drugs, then, I order, not caring to be a gentleman and pay like I normally would. I'm taking their shit and their girl, just like I said I would when I showed up here.
Chapter 7. Anahi. Waking up, I blink a few times, trying to get the room to come into focus. It looks unfamiliar, yet similar. Sitting up, I notice I'm not in my room. Holding my head, I glance around, finding leather boots in the corner, an ashtray on the nightstand, an empty whiskey bottle on the table, and a duffel bag with clothes spilling out in a chair. That's when everything from last night strings together and my heart starts to pick up its rhythm in panic. I rub my forehead with the heel of my palm, thinking about what Alvaro might be doing right now. Standing outside the room waiting for me? Riding back to Mexico to get more men for backup? The sound of someone retching from the bathroom grabs my attention from my dire future. Furrowing my brows, I swing my feet off the mattress and slowly tiptoe toward the bathroom, the sound becoming louder and louder until the sound of a glass shatters on the floor. Grasping the frame of the bathroom door, I peek around it, finding Bull sitting on the floor, his back leaning up against the tub. He's wearing black jersey shorts and no shirt, his hard chest rising and falling rapidly as if he's out of breath. He looks like he's right on death's doorstep. His face is pale and sweaty, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Striding into the bathroom, I squat in front of him. His eyes are glossy and bloodshot, not focusing on anything. Bull! I snap my fingers, and he tries to lift his head, but it just falls to his chest. You'd think he was drunk, but I don't smell alcohol on him. I cup his face, trying to get him to look at me. Did you take something? I question, trying to figure out if he's high, drunk, or maybe even going through withdrawals from something. He mumbles a string of words, not making any sense. His skin is clammy beneath my palms, yet he's trembling. It reminds me of someone who is detoxing from drinking. Working in the bar, we see it all the time. They call it the DTs. Delirium tremens, to be exact. Sitting up, I grasp a starched white towel and run some cold water on it. I twist it, letting the excess water drain out, and then sit back down in front of Bull. Slowly, I dab his face, his scruffy cheeks and neck. Being this close and having him practically lethargic, I can really see him. He's quite handsome. His dark stubble holds little specks of gray here and there. His nose holds a slight crook to it. I bite my lip, wanting to touch him. I look at his eyes, finding them shut, so I take the opportunity. Timidly, I run the pad of my finger down it, curious if he got it in a bar fight or maybe defending the honor of a girlfriend. Bull raises his hand in one swift move, grabbing my right hand by the wrist. My eyes cut to his, my heart skipping a beat. I find dull, green eyes looking right back at me. His touch resonating directly in between my thighs, my body and mind greedy for more. My breath catches in my throat, nervous I was caught touching him intimately and without his permission. The way he looks at me, it's as if a thick fog I never knew was there is lifted and I'm finally seeing for the first time in a long time. The intensity of his stare has trapped me since the day I first laid eyes on him. He's a disarray of handsome chaos, and you can see it all in his emerald eyes. I clear my throat, trying to pull from his grip, which is surprisingly strong for a man that looks like death. I woke up in here and heard you, I explain. Are you okay? His other hand slides up my right leg slowly, and my nipples harden, my flimsy top doing nothing to hide them.
I'm fine,
he states, his voice hoarse. He goes to stand, his grip now on my thigh. Taking me up with him, he sets me on my feet. Tension arises in the tiny bathroom. I turn and fold the rag on the bathroom sink. I don't know what to say about last night. I don't know if I should leave, stay in here, or what. He sits on the toilet, his head hanging and resting in his hands. Turning, I place my hands behind me on the rim of the sink. He looks like shit. He's clearly in withdrawal from alcohol. When was your last drink? I come out and say. He jerks his head up in reaction, and I know my diagnosis is accurate.
Just because I saved your ass last night doesn't mean we're going to sit around and tell each other our life story.
He smarts, making me roll my eyes. I see he has his asshole personality even on death's doorstep. Having enough of men swinging their dicks around, I push myself up off the sink. Fine with me, I mutter, walking out of the bathroom. I'm not sure where I'm going to go or what I'm going to do, though. I know I can't just return to my room. Alvaro will be waiting for me. Halfway to the door, I hear him stumble out of the bathroom.
Wait,
he rasps. I stop, but I don't turn around.
After last night, you can't just walk out of here and return back to your normal day-to-day, Anahi. It's not safe.
I scoff and turn. I thought we weren't telling each other our backstories. He shakes his head, sitting on the mattress, his eyes pinched shut, causing little wrinkles to form on his forehead.
I haven't had a drink in a day or so. I don't know, it feels like weeks ago. I'm trying to quit, but the way I'm fucking feeling, I'm about to give up,
he admits, his voice holding some vulnerability to it. Now I feel like a bitch. Stepping up to the bed, I rest my knee into the mattress, not sure what to say. He lifts his chin. Those green eyes fall on me with a transfixed gaze. He needs help to get sober, but is too proud to verbally ask. I want to be the one to help him. I owe him that much for coming to my defense last night. He licks his bottom lip as he stares at me, and my eyes fall to his mouth. His lips aren't too big or too small. They're perfect, and I want to kiss them so badly, to feel them against mine. Let me help you, I whisper, touching his bottom lip with my index finger.
I'm fine,
he replies. Taking my hand from his mouth, I raise a brow. Is that why they call you Bull? Because you're always talking bullshit? I banter.
I'm going to be sick,
he burps, breaking the intense stare. Jumping into action, I grab the nearest trash can and run to his side just in time. His hair falls in his face, and I purse my lips in thought. Do I hold his hair? I mean, I would want someone to hold mine. Lifting my hand, I hesitate, nervous if locking my fingers into his tresses would make him become defensive. Before I can grab onto those black locks, he lifts his head.
False alarm,
he mutters, falling on his side onto the mattress. Have you had any liquids at all today? I question, nervous he might be dehydrated. He shakes his head, his eyes closed. I can go get some water and stuff to help. Turning toward the door, Bull stands, wavering on his feet.
Bobby,
he hollers toward the door. And just like that, the door opens and the blonde guy appears. He must have been standing guard or something. Knowing that, Makes me feel a little more at ease that Alvaro isn't just going to walk in here and put a bullet in my head.
"Sup, Prez?"
Bobby asks. He's wearing a white shirt and dark jeans, his black cut fitting him snugly and the patch telling me he's the road captain. What is that?
"Follow her," Bull demands. "Anahi, make sure you wear my colors."
Bull points to the black leather vest strewn across the chair. I notice then I'm not wearing them. He must have taken it off me when I was out. I frown, looking the thing over, curious why he wants me to wear it outside. Why? I shrug. Bull lifts a brow.
"You had no problem wearing it the other day. Now stop mouthing me and put the fucker on, little bee."
He clips, lying back down. I glare at him, calling me a bee. I know what it stands for. I'm a worker bee to Alvaro's beehive. Growling in my throat, I turn, grab his colors, as he puts it, and slam the door shut. I mean, I want to argue, but if I do, I'm then at the mercy of Alvaro and the cartel. If I have to pick my prison, my owner, I make a vow to the man in leather who rides a Harley. Walking over to the restaurant, I find the area to be strangely quiet. Tumbleweeds dance across the way, with hawks squawking above, the only sound.
"Bull looks like shit today. What is up?"
Bobby asks, walking beside me. Aside from his tattoos, you wouldn't guess he was in a dangerous motorcycle club. He looks like a model of some kind. I think he's trying to kick drinking. Bobby grabs my shoulder, stopping me.
"No shit. Are you sure?"
Bobby's face looks sympathetic and caring. I shrug. Yeah, he said it himself. Bobby runs a tattooed hand through his hair.
"Man, that's great fucking news. Of course it has to be right in the middle of this shit, though."
He pauses, looking me over.
"It must be because of you."
He says it like he's unsure, and I freeze where I stand. Me? I point to myself.
"I see the way he looks at you, and if you haven't, then you don't deserve the lengths he's going for you."
He so boldly puts it. I look away, not sure what to make of his reaction. Noticing my unease, Bobby chuckles.
"Anyway, it's just been a hell of a few years is all. To know that the man I look to as a father is getting back to what he does best, well, it's the best damn news I've heard in a long time."
Bobby gives a laid-back shrug, a cute smile tugging at his lips that makes me smile with him. I continue toward the restaurant. Yeah, well, if we don't get some liquids in him, he's going to get a lot worse. Dehydration will take you out quicker than you know in these parts. Now that we're talking, questions over the colors or vest, whatever it is, arise. What's with the leather vests? I ask, pointing to his. I thought it was just something they wore, but Bull was very adamant I wore his when leaving. Do they stand for something?
"It is an honor to wear one. Our club has respect from all over. You wearing one will keep you safer than you know," he explains. "If someone disrespects you wearing that, then they will have hell to pay."
I furrow my brows. What does road captain mean? He looks down at his patch.
"It means I'm the one that helps the boys get to where they're going. I navigate and shit."
I laugh at his terminology. Stepping inside the restaurant, the smell of grease and coffee greet us. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten today. Jose lights up when he sees me and bustles around the corner in a hurry. Then his eyes fall on Bobby and flares with lust. "Hey, baby girl," he beams in a cheerful demeanor, his eyes flickering between Bobby and myself. "Hey, Jose," I respond and give him a hug.
I heard some serious stuff went down last night. I was worried sick when I went to your room and you weren't there," he states, his voice thick with emotion as he clutches his chest dramatically. Lowering my head, I take a deep breath, glancing at Bobby. "Yeah, some stuff did happen. The devil's dust is looking out for me, though," I explain, which I find kind of strange now that I say it out loud. Why are they looking out for me? I shake my head, not wanting to overthink it. If they're a safe haven out of here, I'm fine with whatever his motives are. "Is there any way I can get some bottles of water? Maybe some chicken noodle soup and bread to go?" I ask, softly, hoping I have enough tip money to pay for it all. Jose's arms stretch out and grasp my upper arms. "You all right? You sick?" He sounds so much like a parent, it's hard for me not to roll my eyes. I shake my head and smirk. "No, I'm not sick. It's not for me, it's for Bull." Jose looks at me with a quizzical eye. "Their president." I jut my head toward Bobby, who is looking over the billboard of missing persons located by the door. "You know, the one you were so into the other day until you ran like a little bitch when things got heated? You are so much tougher than me, and you know it." He purses his lips, and I can't help but laugh. I swear he's more female than I. "So? Is he sick? How is he going to protect you if he's sick?" Jose questions, his voice high in skepticism. "He's just a little dehydrated," I continue, not giving all the details. "Last thing I need is Alvaro getting wind that Bull is down. Not that I think Jose will tell him that info, but if Alvaro is watching me, he might come over here and give Jose a hard time. I don't want to put him in a tough spot." Jose twists his lips, not fully convinced. "All right, I'll go get it," he replies, turning on his heel. That's just like him, though. He's always one to help someone. One time, a lady and kid came in here and didn't have enough money to buy themselves 2 burgers, so they would have to split one. Jose and I put our tips together and bought them 2 meals. Him and I ended up splitting dinner that night because we didn't have enough, but it was worth it. The feeling of doing a good deed is a limited high that everyone should experience more than they probably do. I'd like to think I'm helping Bull because I'm a good person, and not because I'm praying he's my ride out of here. After retrieving the goods, which Jose said was on the house after he winked at Bobby, I was escorted back to Bull's room. Alvaro is nowhere in sight. It both frightens me and makes me feel at ease. He's not here to retaliate, but there's always the quiet before the storm, and it's fucking silent. Going into the room, I find Bull's asleep on the bed, sprawled out on his back. Sleep is probably the best for him right now. He's going through the worst of the withdrawal right now, so sleep will definitely help him get through it faster. I remember when that balloon burst in my stomach and I had withdrawals. With the quantity of drugs in my system, my body had to come down from the high at some point, and when it did, it was terrible. I went nuts, and I didn't know who I was anymore. All I wanted was more. It felt good not to feel anything, to get lost out of the reality of my situation. Alvaro offered me more drugs to shut me up and get me to work, but I refused. Even though my body craved it, my mind told me I didn't need it. So I toughed it out. I set the food and water on the table and turned the TV on. A horror movie is on. A talking doll with a knife. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen, yet I can't look away. Hours go by, and I've watched 3 of them back to back, and can't believe Americans watch this stuff. Then again, I'm completely intrigued by such creativity. Curled up in my seat, my arms wrapped around my legs, I cringe every time the doll strikes. Bull groans, making me squeal in terror.
Grabbing the remote, I turn the TV down and look over at him. He's tossing and groaning in his sleep like he's in pain. Standing, I scratch the back of my head, not sure what to do. Do I wake him? Get Bobby? Glancing at the TV, there's a close-up of the doll laughing with a bloody knife. Jesus, that thing is psycho. I swallow and slide onto the bed a little more than scared. Why did I watch this shit? My knees press into the mattress as I poke at Bull's sweaty bicep. It's like touching rock. It's so hard and firm. He must work out or do enough criminal activity. It keeps him in shape. Bull, I whisper. His eyes flutter open, half asleep, his body shivering. I open my mouth to speak, and before I can, his large arm swoops out and pulls me into him. My face goes blank, and my heart falls into my stomach. My body is tucked into his tightly, his arms draped around me heavily. His body is hot and sweaty, the smell of him assaulting the idea of resisting his not-so-subtle request at cuddling. I push at his arms that are crisscrossed in front of me, but he doesn't budge.
Just lay with me, little bee.
He pleads into the back of my head, his breath heavy and hot against my scalp. Something hard and firm presses into my lower back, and my breathing goes ragged, knowing exactly what it is. I stop and inhale a large breath. Everything that is Bull filling my lungs. The feel of him behind me feels so good, I don't argue with lying with him. I didn't realize how bad I was starving for a man's touch until Bull wrapped his arms around me, his hard-on pressing into the back of me. I want to be that woman that has enough respect and self-control to be able to lie here and nothing else. But if Bull makes a move, I don't think I will be able to resist. Chapter 8. Anahi. Strong hands slide up my frame, startling me awake. The TV showing nothing but static and painting the room in shadows. My head falls back as dexterous palms slide up my shirt and grab my breasts like they're a lifeline, pulling my body closer. Hard warmth presses against my back, inviting me. Bull groans in the crook of my neck, and my mouth parts with a lustful moan. His lips skim along the sensitive skin of my neck, his breath hot and sticky. My body awakes instantly, my wetness aching and needing more, the infatuation growing from a bud into something full-grown and out of control. Bull cups my collarbone possessively with one hand, the other trailing downwards, the movement agonizingly slow. When fingers dip below my panty line, my legs part involuntarily, inviting him in. But he doesn't go any further. In fact, he retracts his hand, and my skin instantly cools with disappointment. He shifts in one quick movement and hovers above me, his dark hair falling in his face, a wolfish grin in place. He looks to be in a better state already. He's not pale and clammy-looking anymore. His eyes aren't faded, but bright and shining with passion, and looking right at me with sinful intentions. My belly fills with butterflies as he dips his hips in between my legs, his excitement pressing against my shorts eagerly. My head lolls back, falling onto the pillow. The contact fueling my body with an electric current like I've never felt before. You can't deny the attraction between Bull and I. I've had sex before with Alvaro, but I felt nothing like this before. The way my body feels like it's flying and falling at the same time, I don't know whether to be excited or scared to death. My heart is beating so fast I can barely breathe. My panties are so wet they're sticking to me uncomfortably. Lowering his head, his lips brush against my own, his eyes never leaving mine. They speak 1,000 words, telling me the kind of man Bull is without saying anything. Dangerous, controlling, powerful. I don't trust anyone, and I shouldn't trust him. Yet I can't find the strength to push him away. I want him. God, do I want him. But I'm scared that Bull is going to unintentionally give me a piece of fairy tale I've been chasing my whole life when it means nothing to him. A romance ripped from the pages of a book that every woman hopes for, to be rescued and loved like she's the only girl in the world. Lifting my head, I press my lips to his, the feel of hard mouth against mine warm and starving. They are everything I imagined them to be, fitting mine like a missing puzzle piece found its place in a canvas of color. My body coming alive in places I never knew were possible by a simple kiss. It's then that I know I'd rather have this one night than to have never had it at all. He sucks in a breath through his nostrils, his eyes clenched shut as he takes me in. I want to close my eyes and get lost in the moment, but I can't. I'm afraid if I do, when I open them, this will all be a dream. His tongue slips in between my lips, tasting me and taking me without hesitation. My body sways toward him, wanting him to kiss me harder. His skillful mouth making me forget everything bad that has ever happened to me, kissing it all better. He grips my right tit, grinding against me just right. A whimper spills from my mouth as my body goes languid in his hold, the feel of pleasure pulsing between my legs as he gyrates against me. I can't help the swirl of my hips against his, needing more than he's giving.
How old are you?
He growls against my lips. I shift underneath him, pulling my face away from his. Why? I whisper, curious why it matters. Age doesn't define anything.
Because I need to make sure I'm not about to fuck a kid,
he answers with more energy than I pegged him for. I'm 21, I reply nervously. Now that he knows how young I am, will he push me away? He doesn't budge, his green eyes looking right at me but not giving anything away. How old are you? I ask, tilting my head to the side.
Old enough,
he growls against my lips, taking my mouth eagerly. He slides his hand in between us, pushing down and pulling my wet lips apart. I freeze, my eyes finding his. Fear makes my pulse drum in my ears, lust fueling my desire for this man. Holding his gaze, he dips the pad of his finger in my wetness, and my mouth hangs open, a state of euphoria taking over my face. Leisurely, he slips it inside of me, his finger seeming a lot bigger as it fills me, stretching me. He crooks his finger, and my body loses its strength, causing me to fall onto the mattress in a bundle of nerves and tingles. He swipes his finger once more, and my toes curl, a moan flowing out of me like I've never heard. He hangs his head as if he's battling with himself and pulls his hand away from my heat. What? What is it? I ask, out of breath.
You. That's what it is, he replies, lifting his head. I left my world to escape what I was living with every day, looking for something to make me forget what I once lost, he replies, his voice thick with arousal. You're going to kill me without having to put a gun to my head, baby. He pats my sensitive pussy. Especially if this gets any sweeter. He grips the side of my shorts and panties, pulling them down as one. My cheeks blush, nervous, what a man like Bull would expect of a woman down below. Pubic hair? A runway strip? Or smooth? He runs his fingers over the short pubes that trail down to my wetness, his face seeming satisfied. That feeling like I can't breathe, it becomes suffocating.
I want to help Bull untie his shorts, but I'm glued to my spot. Why am I so scared? Maybe because I know nothing about Bull, but am so attracted to him that rejection is something I don't think I can handle. Maybe it's because I know he's experienced, and I'm not. I sit up on shaky hands and help him tug down his shorts, not wanting to be a bad lay, wanting to enjoy this as much as I can, because if Alvaro comes after me and succeeds, I may never be with anyone again. This is my chance to just live in the moment. On his knees, he looks down at me, his hand sliding down my hair as if he's petting me. Admiration heavy in his eyes as my hand slips down over his firm butt cheeks. Looking up, I can't take my eyes from his, my brown eyes hooked to his like our souls are speaking silently to each other. When his dick escapes his pants, I feel it bob against my hand. Sucking in a tight breath, I risk a glance at it. My eyes widen, my mouth opening in disbelief. He's much bigger than Alvaro. He's thick, and at least 8 inches. My legs squeeze together in terror. That won't fit. There's no way. He pets me again, bringing my eyes to his. Leaning down, he grasps my shirt and pulls it up over my head, my breasts falling free. They're not big. In fact, I'm barely a handful in my own hands. He dips his head, sucking a dark nipple into his mouth, taking me by surprise. His hot, warm mouth suckles on the bud to the point those little tingles once before ignite in between my legs. My head falls back, my fingers locking into his hair. Jesus Christ, I want more. I can't take this torture anymore. We fall onto the mattress, his length pressing against my opening. As soon as he pulls his mouth from my tit, my heart begins to pitter-patter with unease. When I've been with Alvaro, it was quick and nothing like this. Alvaro hurt me, and he was both my boyfriend and family. I've closed myself off to everyone since then. Until now. Bull, my voice breathy.
Yeah.
The last time I let someone close to me, it didn't go well. He pecks a kiss on my erect nipple that was in his mouth seconds before.
Anahi, Alvaro is a boy pretending to be a man, and I'm about to show you the difference between pretending and actually being.
He states, matter of fact, his tone smug. I smirk. You're so arrogant. He lifts his chin, his eyes finding mine.
Only one way to find out, darling,
he states, wolfishly.
I'm going to fuck you to the point you'll have to take your time sitting down afterwards, baby.
With that, the head of his length presses into me. My back arches off the bed, an audible gasp leaving my lips. Bull pushes in another couple inches, filling me to the point I swear I can't take anymore. The sensation of burning and bliss battling with one another. I can't help but fidget beneath him. I don't know whether to cry or moan. He slips in more, filling me to the brink, and a cry rips up my throat. Bull presses his lips against mine, silencing my pain. Fucking me like he hates me, but kissing me like he cares. His hands cup my face as his mouth makes love to me. Well, I've never made love before, and I'm not sure what the difference is between fucking, having sex, or making love, but this, it all feels so personal. I can't help the way my heart is ripping open and bleeding for this biker. I needed this. A man's touch. A moment to forget what my future heeds for me. 2 lost souls grabbing on to the closest escape. He pumps into me, my body slowly adjusting to his size, the pain slowly receding as pleasure begins to fuel my body, causing my toes to curl beneath my feet. a wave of bliss and satisfaction riding through my limbs like a rush of sexual desire. His hands skim up and down my frame, tucking under my thigh and pulling me onto him more. His head falls back, his strong throat bobbing as he groans. The sound of heavy breaths, skin against skin, and light moans, a melody I want to program to memory. Bull rotates his hips, hitting me just right. My eyes rolling in the back of my head. Warmth fills my abdomen, sparks firing in my toes and up my legs, detonating in between my thighs. See, I cry out in hysteria, a sweet longing, mind lost to the wind. The word yes, not enough to describe the way I'm feeling. Bull groans loudly, sounding like a beast of a man as he pistons his hips. I can see him battling with himself to pull out, but doesn't have the self-control to do it. It's sexy, seeing him so undone, and it feels so good I can't bring myself to be the bigger person to pull away either. Warm cum dribbles inside of me before he finally pulls out. He sits up, stroking his cock in front of me while the remaining cum spits out of the head and right onto my pubic hair, decorating it in sin and satisfaction. I lay there, trying to catch my breath, sad it's over and wanting more. My body feeling used and on cloud fucking 9. Bull climbs off the bed, the mattress shifting as he makes his way to the bathroom. His movements aren't labored like he was hours before, but precise and strong. Hopefully, he's through the worst of his withdrawal. He strides back into the room, a cloth in hand. I lift myself up on my elbows, curious what he's doing when he starts wiping up the mess on me. I blush, slightly humiliated. I laugh nervously, trying to grab at the cloth. He pulls it away, not entertaining the idea of me cleaning myself up.
Anahi,
Bull asks, his voice heavy. I lift a brow, unable to read his tone. Yeah?
You put my leather cut on you by choice,
He says as a question, his eyes not meeting mine. Yeah? I reply, softly, not sure where this is going. His eyes cut to mine, looking a shade darker.
You wore my patch by choice, but you being mine from now on isn't a choice.
His words come out with a promise, causing me to swallow hard. He told me when I put it on, I had no idea what I just did. He must have meant I was his from then on. Pulling the sheet with me, I sit up, pondering if I want to be Bull's or not.
Anahi, tell me why you're here,
Bull asks, softly. Why do you want to know? I ask the floor.
Because women like you don't show up in places like this.
I glance his way, my lips parting with dread at having to tell him my shit backstory. My family is based out of Mexico. When my father died in America, my uncle took in Alvaro and me. We were imprisoned to a room for years, mainly me, until Uncle Benito decided my skills were better suited in running drugs. I look over my shoulder at him. I was the mule that brought the drugs from Mexico to America. I point to the scar running up my stomach.
I saw that.
He lowers his chin, an unreadable look on his face. A balloon burst inside of me. I almost died, but that wasn't enough. I was deemed to pay it back. I lift my head, the memory of when it all happened playing like a bad movie. He rubs his chin, glancing back at the scar marring my stomach.
Is Benito the one in charge?
I bite my bottom lip, knowing telling him could get me killed, but I passed that bridge long ago, so I nod. He shakes his head, exhaling a long breath.
The name doesn't ring a bell,
he states, but he almost looks disappointed.
Do you love him, Alvaro?
Bull switches subjects, his tone raspy. My hair falling in my eyes, I glance at him. I used to think I did, but I hate him more than anything, I answer honestly, running my tongue along my bottom lip. Bull sits up and runs a thumb along my bottom lip, his bright eyes looking right at me.
He won't hurt you again, Anahi.
His voice is so sure and strong. I envy his strength. I cherish this moment for what it is, because this facade of a freedom is only temporary. You don't escape the cartel. Nobody does.
Bull. My hands cup Anahi's shoulders, her creamy soft skin beneath my palms making my dick jump at the connection. I feel better than earlier, but not completely. Kicking the booze isn't a fucking picnic, and I'll never underestimate someone's addiction again. Without Anahi, I don't think I would have pushed through it the way I did. But after my bare dick was deep inside of her, I'm afraid I'm swapping one addiction for another. I knew the risk of coming inside of her. The thought crossed my mind. But there's no way I wasn't feeling her warm wetness along my cock. If she gets pregnant, it wouldn't be the worst thing to happen in my life. Call me crazy, but I'm not letting this one get away. I'll bind her to me in any way I see fit. She will be mine. She'll be my old lady and wear my club's colors, because like I told her earlier, she has no choice anymore in being mine. She claimed herself. She gave herself to me, and I am taking her fully before either of us have enough sense to pull our heads out of our asses and back in the fucking dark reality we live in. She looks up at me with soft eyes, her fingers touching the dip in her collarbone as if it's a habit. I have something for you, I whisper. She looks at me with a quizzical stare as I step off the bed and head toward my jeans on the floor. Shoving my hand in the pocket, the purple panties I took from her room fall to the floor. My eyes slide over to her. Not that. I'm keeping those. I wink. Her cheeks blush and her cute lips purse. I knew you kicked in my door. She raises a brow. I don't deny it. I've been caught. My fingers touch the cold metal, and I pull it free from my pocket. Turning toward her, her eyes widen and her breath catches in her throat. This necklace really does mean something to her. I climb behind her and place it around her neck as she holds her hair up, the lion charm falling right into place on her neck. Why does this mean so much to you? I ask. She stands, the sheet wrapped around her naked frame tightly reminding me of a Greek goddess. I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it by the way her jaw just clenched and her shoulders become tense. It was my mother's, she answers, avoiding eye contact. Placing my hands on my hips, I nod, not wanting to push her. I brought some soup and bread over from the diner, but it's probably cold now, she informs, changing the subject. Tilting my head to the side, I eye her. She's filled with so many secrets. It both pisses me off and makes me want her more. A woman who doesn't let it all hang out and tells me all of her secrets will always have my attention. Most women don't realize that men don't want your whole life story up front. We like the challenge and mystery. I need more than what meets the eye. I'll give you some money to get something fresh, I offer. She looks up at me with doe eyes, and I can't help but run my hand through her hair in passing. The protective and controlling parts of me going to war in my head. I want to caress her bottom lip before taking her mouth with my own, yet I want to order her to suck my cock all at the same time. Pulling my jeans on, I pull a 20 out once they're up and hand it to her. I don't think my stomach can handle food right now, but she needs to eat something. She eyes the money awkwardly, causing me to lift a brow in reaction. Grabbing my shorts, I ask, "What's wrong?" "I don't need your money," she proclaims firmly. I smirk, admiring her pride but not her smart mouth. Maybe I should just go with sticking my cock into her mouth after all. I'm hungry and you're hungry. It's food. Don't look into it too much. Opening the door, Kane is sitting in a chair, half asleep. I kick his boot, making him jump to attention. Him being asleep when ordered to keep guard does not sit well with me. For someone who wants to be patched in, he sure is slacking. Hey, she's going to the diner for some food. Escort her, I demand, more than ask. Kane rubs his hands along his face and groans. Felix is looking for you. He lets me know, sleepiness still in his voice. What for? Wants to know if we got the drugs. Did you? Kane shakes his head. Not yet. Bobby wanted to wait until... He pauses, looking at me with a sudden unease. Until you were better. I don't respond. Getting sober wasn't easy, and the temptation to drink is still heavy on my tongue. This road is just beginning, and is going to be a long one. But it's better today than it was yesterday. I just gotta take it one day at a time is all. I can do this. I don't need rehab or AA meetings. Looking over my shoulder, I find Anahi getting dressed in the clothes she was wearing yesterday. Glancing back at Kane, I catch him looking at her. Jealousy rages through me, and I slam the door shut. His eyes snap to mine before he clears his throat, looking anywhere but at me. I head into a room to find her a change of clean clothes. Stepping inside, the smell of bleach burns my nostrils. The dresser and closet empty of clothes and thrown into a pile on the bed, drenched in bleach. Shit, I mutter under my breath, rubbing my chin. Seems like a bitch move, like a female would do this. Then again, Alvaro is kind of a bitch. I think we've worn our welcome out. We need to get while the getting is good, brother, Kane suggests, his tone more awake than before. A blood-curdling scream sounds and my body feels like someone dumped a bucket of ice over it. Racing out of Anahi's room, I find her being dragged across the walkway by Alvaro. My eyes widen, my heart beating in my chest wildly. I reach for my gun only to come up empty-handed. Shit, I left it in the room. Fuck. I growl as I watch Alvaro pull her by her hair and any limb he can get a hold of as she fights to get away. I could go after my gun, but that would take longer than we have. I can't let another woman I care about be taken from me. Not again. I may not love Anahi, but I could, and I'm not about to let that decision be made for me. Running after her, I notice a black SUV waiting for them. Headlights on with little specks of dust floating around in the beams. Two guys stand in front of the vehicle strapped with shotguns, but that doesn't stop me from getting closer. Call me crazy, but you need a little bit of insanity to get shit done sometimes. Don't you fucking move, Alvaro seethes, whipping around and pointing a gun right in my face. I stop, but only because I have to. He has Anahi pulled close, an arm thrown over her shoulder and cupping her neck, the gun he was just pointing at me now at her temple. Her fingers clawed his hand. Her eyes squint as she winces from his tight grip. Alvaro chuckles, nuzzling his nose against Anahi's cheek like a man obsessed. I see you've grown quite fond of my little sister. I flinch at the news that they're family. But your time together is now over. His dark eyes flick to mine, fogged with a crazed look. Stepsister, Anahi croaks. Just let her go, I demand. Anahi struggles in his hold and my heart beats in panic that Alvaro will kill her just to keep her from being with someone else. Footsteps sound behind me, and I know my boys have finally arrived to have my back. The feeling is sublime. Do what he says, Bobby demands, his arms outstretched and pointing a .45. I'll kill her before I let her go. Alvaro's voice wavers on his stereo, voicing what I feared. He shoves his nose in her hair, breathing her in, and his forehead suddenly wrinkles with unease. You fucking smell like him, he grits, annoyed. Tears slip down Anahi's face. She is truly terrified of this man, and I can see why. He's off his goddamn rocker. I let work get in between us, I know that, baby. But you've been mine since we were kids, and you know that, Anahi, he tells her, his nose brushing up and down her cheek. She cries, trying to pull from his grip. It's killing me to watch a strong, beautiful woman fall apart. You're coming with me, and we're going to leave and start somewhere fresh, he says apologetically. Tell him, Anahi. Tell him you're mine and you love me. My brows furrow, curious what she'll say. She obviously doesn't love him. She's scared of him. Her glossy eyes find mine, so much emotional torment behind those whiskey-colored eyes. The same turmoil I witnessed for years in another woman's eyes. She turns her head, a tear slipping down her cheek. Anahi's face goes stoic, and that's when I know she's given up. She told me herself she's tired. I didn't know of what exactly then, but I do now. She is tired of fighting for a life she fears. She's going to do something that puts herself at risk before she'll ever go with him. She balls her fists up, bares her teeth, and thrashes her head back, smashing the back of her head into Alvaro's nose. He cusses, letting go of her to grab his bleeding nose. Before I can reach for Bobby's gun, Anahi hikes her foot up and drop-kicks Alvaro right in the chest, his gun clattering to the hard ground as his body flings against the grill of the truck. The sound of rifles loading makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Anahi! I roar, my body frozen in fear. Shots fire out from his boys and she falls to the ground, blood splattering the desert floor. I drop to my knees, skittering along the sand to get to her. She stands up on her knees, blood pouring down her arm as she points a gun at Alvaro, who has a stunned expression on his face. I'll die before I'll ever go with you, she seethes and pulls the trigger. Her body jolting backwards from the recoil. Alvaro's face goes blank, shots continuing to fire around us as my men and Alvaro's boys have it out. I scoop up Anahi's body, jogging between Bobby, Kane, and Felix, who are protecting us. I head to Kane's truck and fling open the back door, placing her inside. We're getting out of here, and we're doing it now. Not asking for permission, I rip her shirt open, looking for the source of blood dripping down her arm. Where were you shot? I mumble, trailing the warm blood. She hisses, pulling the shirt over her shoulder, a nasty graze slicing into her silky skin. You were just grazed. You're going to be okay, I inform her, her face on the edge of panic and scared. Move over, a voice sounds behind me. Glaring over my shoulder, Simone looks at me with a concerned face. I went to college for medical, I can help, she informs, her face sympathetic. My eyes fall to her left hand that holds a bat with screws in it. What were you planning on doing with that? I lift a brow, amazed by the creativity. Kane won't let me have a gun, so I had to come up with something, she shrugs. She hands it to me and lifts her brows in waiting. Palming the bat, I step away from Anahi, and this time it's me who is waiting. Glancing upward, I find my boys striding toward us, their shadows of the night ominous and unforgiving as they leave behind 3 lifeless bodies on the ground, the smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. We need to get going. Someone might call the gunfire in, Bobby states. What about the drugs? My president ain't going to be too happy if I return empty-handed, Felix informs, crossing his arms. I flick my eyes toward Anahi in question. Simone wraps up the grazed arm as Anahi rests her head back on the headrest, her eyes closing. His room is on the other side of the motel, room 121. In his bathroom, under the sink, there's a hole, she whispers, telling us almost too much betrayal for her to handle. Lights dance across us, grabbing our attention. The black SUV runs over the dead bodies and drives off like a bat out of hell, dust and sand paving its trail. Fuck, that can't be good, Bobby whispers, running his hands through his hair before running toward the bodies. Was there someone else in the truck they missed? Fuck, he yells, throwing his hands outward in anger. What? I narrow my brows, waiting for him to tell me who the fuck just drove off in the SUV. He lifts his chin, worry lines filling his forehead. Alvaro is missing, he informs grimly. God damn it, Bobby. Didn't you check to see if he was dead? I step away from Anahi and Simone, my face turning red from the rookie mistake one of my best men just fucking made. He had a gunshot to the chest and wasn't moving. Kane informs like it was a no-brainer, but the motherfucker is very much alive and now on the loose.
He's not going to just let me go. He'll come for me again and he'll bring help,
Anahi states, a tear slipping down her cheek. Leaning into the cab of the truck, I thumb it away and take her chin in my hand. He isn't touching you as long as I'm around. You hear me? Never again. I tilt my head to the side, my voice serious. Let's get the drugs sorted out, then get on the road before we have bigger problems. Kane pats my shoulder, indicating we need to get our asses in gear before the pigs show up. Go get them. I ain't leaving her side with that nut job out there. You got it, Prez, Bobby says, leading the way.
Anahi. Sitting in the back of the pickup, I watch Bull ride his motorcycle beside the truck with Bobby on the other side. I feel important having them escort me back to the club. Curling my knees under my chin, I ponder on what the club will be like and who will be there. I wonder what kind of food they have in LA and where I will be staying. What will I do when I get there? My forehead suddenly wrinkles with worry. I'm getting ahead of myself. None of this even matters with Alvaro out there. I glance out the window, staring at Bull, his hair blowing in the wind, a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Will Alvaro bring my Uncle Benito? Simone turns around in the front seat, resting her chin on top of her hands. "How you doing back there?" she asks, nicely. She's so pretty, dark features that could hypnotize anyone. I look down at myself, feeling very insecure right now, with blood staining my skin and what's left of my torn shirt open. I shift in my seat, swallowing the lump in my throat. "I'm okay," I mutter, not realizing how dry my throat is. The pain in my shoulder starts to throb, a searing pain radiating down my arm. I wince, biting my bottom lip to push through it. "You don't look okay." She tilts her head to the side in question.
"She was just shot, Simone. What the fuck do you expect?"
Kane huffs, shaking his head as he drives us. Simone rolls her eyes and turns around in her seat.
"We'll be there soon, Anahi. Just hang in there,"
Kane informs, looking at me in the rearview mirror. Laying down in the back seat, I close my eyes, images of Alvaro behind my eyelids. He's out there, and will find me. He did last time, and he will again. Tears begin to fill my eyes. What he said to me with a gun pressed to my head, I've realized how far he's gone mentally. He's unrecognizable. He's not even considered a monster by definition anymore. He's what nightmares are made of. Hours later, my shoulder begins to warm, and I'm met with an unbearable headache that causes me to become dizzy. Grabbing onto the door, my fingers search for traction as I sway with the truck. "I think I need some water or something," I mutter, feeling unstable. Simone turns in her seat. "What was that, babe?" "Water," I croak, not feeling like myself. I feel feverish, but I'm freezing cold. The truck veers off the road into a gas station parking lot, the sound of motorcycles right behind us. As soon as the truck comes to a stop, I open the door needing air, now.
"Why'd we stop? We only have a few more hours,"
Bull asks, frustrated. "Something is wrong with Anahi," Simone hollers from the window. Bull climbs off his bike, his brows furrowed in worry. "I'm fine," I assure, stepping from the cab. My knees buckle and I fall to the black asphalt. Maybe I'm not fine.
"Jesus!"
Bull grabs me by the midsection, helping me to my feet. Simone jumps from the truck, her face in a state of worry. "I just need water," I mumble, my eyes rolling in my head as my arm throbs painfully. "You need more than water. She needs a fucking doctor," Simone adds, hysterically, gathering attention from bystanders.
Simone, get back in the damn truck and shut up, Kane orders. We need to get her to the club, and now.
Bull places me back in the truck, laying my head on his leather cut.
Kane, run in and get her some water. Simone, get back here and keep an eye on her. Once you get the water, give it to her as she needs it. Don't let her drink too much too fast,
Bull orders, and Simone climbs over the back seat to be with me. I try to object, not wanting or needing their help. I don't want to be a pain in the ass, but my stomach objects and I roll over on my side, trying to keep from puking. Simone grabs my hand, comforting me. "Just try and sleep. We'll be there soon," she whispers, and I groan in pain. The truck door opens, the hot sun pounding on my face unbearably. My shoulder aches and feels hot and irritated. Lifting my hand to shield my eyes from the light, I wince in pain, realizing I used the wrong arm.
"Easy, darling,"
Bull rasps, tucking his arms underneath me.
"You said Doc was on her way, Bobby,"
Bull questions, his tone more than concerned. "Doc?"
"Yeah, she just pulled up,"
I hear Bobby answer. "Oh my God! Who is that?" An unrecognizable female voice shrieks. "What is wrong with her?" I lift my head to see where the female voice is coming from, but everything spins.
"Just get the fucking door, Danny,"
Bull orders, his tone firm. Quickly, I am rushed inside. The walls seem to pass in a blur. Voices of concern from all directions, but I can't place them. I'm laid on a bed, the smell of old whiskey and cigarettes strong. Staying still, things begin to come into focus, like the half-naked posters on the wall. "Jesus Christ, Bull," a blonde female scorns as she looks me over.
"This is Doc. You can trust her. She's going to help you,"
Bull informs me. "What happened? I need details," Doc demands.
"She was grazed in the shoulder, but something is wrong. She ain't acting right."
Bull paces, his hand running in his hair. The beautiful female places her hand on my forehead. "She's got a temperature," she mutters. Her hands are cold as she pulls the ripped shirt that Simone used as a tourniquet off my shoulder. Her eyes widen before she schools her features. "It's severely infected. She's going to need antibiotics, and I'm going to need to scrape some of the dead skin off, too." Her eyes meet mine. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Anahi. My name is Anahi," I reply, teeth chattering. "Nice to meet you, Anahi. I'm Doc. I'm going to do my best to take care of you, okay?" She musters a smile for my benefit, and I close my eyes and nod, the pain becoming almost too much to handle.
"Just fucking do something,"
Bull roars. His voice is laced with so much care, it's hard for me not to be attracted to it, even in the state I'm in. Suppressed feelings I've tried to protect for so long are becoming cumbersome, causing my wall of bitterness to crumble for this man in leather. It thrills me, yet terrifies me. I hear the doctor huff, and when I open my eyes, she's sticking a long needle into my arm. My eyes widen, nervous of what she just injected me with. What? I fall short on my thoughts. My body instantly feeling fuzzy, the pain subsiding in my shoulder to a tolerable level, but my eyes becoming incredibly heavy. "Don't fight it, Anahi," Doc orders. I blink a few times, not wanting to be knocked out. I need to be alert. What if Alvaro comes for me? A strong hand cups my face tenderly, right before my eyes level with Bull's.
"Do what she asks. I'll be here when you wake up, okay?"
Feeling safe that Bull is by my side, I close my eyes, letting the darkness take me.
Chapter 9. Bull. Smoking a cigarette, I enter the chapel, needing a quiet place to think. The room is dark as I take a seat, the chaos muffled from the thick walls and closed doors. Bringing Anahi here has everyone in an uproar. People want to know who she is, where she is from, and why I brought her here. Pinching the bridge of my nose, the doors to the room open with a creaking sound, and Danny steps in, her dark hair spilling down her shoulders, and a black shirt that is way too tight for my approval. She's my daughter, but that doesn't stop my guys from looking at her. You'd think because she is married to Shadow, the guys wouldn't even look her way, but they do. Even with 2 kids, she's still beautiful.
Dad, what are you doing in here by yourself?
She asks, crossing her arms with a concerned look on her face. Sometimes I think she's the fucking parent instead of me. She gets that from her mama, a woman I chased off long ago because she wasn't down with my lifestyle. At least Danny came out of that train wreck. Snubbing my cigarette out in the ashtray, I exhale the smoke. Trying to process everything is all. I muster a fake smile. She sits in a chair beside me and rubs her forehead anxiously. I can see it. She's about to say something that is going to piss me off.
Dad, who is that girl?
She finally asks. Running my hands through my hair, I growl in frustration. What is Anahi to me? She's not my old lady, but I'd be damned if I let her go. I don't love her, but I feel something for her. So what does she mean to me? I can see why Alvaro is obsessed with her. She gets in your head and you can't get her out. You want to be with her, keep her to yourself because the thought of any other man so much as looking at her makes you crazy. I feel undone and unfocused when I'm with her and when I'm without her. I don't know. I whisper honestly. I know it's a vague answer, but I just don't fucking know what this feeling is in my chest. I haven't felt it before.
You don't know and you brought her here?
Her voice high in skepticism. My eyes snap to hers, my brows furrow inward. I know who she is. I raise my voice, but really I don't know who she is. Not like I want to. I don't know what her place is here. I tap my knuckles on the table and shake my head. Danny's eyes widen, her mouth parting like she just figured some mystery out. If that's the case, I'd like her to clue me the fuck in because I can't figure shit out.
You like this girl?
She says with disbelief. Flicking my eyes to her, I scowl. So what if I do?
How old is she?
Danny scoffs with disgust, acting as if I'm fucking a child instead of a woman. I hate how protective she is all the time. I am the parent. I'm supposed to be the one who is controlling. I growl in frustration, done with this shit. Danny, we are not having this conversation. She stands, rubbing the back of her neck anxiously.
Well, I don't trust her,
Danny replies like a spoiled brat. I didn't ask you to, Danny, but it doesn't change that she's staying here and you'll either get your head around it or you won't. I don't really care either way, I state with force, my blunt response making her pissed off. Her face contorts in anger before rushing out of the room. I sit back in my chair, stressed to the fucking max and aching for a drink to ease it all.
Anahi. Waking up, I feel sore all over, and my head feels like it's smothered in a thick fog I can't seem to shake. I'm not sure where I am for a second, or what is going on until I see Bull lying on the end of the bed. I sit up, my movement causing the bed to squeak and wake him. He drags his hand up and down his face, his eyes trying their hardest to focus on me.
Are you okay? Do you need something? Want me to get Doc?
He asks a series of questions quickly. Blinking rapidly, I rub my forehead, trying to pinpoint one question to answer but can't. I smirk. The fact he cares so much not lost on me. I've never had someone do what Bull has done for me. I've grown very fond of this man. I wish I knew if it were love, but that emotion is a feeling I'm not familiar with. I'm fine, I mutter, answering all of his questions at once. I notice my shoulder isn't throbbing as bad, and I don't feel feverish like before, which causes me to glance over at my shoulder.
The doc gave you some powerful antibiotics. She said you had a pretty bad infection and she had to dig out a few shells,
he informs me. My eyes widen. I was shot? I ask in disbelief. I thought I was just grazed.
Yes. A shotgun has a series of BB-like bullets, and 2 impaled your shoulder while the rest scraped past. Grazing it pretty badly, actually,
he informs. I nod, not sure what to say as I look around the room, really seeing it for the first time. Aside from the bed, there's a dresser with drawers pulled out, clothes hanging out almost everywhere. A torn leather chair sits in one corner, another chair you'd normally see at a dinner table in the adjacent corner. It smells in here, like a cross between teenage boy and bull.
Sorry about the room, darling,
Bull adds, noticing me looking the room over.
When I left, my head wasn't in the right place.
I tilt my head to the side, remembering how angry and unapproachable he was when I first saw him. Looking at him today, it's as if another man sits before me. Bull, what happened? I implore softly, looking up under my lashes, needing to know more about this man in leather and tattoos. What could break such a strong guy? He sighs, a grave mask of dour crossing his face.
I once loved a woman, and she was killed by a gang in retaliation. I blamed myself for not being there more for her.
He shrugs, and then pins me with dark eyes.
A gang that I believe you work for.
My chest constricts, and I can't help but rub at the unbearable ache stabbing me in the chest. Me? I ask, weakly.
Yeah. The green bandana is where I connected the dots.
He scoots close, tucking his hand behind my head with force.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this Benito guy?
I shrug, not sure what he really wants me to say. I don't know much about my uncle, unfortunately.
What about a man named Augustus?
He continues, and all the blood in my face drains. I can't breathe, and it feels like someone upped the temperature in the room. I think I may need to lay down. I give a nervous laugh and touch at my suddenly throbbing head, looking anywhere but at Bull. Suddenly, the door is opened and Doc walks in. "Oh, you're awake," she replies, surprised. Grateful that she entered when she did, I smile in appreciation that the conversation was cut short. I think I have answers for Bull, but I'm hoping they're wrong. I won't speak a word of them until I know for sure, for what I know will surely tear us apart, and I want to be with Bull. The truth will not set Bull free. In fact, it will imprison us both in a realm of hell neither of us are prepared for. Chapter 10. Anahi. 2 days later.
Come on, come out and meet everyone,
Bull asks, helping me out of the bed. I've been in this bed for 2 days, and I desperately want to get a shower and get some fresh air, but meeting everyone makes me tense. I need a shower, Bull, and some clean clothes first. I don't want to meet everyone looking like this, I respond, gesturing at myself. I'm wearing a shirt of Bull's that smells of him and says Sturgis on it, with a pair of green shorts he brought me that are a tad too tight for my hips. I've had them on since I got here, and would kill someone for some sweatpants right now. He cups my face.
You're gorgeous, and look natural and real. I want them to see you for you, and this is the best time to see that,
he replies, with a tone of honesty. I roll my eyes. This man knows the game and plays it very well, saying exactly the right things at the right time. Fine, but I can walk, Bull. I smack his hand away. He doesn't listen. He wraps an arm around my waist and escorts me out of the room. A long, narrow hallway leads us to a main room. Black leather furniture sits in one corner and a bar in the adjacent one. Men and women are gathered around it, drinking beers and laughing cheerfully. Eyeing the liquor, I glance at Bull, curious how he's handling the temptation. His eyes smile when they look at me, not giving anything away.
Hey!
Bull tries to grab everyone's attention, but they continue talking.
Hey! Shut the fuck up!
Bull shouts, successfully catching every single person's attention. Sweat beads in the center of my back, my cheeks flush, and I feel like I can't breathe with everyone looking at me. They're all so tough looking, everyone wearing some kind of leather, and most covered in tattoos or piercings. I am so out of my league here. Then again, I never really fit in anywhere.
This is Anahi. She's mine, so don't fucking think about it.
My head whips in his direction when he says I'm his to his entire club. My heart swells, and my stomach does this fluttery thing. Bull points at a couple of the guys who are nodding their heads in a lustful manner. This also gets me a couple eye rolls from a few women standing by the bar. "She's the reason we on lockdown?" a woman asks, hate dripping from her tone. She has reddish-brown hair and bright red lipstick. She looks mean with her pinched face and leather attire. Her eyes find mine, and as bad as I want to look away, I lift my chin and meet her eye for eye. These people hate me. I'm now the gringo.
Vera, take a fucking chill pill,
Bull orders, the bitch face now having a name. She throws a hand dismissively and turns her back toward us. I exhale, knowing I wasn't the first to turn away has to stand for something.
Anahi is here under my protection, and anyone who has a problem with that can come see me, and afterwards you can fuck right off.
Bull informs, with a tone so serious I instantly feel protected. The crowd begins to resume their conversations, acting like what just happened didn't. What is lockdown? I look up at Bull.
Nobody goes in or out without my permission. Not until this shit with the cartel is settled or blows over,
Bull informs me. Hi, I'm Danny. A woman steps in my line of sight, her hand held out for a handshake. She's beautiful, dark hair with bright green eyes that remind me of Bull's. Hi, I smile and shake her hand. At least there's someone who doesn't look at me like a tramp that just snuck in the back door.
This is my daughter,
Bull informs, a little smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. My eyes flare with recognition looking at Danny. She has Bull's dark hair and eyes. How I didn't notice the resemblance before, I haven't a clue. You here long? Danny asks, tilting her head to the side. And there it is. She doesn't like me much either.
Danny,
Bull warns, but she doesn't take her eyes off me. I don't know, I respond. Her eyes pinch together as if she's trying to read me. How old are you?
Danny,
Bull barks, but she doesn't flinch. I'm 21, I answer honestly. Her face lets go of its judgmental expression before turning into a wolfish smirk. Well, nice to meet you, Anahi, she smiles, as if I passed some unknown test, and turns on her heel to walk away. My head begins to ache. My shoulder starts to warm. Tugging on Bull's cut, he dips his ear near my mouth so he can hear me. I think I need to lay down, I tell him. He nods and escorts me back to the room. Once in, he shuts the door, and I let out a breath I've felt I've been holding since everyone looked my way. That was intense, and I don't look forward to doing that again anytime soon.
You okay?
Bull questions, rubbing my back. Closing my eyes, I nod, rolling my lips onto one another. I was homeschooled, so I never had to deal with cliques or give a second thought to what others thought of me. I have no idea how to handle this. I want to tell them all to fuck off, but I don't want to ruin this.
If you want their respect, push back,
he advises. I laugh and look up at him. How is stepping on everyone's toes going to gain respect? My tone laced with incredulity.
It will. Trust me.
He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, his eyes wrinkling at the corners.
If they see the fire that I do, they will know you're just like us.
Biting my nails, I ponder on what he's telling me. Curious what he means by just like us.
That offer to get a shower earlier still on the table?
He whispers in my ear. The question laced with more than solicitude. It heeds sexual tension and desire. My thighs instantly ache as my panties dampen from the thought of Bull taking me in the shower. Yeah, that sounds fucking perfect, I whisper with a heavy breath.
Bull. Her whiskey-colored eyes go heavy, her breathing becoming heavier when I slide my hands up her sides. Her skin is so soft and pure beneath my palms, it causes my dick to swell instantly. I've been trying to figure out what this woman means to me for days, what these feelings I have for her mean, and the answer terrifies me. You're on my mind too fucking much, Anahi. I verbally blurt before fucking thinking. My admission makes her cheeks turn pink and her mouth part, as if she can't believe what she heard. Is it so hard to believe I think about her? As my hands make their way up her frame, I pull her shirt over her head, trying to be careful of her shoulder that is bandaged from the gunshot, her small breasts secure in a purple bra. Fingering one strap, I lower it down her arm, then the other. Her skin prickles with goosebumps from my touch, and I have to bite my bottom lip to keep from groaning like a goddamn choir boy touching his first bitch. She looks up with hooded eyes, her mouth pouting beautifully. Swooping my arm around her back, I pull her into me and then upward. She wraps her legs around my waist, her arms gently wrapping around my neck, as not to hurt her shoulder. I walk us into the bathroom and turn the water on hot, as my lips find hers in a search of hunger. The taste of her mouth sweeter than any wine and just as hard as any whiskey. I can't get enough, and crave it as soon as she pulls away. Her lips fit against mine perfectly. The taste of her my new addiction. I nip at her bottom lip, her tongue sweeping into my mouth and taking over my senses. The club turns on music, the place turning into a complete uproar, as Anahi and I stay in here, lost in our own world. The song Behind Blue Eyes by The Who faintly heard through the walls. I don't wait to take off my clothes or to remove the rest of hers before I step us both into the shower. The glass door shutting behind us as the hot water pelts into our clothes and across our skin. I unclasp her bra, her breasts popping free for my taking. Beads of water cascading down her perfect tits. Dipping down, I take a nipple into my mouth, the water and salty taste of her quenching my thirst. Her head falls back, a sweet moan spilling from those angelic lips. Her hands scramble, trying to pull my shirt over my head. The sudden urge to have me naked lets me know she wants me as bad as I want her. I lift my hands helping her, and once the shirt is off, her fingers claw down my skin painfully, her eyes widening in awe at my bare chest. I pull her close, her hard nipples sliding against my chest. My cock presses against my jeans agonizingly, and I nudge the apex of her thighs with it. Her head falls downward, her eyes landing on my excitement. Her fingers grab at the button of my pants, undoing them quickly before sliding them off my ass. When they drop to my feet, I kick them to the side, my dick hard and ready to sink into her warm pussy. She drops her legs and I place her on her feet on the shower floor so I can unbutton her shorts. She kicks them off just as fast as I got rid of mine. Her pink panties the only thing left on her. I grip them with both hands and rip them off her hips. I need inside of her now, and don't care to wait a second longer. My eyes rake her from top to bottom, taking in her sultry image. From her dark hair, wet and curling right above her tits, to her smooth stomach, wide hips, and thick thighs. She's got the body of a goddamn Coke bottle for sure. I grab her by the ass cheeks and lift her up, her legs wrapping around me once more. The head of my dick instantly finds her heat as I press her up against the glass door. Wait. She holds her hands against my chest. Shouldn't we use a condom or something? I raise a brow and jerk my hips, my dick dipping into her tight cunt. Nothing is keeping me from being inside of you fully, I growl. Her head falls forward as a cry rips from her throat. She's so warm and tight, my fingers can't help but dig into her ass cheeks. I smash my lips against hers, taking her cries and moans in one powerful kiss. Her eyes flutter with droplets as her mouth parts against mine. My hips drive into hers over and over, the feeling of her wrapped around me what I've been missing in my life. Her body jerks every time I thrust in her. Her tits bounce against me like we're in our own goddamn porno. Placing my head in the crook of her neck, I suck the sensitive skin there, and her nails caress the back of my head. Anahi reveals the kind of pleasure I bring her. Losing control of her body, she swirls her hips, chasing her own ecstasy, and just like that my balls constrict with the need to come. I groan and slow my hips. If you don't want me to come in you, then tell me to stop now. Otherwise I'm blowing my load inside of you and all down your fucking legs. Don't stop, she pants, bucking herself up and down my length. I drive my bare cock in and out of her. The ridge of my head hits her just right, and a powerful moan rips through her body as she tenses, her nails digging into my back as she comes. Grasping her hips, I angle her upward and watch my dick enter and leave her. Warmth and pressure igniting in the base of my cock and spiraling into a world of fucking bliss. I fill her with cum as I continue to thrust in and out of her, so much so that it begins to drip out of her pussy. The sight of it trickling down her ass and onto the floor of the shower is fucking sexy as hell. Glancing through hooded eyes, I find her staring right back at me with a parted mouth. I lean forward and kiss her. She sucks in a tight breath, her body trembling beneath me as I slip out of her. Slowly I let her down and she sways on her feet. I grab her hips, steadying her while she catches her breath. Place your hands on the shower wall, I tell her, and she does as she's told, looking over her shoulder as she comes down from her orgasm. I grab the bottle of shampoo and squirt some in my hand before working it into her hair. What are you doing? She asks with a laugh. I lean into her, the smell of apples sweet and supple. I'm taking care of you, and if you think you're going to argue about it, think again. I reply sternly, giving her ass a slight tap. It gives a ripple against my palm, and I can't help but give it another ample slap. She jumps and looks at me with flushed cheeks. There is something about her that makes me want to take care of her on some level. To fuck her until she can't stand, then clean her up and cherish the fuck out of her. Hey, Bull, what is your real name? She asks softly, the sound sweet and innocent, taking me from my thoughts. I stall, looking at my fingers that are covered in shampoo. Leo Goodman, I answer. Why do they call you Bull? I smile. Why do you think? I answer suggestively and she rolls her eyes. Because I'm stubborn, I finally reply. She tilts her head to the side, her eyes squinted. I can see that. My mouth hangs open at her jab. Oh yeah? I run my hands up her side, tickling her. The sound of laughter foreign in this room. This bitch is sinking her claws in me and is making me a different man. I've never felt the need to be carefree and just be with someone. Hell, I never wanted to take care of someone on this level. Not even Babs.
Chapter 11. Anahi. Waking up this morning, my body feels so used and abused, I barely recognize myself. Rolling over, I notice I have a smile on my face, something I haven't woken up to in, well, I can't remember. Bull is sound asleep, his arms tucked under his head and chest bare, the blanket hanging low on his hips, revealing a happy trail of hair leading to something I've grown to love. Who knew I would love sex as much as I do now? My eyes widen at the internal thought. Love. I'm falling in love with Bull. I chew on my inner cheek in deep thought, scared at what this means. The last man I thought I loved broke my heart, leaving the crow of death to eat away at its rotting flesh. I never thought I would trust anyone again. Yet here I am, more in love than I ever have. The way he fucked me, like he couldn't get enough of me, has me squeezing my thighs together at the memory. His mouth and hands were all over me. Then the affection he showed afterwards was something I've never experienced before him. I haven't had someone take so much time and effort on me. If he's trying to make me fall in love with him, it's working. If he's not, then I'm screwed. Biting my nails, I think about how I let him come inside of me last night. How we have had unprotected sex more than once now. We have been careless, lost in the moment of us to think about the repercussions of our actions. Sitting up, I look over the room. Empty bottles of alcohol littered along the floor from before Bull left for Texas. I glance at him, remembering how pale and sick he was when he kicked the booze for good. He left this place because he was running from his emotions. But with all this temptation around, if he gets back on the bottle, he may slip back into the darkness and I'll lose him again. Climbing out of bed, I pull on a shirt that reads Devil's Dust, the front matching the logo on Bull's leather cut. Then I pull on the same green shorts I've been wearing. I have to see how to earn some money around here to get some damn clothes or something. I finger my hair into submission and slip out the door quietly. It's quiet, and the hallway is dark. My feet pad along the floor as I make my way to the bar, my eyes looking every which way. Just like I thought, there's beer, shot glasses, and every other drink that would make someone who is trying to quit drinking fall to temptation. Noticing 2 double doors behind the bar, I head toward them, finding a kitchen on the other side. Looking for a trash can, I find one by the sink and drag it out of the kitchen and back to the bar. My hands start grabbing bottles and cups, and I throw them in the trash. Jack Daniels, Bud Light, tequila, all of it goes in the trash. "What the fuck are you doing?" A voice startles me, making me turn around and clutch my chest in alarm. Danny stands there with wide eyes, looking at me as if I've lost my mind. I begin to panic, and then remembering Bull telling me to push back, to be myself. Getting control of myself, I lift my chin and straighten my back. They may hate me in the end, but at least they'll hate the real me. "I'm getting rid of it. What does it look like?" I reply, continuing my sweep. "Well, stop! Do you realize how many of the club members will be pissed at you?" she asks, grabbing a bottle from my hand. I pull back and she struggles from the force. "Well, considering the warm welcome I got yesterday, I don't really care what people think of me. I'm doing this for Bull," I inform. Her face goes stoic and she releases the bottle. For Bull?" she stutters, her voice taking a tone of sincerity. I pause, setting the bottle on the counter. "Yeah, he's been sober for days, but all this temptation around here, it won't last long," I inform, looking over the bar. She doesn't move as an unreadable look crosses her face, her eyes never leaving mine. "You're doing this for my dad?" she asks, softly. I shrug, grabbing the bottle and tossing it in the trash. I am not one to express my emotions or feelings with others. I feel vulnerable and fear people will see it as a weakness. I fall short on what to say exactly. If I say I love him, she'll just laugh in my face, telling me I haven't known him long enough for that. She made a point to ask me my age when we met. She obviously thinks I'm naive and young. She smiles and grabs 2 bottles of wine off the back wall. I lift a brow at her and watch as she throws one by one in the trash. Smirking, I fist a 5th of Jack and throw it in. the sound of glass breaking making me feel good. She laughs, tossing more brand new bottles of alcohol in the trash. We clean the entire fucking bar, leaving only soda and water. Looking back at Danny, there's an unspoken respect present on her face. You really care for my dad, don't you? The question is more of a statement than a question. I shrug, a smirk pulling at the corner of my mouth. I know you look at me and think I'm too young to be with your dad, but age is just a number. The soul doesn't care about age or weight or skin color. The heart wants what the heart wants, even when we don't want to agree with it sometimes. Her eyes shine, and she nods. I know exactly what you mean, actually. She tells me all about how she met Shadow and how it was frowned upon for him to be with the president's daughter. It was a love story you'd never see in a book, and it's the best one I've heard. Some girls walk in as Danny and I make small chat, and I tense. A redhead I haven't met yet, Simone, Doc, and Vera. This is Cherry. She points at the redhead. You've met Simone. She waves with a smile. She's been hanging around the club since we got back. This is Doc and Vera. She points at Vera, who is glaring at me with pursed lips. Did you clean out the whole fucking bar? Vera asks, displeased, looking into the trash can. She did. She did it for Dad. He's sober and he doesn't need this around him right now, Danny states, having my back. Cherry and Doc's heads snap up, appreciation in their eyes. Welcome to the club, Cherry smiles. We're all misfits here, Danny winks. Misfit. The word describes me well, as I have no place that I fit in. A place for lost souls, Vera continues, a bit more morbid, and Danny gives her a puzzled look that makes me laugh. Cherry, is that your real name? I question. No, we have road names. Usually our men give them to us, Danny informs, pointing to a patch that says Firefly on her leather vest. You won't have to worry about that. You won't be here long enough to earn a road name. A voice with a British accent says rudely from behind us. Turning, I find a tall female who looks like she's a model rather than in a biker club. She has an off-the-shoulder olive green dress shirt on with white designer shorts, bangles around her wrists, and expensive-looking earrings in her ears. Anahi, this is London. Danny rolls her eyes as she introduces her to me. She stops, looking between Danny and I. I know who she is, London clips, eyeing me. You fucking him? My eyes widen, shocked at her forwardness. Chill out, London, Cherry defends. Seems Dad has taken a liking to her. Danny smarts as she crosses her arms. London glares at me, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Yeah, for now, she mutters. She's not old lady material, though, she hisses, stomping past me and down the hall. Running my hand through my hair, I look at the girls, curious what that was about. Bull used to fuck her. They were exclusive, but that is as far as it went. Danny shrugs, and jealousy rears its ugly head in my chest, making me feel like I can't breathe. That's because she's too stuck up, Cherry chimes. That girl has a story. One day I'd like to hear it, Vera adds, looking in the direction London went in. She ain't nothing special, Cherry raises a brow. Ha! I was talking to her in the kitchen the other day, and the bitch threw a dagger at me. Vera's eyebrows raised to her hairline. Bitch took the apple right out of my hand and pinned it against the wall with that thing. What? No way. Danny twists her mouth in disbelief. I ain't lying, Vera shouts excitedly. You probably deserved it, Cherry says seriously, and Vera flips her off. Still, Dad wouldn't make her an old lady, Danny ensures. I look down the hallway where London disappeared to. I never would have pegged her to be a badass. I better watch my back, or before I know it, I might have a literal knife in it. What does old lady mean? I ask, the term something I've never heard until Bull. If one of the patched-in members likes a girl, they patch her in as an old lady, Danny informs. This way, she is protected by the club and surrounding clubs, and she becomes family. That patch is as good as a wedding ring in our world, Cherry smiles. Any woman who knows what it is wants it, and London wants to be Bull's old lady, Vera adds. I look off into the distance, the thought of competition sitting heavy on me. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Do I punch her in the face and get my point across now? Or will that scare Bull off seeing me go crazy like that? Bull is protecting me and has called me his, but I haven't received any patch deeming me as an old lady. My head suddenly aches. Why does love have to be so complicated? Let's get this in the dumpster before one of the men sees us, Danny suggests, changing the topic at hand. The girls help me push and tug the trash can out back. There's a ton of motorcycles, some parked out back, a bunch of parts laying around them. I can't help but think of Fixie. I wonder if Bull or one of the guys would help me put one together. Maybe one that will make it further than a block.
What are you guys doing out here?
My head whips in the direction of the back door, finding Bull standing in the doorway, his hand on his neck as he looks us over. Cleaning? I reply, rubbing my palms on my shorts. He strides over to me, no shoes on, and damn if it isn't sexy to see him barefooted.
Did I say you could leave?
He looks down at me, his tone sounding demanding and cold, but his eyes shine with a longing that only I understand.
When I woke up this morning, I fully intended on fucking you, and yet you were nowhere to be found, little B.
I don't know whether to laugh or smack him in the head for that nickname. And that's my cue, Danny states in disgust, walking around us with the rest of the girls. Bull looks over his shoulder, watching them go inside the club.
So, are you ladies getting along?
He inquires. I think so, I shrug. I think in getting Danny's approval, I gained all of the ladies' respect. Bull bends his knees and picks me up, throwing me over his shoulder like a madman. I giggle like a little schoolgirl, and he slaps my ass. Instantly, heat blossoms on my left cheek.
Back to my cave you go, little girl, where we can start our day out properly.
And how's that? I ask on a laugh, my head bobbing and weaving with every step he takes.
With my cock buried inside of you,
he answers, like it's a no-brainer. Walking inside, we pass the bar and Bull stops, pointing at the dusty shelves that are now empty.
Where did all the booze go?
He questions. Danny and the girls look anywhere but at me, the room growing in tension. Using my hands, I push myself up on Bull's shoulders. I got rid of it. Just for now, until, you feel better. I state, not wanting to blurt out I did it so he didn't relapse in front of everyone.
We'll be talking about this, Anahi,
he growls, his fingers digging into my ass cheeks as he continues his way down the hall. I swallow the sudden lump in my throat, nervous what he means by that. London pops out of a bathroom as we stride past, and her eyes catch mine. I can't help myself. I flip her off, a Cheshire grin spreading across my face as Bull takes me into his room.
Bull. Pulling my face out from in between Anahi's thick thighs, I find her lying tits up on the mattress, her dark hair a tangled mess, and cheeks flushed like I like them. Her chest is rising and falling rapidly, the apex of her thighs soaked with the smell of her. My cock presses into the mattress, ready for its turn to dive into her slick heat, but I'm late for church, so it'll have to wait. Pushing myself up and off the bed, Anahi exhales a shaky breath.
I've never...
Her words catch in her throat, and I smirk, knowing what she's about to say. She's never had someone eat her out before. Knowing that, I made sure I devoured that pussy. I know, babe. You told me before I went down on that sweet cunt. I wink, and she laughs a girly giggle. She keeps me young, I swear.
Bull, am I your old lady?
She asks, her perky tits red from my groping. I still, my eyes fixated on the floor as I take in what she just asked. Biting the inside of my cheek, I swing my gaze her way. What do you know about being an old lady? She shrugs, picking at a stray thread from the sheet.
I don't know. Just that I'd be a part of the family?
She looks up at me.
That I'd be yours?
Striding over to her, I brush the hair from her sweaty face. I have church, so I'll be back, I say, taking the conversation elsewhere. Making her my old lady is a big step. One I want to make sure we're both ready for.
Church?
She frowns in confusion, tilting her head to the side. Yeah, where me and the boys meet and discuss club business. I slide a shirt over my head and ruffle my hair so it doesn't look like I just had it tugged on for a good hour. I'm going to send my best men out to find Alvaro, see if they can find a connection between Babs's death and the cartel. Anahi flinches at the mention of Babs's name, instantly putting me on alert. What's wrong? I question, and her eyes pop to mine. She gives a tight-lipped smile and shakes her head, as if she's fine. Stepping over to her, I fist her hair gently, but with force, and make her look me in the eye. Tell me, I demand straight out, no time for games. Her mouth parts and her eyes flutter with vulnerability. Seeing her melt in my hold makes my affection for her that much more true.
I'm not Babs, and I fear I won't be able to meet the standards you have for her, Bull.
She tells me honestly, and her words hit me right in the dick. I don't know whether to feel defensive or like an asshole. My mouth suddenly feels dry, and I feel hot all over from my head to my toes. I've gone on about Babs and the love I shared with her more than once around Anahi, and to fuck her with my mouth, then pull up and say Babs's name minutes later, I'm sure it wouldn't make any girl feel good. Digging into my soul, I know that I need to let Babs go and focus on Anahi. I'm still living in the past, and that makes me a liability because if I'm distracted by it, Alvaro will swoop in and take Anahi from me as soon as my guard is down again. And this time, he might actually kill her. I'm sorry, I whisper gravely. Her eyes widen, as if she's shocked I just apologized. I can't help but smirk at her reaction. I was wrong and I know it, so I'm going to be a man and fess up to it.
Don't be sorry,
She fumbles on her words, and it's adorable. Tension rises in the room, and I suddenly feel like I need to explain further. Why? I don't know. This girl is breaking down my fucking walls and will be taking my man card very soon. Babs was family, and I don't feel like I can fully lay her to rest in my head until the gang that is responsible for her death pays fully. When I met Augustus, the guy that killed her, I couldn't do much about it because I was surrounded by his men. Eventually he died, but it wasn't by my hands, and I was okay with that because for years I thought his gang died with him. But seeing you and the cartel in Texas, I know he was just a piece of what happened. I lean down, my lips a breath from hers. I let that fucking cartel take one girl from me, and I'll be damned if they take you from me, Anahi. I press my lips to hers, and she sucks in a tight breath. The warmth of her mouth against mine grounds me, making my world of wrong finally feel right. If it means anything, what I feel for you is stronger than even I can comprehend at the moment. I whisper against her hot mouth right before pulling away and leaving her with that last thought. Sitting at the table, I watch my men interact and talk bullshit. My eyes stop at a grinning Shadow, the wolfish look on his face misplaced. What? I furrow my brows in question. He points to his mouth, his finger circling the area, conveying there's something on mine. Pressing my fingers to my beard, I find it wet and semi-sticky. My eyes widen when I realize it's from Anahi's pussy. Fuck. Using my shirt, I wipe my mouth off. Bobby, Lip, and Shadow now laughing at my expense. Yeah, well, at least one of us is getting laid, I clip back, slamming the gavel down. So most of you know I have brought someone back with me. Her name is Anahi. Yeah, the little bitch cleared out all the booze. Old man sneers from the back of the table. He's with Vera, and they're perfect for one another, both being a pain in the fucking ass. I can't believe she had the balls to do that. I was going to chew her ass out for it, but she did it for me. That is something that means more to me than the cost I just ate from wasted booze. In the end, I'm grateful. There's been a few times I just wanted a sip, which would lead me back on the path of drinking in isolation. I think it was romantic why she did it, Bobby says seriously. Shadow, slap him in the fucking head for me. I order Shadow, who is sitting right next to Bobby. Shadow does it gladly, slapping Bobby right upside the head. God damn, Bobby whines, rubbing his head. Next time that pussy shit comes out of your mouth, I'm putting you in high heels and making you clean the whole fucking club. I point at him. The boys catcall and whistle, giving him a hard time before Bobby flips them all off. All right, I grab their attention. Shadow, I need you to find this fucker Alvaro. He's not going to let Anahi go without a fight, I state. He's out there waiting for me to look the other way. I rub my beard, staring at the window as if Alvaro might just appear. I'm on it. Shadow takes the order without hesitation. You find him, kill him. I give a curt nod. Sounds like fun. Shadow grins. Being given the order to kill someone just made his fucking day. Killing is what Shadow does best. Kane, what drugs do we pull out of there? I look his way. We got a little of everything. Good shit, bad shit. You name it. He lets us know. I nod, rubbing my beard. Sit on it. We might need it. You got it, Prez. So are you claiming Anahi? Old man asks, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. What he's really asking is if he can fuck her. He messes around on Vera a lot and from the looks of it has his eyes on Anahi. She's mine. My words bite out with venom. I will fucking kill him if he comes near her. God be damned that he's one of our own. So, she's your old lady? He taunts, his head tilted to the side. He's throwing the goddamn book at me. The rules my pops and I made. Looking down at the table, I inhale a calming breath, not sure if I want to make her my old lady or not. She's just mine. You go near her, I'll rip your dick off and hand it to Vera, understand? I glare at him, hoping he takes this further because I will jump over this fucking table and pistol whip his ass. The idea of violence has me anxious and ready to start a fight. He laughs, putting his hands up in the air. So London is fair game? He continues. I shake my head with a smirk. There's no way London will go near him. Her and I are done anyway. We had fun while it lasted, but that's all it was. Fun. Go at it, I grin. That party is in 2 weeks. We still having it? Shadow asks, breaking the pissing contest old man and I are having. Party? I ask, confused. Yeah, Lip's birthday, Bobby reminds. Guys, please don't have a party, Lip asks seriously, running his hand through his short hair. Bobby nudges him. Yeah, Cherry might get pissed if another chick bounces on the birthday boy's lap. The boys start laughing, laying into Lip. I can't help but laugh myself. How about instead of the usual party we have, we do something family-oriented? I offer, trying to save him from an ass-whooping from Cherry. The girl is feisty, and if I had to put my money on any girl in this club kicking her man's ass, it'd be her. Perfect! Lip shouts above the chaos. I laugh once more, then I slam the gavel, declaring the meeting over.
Chapter 12. Anahi. A hand cups my cheek and I groan, stretching in the bed.
Wake up, little bee.
A gravelly voice demands, turning me on instantly. My eyes flutter open, and a blurry bull stands over me. He must be ready for morning sex. Grinning, I sit up on my knees and shove my hand down his pants. Grabbing his cock in my hand, it begins to swell in my grip. He moans, eyes closed as his head falls back. I pump it, my mouth watering to take it in. Leaning down, but keeping my eyes locked on his handsome face, I flick the head of his dick with my tongue and watch his head pop forward.
You don't have to do that,
he states with a husky voice. I shrug. I want to. He smirks, his hand fingering my hair and guiding me to his hard tip. I lick the head again, the taste of salt filling my mouth and the smell of musk filling my nostrils. I suck it into my mouth, my lips stretching around its girth. His hand pushes my mouth further onto the shaft, the head of his cock hitting the back of my throat. My eyes water, and I have to breathe through my nose as I suck down on it like a sucker. He hisses, my head beginning to bob up and down. Wetness drips down my thighs, knowing the pleasure my mouth is giving him, the throbbing in between my legs becoming unbearable. Hollowing out my cheeks, I suck harder and pick up the pace. He moans just as warm, salty beads spurt onto my tongue and down my throat. He slows my bobbing with his hand in my hair before pulling me off of him fully. My mouth feels used and abused. Running my tongue along the inside of my mouth, it doesn't take long before I realize my cheeks have sores from my teeth cutting into them. Before I can ask him if it was any good, he flips me on my back and dives his head in between my legs. His warm tongue flicks against my clit, and my body bucks beneath him, my hands flinging to his hair. He licks, nips, sucks, and fucking devours my wet pussy until I melt into his mouth, a bundle of nerves shooting through my limbs as I fall into satisfaction. The aftershocks still flowing through me, even after he's pulled his mouth away. My labored breathing returning to normal with each breath I take in.
Well, I woke you up because I'm taking you somewhere, so get up and get dressed.
He slaps my naked ass and I pop up off the bed, my bubble of safety suddenly popping. Leave? Is it safe? I ask, nervously. And just like that, the reality that Alvaro is out there somewhere comes back. He's like a dark, gloomy cloud hanging over your head. You know it's there, but there's nothing you can do to get rid of it until it rains, and when it does, it'll fucking pour.
I have Shadow and Lip following us, while Kane and Bobby set the perimeter,
he informs. Sure, his men will protect us.
Shadow is the best shot I know. If Alvaro does show up, he won't be there long,
Bull says, pulling up his jeans. Biting my bottom lip, I exhale a ragged breath. Bull senses my unease and comes back to the bed, hovering over me and cupping my cheeks.
You'll be safe.
He says it so confidently, as he kisses my lips, and I only hope he is right. What if I say no? I ask against his mouth. His eyes dart to mine.
You don't have a choice.
He stands tall and grabs some clothes folded on the dresser.
The girls got together and found some clothes they could spare. Said you can have them. When this mess with Alvaro is over, I'll have them take you shopping,
he states, setting them on the bed. I finger the silky black top sitting on top. The fact the ladies did this for me makes me feel good inside. But how did they know I was limited in clothes? And why would they help me now when I've been here for a while? A smirk fits my face at the thought of Bull telling them he was taking me out. Is this a date? I ask, teasingly. He grins, sliding his hands into his front pockets.
Kinda. Just a chance for you and I to spend some time together, babe.
He winks, and my nipples perk as if he just winked at them.
Meet me out front in 10.
Going through the clothes, I find a flannel shirt and black shorts. I roll the sleeves up to my elbows and unbutton the first 3 buttons on the top. My eyes drop down to my cleavage, and I second-guess myself. It's too much. Maybe I should button it back up. I turn to the side, looking my figure over as I button the shirt up again. Now I look way too much like a tomboy. I definitely need the top 3 unbuttoned. Once I'm done unbuttoning the shirt, I pull my boots on and pinch my cheeks before leaving the room, hoping I look somewhat sexy. I used to dress up to great lengths when I was younger, never thinking anything of it. But when all that was ripped away from me, the makeup, high heels, dresses, and all the labels, I have to say, all of that wasn't me. I smile in the mirror as I take in my reflection before leaving the room. This is me. Making my way through the club and outside, the sun warms my face as soon as I step into the heat, the breeze in the air whipping through my hair. I stop, close my eyes, and breathe it in. The humidity here is a lot different than Texas, and definitely opposite of Mexico's. I'm excited for this date, but I'd be lying if a degree of fear was not sitting heavy on my chest. It's the unknown that gets me most. I wish Alvaro would just pop out of somewhere so I knew his intentions, or if he was even after me. Opening my eyes, I exhale the stress. Fuck Alvaro. I won't let him ruin this for me. Bull leans against his motorcycle with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth in that sexy way he does. I notice Shadow and Lip straddling their bikes right behind him. Kane revving his engine as he drives out of the gates. Bobby rolling down the window and resting his arm on the outside as they park at the curb. My eyes sting with emotion, seeing the whole club come together to protect me just to go out with Bull. They really love their president and want to see him happy. This is a family like no other, and I want to be a part of it more than anything. London comes from the garage and sachets right toward Bull. I stand back, curious what she's going to do. She steps up to him, wrapping her perfectly manicured hand around the nape of his neck. Thus gaining his attention, he looks up at her and says something. She giggles, her head falling back and leg kicking up behind her like a goddamn princess. I really want to hurt that bitch. Stepping toward Bull, my boots crunch on some loose gravel and he looks my way. His eyes light up as he flicks his cigarette to the ground before pushing himself from against his bike, and London walks away.
You look good.
He smiles, taking me by the hips. Normally, this is where I would blush and be over the moon about his compliment, but I'm not.
What's wrong?
He lifts a brow. What was that about? I point toward a smirking London who is leaning against the building.
What? London? It was nothing.
He answers, as if I'm being ridiculous. Are you still messing with her? I can't help but ask, and he jars like I just slapped him. I am not your old lady. I get that, but I don't want to be having sex with someone who is having sex with... He presses his lips to mine, and I instantly melt into his hold.
Baby, you're the only one riding my cock.
He mumbles against my lips. Promise? I ask, our lips still touching. He pulls back, amusement in his eyes.
Promise.
He smiles. Why are you smiling? I tilt my head to the side.
To see my girl get jealous. It's just a turn on.
He shrugs. I'm glad he's enjoying it, because I don't even recognize myself. Coming off like the jealous girlfriend? I glance back at London, finding her gone. Good. Maybe she ran off and got hit by a bus. Stepping up to his motorcycle, I can't help but admire its body up close. It's black, sleek, and, in a way, sexy. I bet when it goes fast, it vibrates your whole body.
If you look at me like you look at my bike, then I know I've met my match,
Bull states, his voice heavy. I smirk, touching the paint. It's beautiful, I whisper. He grips my chin, making me look at him, his fierce green eyes meeting mine as he sets a helmet on my head softly. He fastens the strap, his fingers caressing the skin under my chin as he does so.
You truly have no idea how amazing you are, and that is why I'm so attracted to you, Anahi. Don't let your humbleness slip away from you.
My whole body becomes hot, butterflies filling my stomach.
I'll get you another fixie. I promise.
He winks. Really? I can't hide the excitement in my voice.
You can help me build it.
He shrugs, and my face deadpans. I can't build a motorcycle. He laughs.
So you learn.
Nibbling on my bottom lip, I think about Bull covered in grease and focused on a part for my bike. It's like a wet dream, only soon to be a reality. Where are we going? I ask, looking up through hooded eyes.
For a ride.
He winks, throwing his leg over his bike. I climb on, my hands resting on his lower back. Where to? I question. He shrugs.
That's the best part. We're going nowhere.
Nowhere, I whisper under my breath, the destination sounding scary yet exciting. When the bike starts, the vibration runs up my legs and through my body. His wrist twists backwards, and the motorcycle shoots forward. I giggle and scoot closer to Bull as he drives forward. One of the guys pulls the gates open, and Shadow gradually drives out first, then us, and then Lip. My eyes dart everywhere, looking for Alvaro on instinct alone as soon as we pull out, my heart racing that he's watching and waiting to take me out. My fear is clouding my chance of enjoying this ride. I clench my eyes, my fingers clawing Bull's leather vest. I have to stop this. I can't live inside the club for the rest of my life. I take a deep breath, and I remember that I told myself I would not let Alvaro ruin this for me. When I open my eyes, I push any thoughts of my past away and embrace my present. I'm enjoying this ride, even if it kills me. The ride is relaxing as we go nowhere. Road after road, turn after turn. There's no talking. We just drive. It's not what you say to one another, but what you don't say. This ride is bonding, Bull and I, even though we're not saying a word. His hand rests on my knee, and he casually looks over his shoulder at me, his eyes smiling.
You okay?
He shouts, trying to be heard over the loud exhaust. Go faster! I laugh. His eyes widen, a big grin fitting his handsome face.
Faster,
he repeats, as if he's sure he heard me wrong. I nod and dig my fingers into the back of his vest to prepare myself for what the hell I just asked for. Bull turns back around, and the exhaust rumbles something sexy as we race forward so fast my cheeks begin to flap. It feels like therapy being out here. You can smell the ocean, and there is nothing to fear right now. I feel more alive than ever. I'm at the mercy of Bull's company and the road. I unclench my death grip on Bull and roll my lips onto one another, and then I do the unimaginable. I let go of Bull's back and stretch my arms out wide. I hear Bull laugh as I tilt my head back and just fly, my courage beginning where my fear ends. As the sun starts to set, Bull stops at a traffic light in town and turns his head toward me.
You hungry?
Yes.
What do you want? I'll take you anywhere.
he offers, his lips giving me the urge to lean forward and kiss him. Taking his face in my hands, I can't help myself. I press my lips to his, conveying how much this ride means to me. He kisses me back, his plump bottom lip fitting mine perfectly.
"What was that for?"
he questions when I pull away. "Just because?" I smile, the car behind us egging us on with a honk from its horn. Bull doesn't even flinch a muscle. We stay in that moment as he keeps us still. "Now, take me to a place that serves the best burgers." His head turns further back, as if he wasn't sure he heard me right. I give a meek shrug, a nod. He shakes his head, laughing, and when the light turns green, Bull drives across the intersection to a small restaurant. Shadow and Lip coming in right behind us, followed by Kane and Bobby a few moments later. Bull sets his bike on its kickstand and climbs off. Grasping my hips, he lifts me off the seat and sets me on my own 2 feet. "Where are we?" I ask, pulling my shirt down.
In-N-Out Burger. It's my favorite place to grab a burger,"
Bull informs. I look the place over. It's mostly glass, with yellow arrow signs everywhere. Feeling Bull staring at me, I glance his way. His smile tugs at the corner of his mouth as his eyes look at me as if I'm a mystery. I love that look. "What?" I mutter.
"Out of all places, why burgers?"
he asks, genuinely interested. I tuck a hair behind my ear and smile at the memories of my mother and her stories about American food. Before my mother died, she spoke about America often. She told me they had the best cheeseburgers. I used to have them at the diner in Texas, but they never had cheese, and their condiments were slim pickings. They weren't the kind my mother spoke of, that's for sure. But they were the closest I could get to one, so you know how it goes, I reply. Bull grasps my hand, his fingers interlocking in between mine.
"Well, let's get my woman a burger."
Bull. I pick a table in the back away from the windows as Anahi and I wait for our food to be brought to us. She's so down to earth and surprises me more than any woman I've known. She's young and crazy beautiful, exactly what I need in my life, full of excitement and mystery, something youthful and full of light. Having just enough darkness to make her fit into my lifestyle perfectly. I watch her, which I do a lot, finding amusement in her eyes when she sees things for the first time. She people watches like no one I've known. The way she's practically bouncing in her seat for the damn cheeseburger of all things, she's more than meets the eye, I tell ya. "Tell me more about your mother," I ask, needing to know more about her, and her eyes meet mine. "What do you want to know?" She gives a sad smile. I hate that I'm bringing that sadness out of her, but I need to know what breaks her, what makes her tick. "You said she died. What happened?" I push. She fidgets and looks down at the table. "Drive-by shooting?" she replies dryly. "She was shopping for my birthday and was gunned down in the parking lot?" She informs, the sound of her voice not one I've heard before. It's sad yet mechanical, like she's had to answer this question a dozen times and the only way to get through it is to become numb. "Jesus," I mutter and reach over to grab her hand, wanting to comfort her. "It was just me and my dad for a while, but then he remarried to Alvaro's mom and he became my stepbrother. Some years later, while in America, my dad had a heart attack and died." She continues, opening up a little more. "Is that when you went to your uncle's?" She nods. "Yeah. He acted like he cared for mine and Alvaro's well-being, but that demeanor quickly faded as soon as he got us where he wanted us. He locked us in a room for years. After a while, Alvaro was allowed to leave and do things that my uncle needed. I was tested, and since I didn't cooperate to his liking, I wasn't allowed to leave anymore. When I noticed Alvaro turning into someone I didn't recognize anymore, I knew he would never have my back like he did with Father. He'd always been my keeper, but this time with my uncle it meant something very different.
I tried to escape, but it didn't work out as planned. I was left with one option only if I wanted to live. Swallow the drugs and mule them over to Texas.
I sit back in my seat, the urge to find these motherfuckers nearly unbearable. Everyone's true colors show eventually, I state, and her eyes pop to mine.
Yeah, they do, she replies, the look on her face and tone in her voice conveying her colors have changed too. I was rich, you know. Her lips tug at the corners as she reveals this bit of info.
Oh yeah?
I chuckle. Yeah, big poofy dresses, big hair, and enough jewelry to blind a person.
She shakes her head, looking back down at the table.
It wasn't me, though. It took having everything taken away from me to truly find myself.
What she says hits me more than anything she said tonight. Why, I'm not sure. Maybe because she's perfectly imperfect. Maybe because I know she's real, and real is rare these days. Our food arrives, taking us from our deep conversation. I sit back and watch Anahi as she eagerly grabs her burger to take a bite, but stalls, her mouth open and ready to sink into the meaty goodness, but she's frozen in time. What's wrong? I furrow my brows. She closes her mouth, setting the food down.
It looks just like my mother described,
she whispers with disbelief. The thought a simple cheeseburger could bring so much emotion out of her is mind-blowing.
I've thought about this burger my whole life. What if it doesn't meet my expectations? And what if it does? Then what do? I lived on this dream for so long.
Her sad, confused eyes meet mine. They're filled with so much pain I can hardly take it. Take a bite. It will be everything your mother said it was, and the best part is I can take you here any time you are missing her, babe. I reach across the table and give her hand a squeeze. Her eyes flutter with unshed tears as she flips her hand over it and squeezes back. My heart's sutures from the last time I opened up and loved someone can be felt being torn apart for this woman. Let's hope she doesn't run her hands through the love I bleed for her and finger paint my pain on the wall. She rubs her eyes and then grabs the cheeseburger with both hands. Slowly, she sinks her teeth into it and her eyes light up as she takes a bite. Her hand touches her lips as she swallows, a light moan to be heard from the chaos. Sauce sticks to the corner of her mouth, and I swear it's fucking adorable.
It's really good?
She laughs with a mouthful. Leaning across the table, I slide my tongue along the corner of her mouth, her breath catching in her throat from the public display of affection. Told ya? I wink, taking a bite of my own. She eats the whole thing, even demolishes the shake I got her, too. The rest of the evening is filled with laughter and sharing interests. I can't help but think about how badly I want to make her future so bright that it erases her past. I want to take care of her. I want her to be my old lady. That internal thought makes me choke on my soda. My eyes water.
Are you okay?
Anahi pushes my soda toward me. My eyes watering, I take a sip to clear my throat. All of a sudden, gunshots ring out and my internal instinct kicks in. I kick the table over and tuck Anahi into my side. Pulling my gun out, I look around for my boys. A couple of girls who are cowering underneath a booth beside us become even more alarmed when they notice my gun, screaming and nearly crawling on top of each other. "Shut the fuck up!" I bark at them and they cry louder. Fuck, I can't see or hear any of my men to know what is going on, especially with these fucking bitches acting like they are. "We gotta go," Lip informs, coming from the back, gun in hand. He grabs Anahi's arm, looking everywhere as he escorts us out. "Who was it?" I question, following him out. "I don't know, but I have a pretty good idea." He points to Kane's truck, and the word Hermana is written in the dust on the windshield.
It means sister.
Anahi exhales with a tired breath. Not so much scared like she used to be, but just plain fucking tired. "How did this happen? Where were you guys?" I demand to know. "I was taking a piss. Shadow and Kane were getting a refill. Bobby was the one out here and saw everything," Lip informs. Bobby stands by his bike, rubbing the back of his neck anxiously. "What happened?" I ask him. I spotted someone near the truck. I hollered at them to fuck off, and they shot at me before jumping in a black truck. Bobby informs, his voice wavering with adrenaline.
Was it Alvaro?
Anahi questions, her eyes determined and fierce as she awaits Bobby to answer her. Bobby bites at his bottom lip before looking down at his boots. I didn't get a clear look, he admits shamefully. Fuck, I whisper, rubbing the back of my neck. I look at Anahi and find her looking around with a wary face. She's come so far since the day she ran into me outside that bar. I'll be damned if Alvaro scares her back into being his pet again. Let's get her back to the club, I order. You want her to ride with Kane? Shadow asks. Might be safer if they try to sideswipe you with their truck.
No, I'm riding with Bull. Only Bull.
She blurts out before I can respond. I wrap my arm around her waist, feeling more than grateful she trusts me to take care of her. Come on, B.
Anahi. Lying in bed, I stare into the deep abyss of darkness that paints the ceiling. Bull is demanding Alvaro's head, calling all the charters in the tri-state area to find him. I hoped he'd moved on, or that Uncle Benito killed him. I was wrong. I knew this dream was temporary. You can't sell fairy tales and happily ever afters to someone who knows the halls of a nightmare so well. Rolling over, I look at the light coming from under the door. It's barely there, but enough to light up the darkness. Darkness. I bite my inner cheek thinking about the word. I have that inside of me, that cold, dangerous part few people know I'm capable of. A saint that is capable of setting the world on fire and getting away with it because she has a pretty face. I never brought my full worth out, at least not since the night I tried to escape back in Mexico. Before I never had anything worth losing other than my life. But now, I have a lot to lose. I hear Bull laugh, and my body instantly responds with warmth. This is my new family, and I can't lose it. I won't lose it. Chapter 13. Anahi. 3 weeks later. 3 weeks have gone by, and things have slowly calmed down since Alvaro made it known he was close by. Shadow has been gone trying to find him, but he's come up empty each time. I told Bull he won't find him. Alvaro had the best mentor in the business, Uncle Benito. He covers his tracks well, only being found when he wants to be found. Bull has reassured me that he has this covered and has been keeping my mind occupied elsewhere lately. I wake up smiling with Bull's hands on me, my mind and body at a complete loss of the fear it once had for Alvaro. When Bull walks in a room, I can't help but smile and blush. I've been fed French toast in bed, only to have syrup dripped over my breast while Bull licked it up. I glance at my shoulder, which is healed for the most part. The holes where the bullets hit are going to scar, though. Between Doc and Bull watching over it, I hardly had to do anything to take care of it. I feel like I'm a part of something here, and it's amazing. I even helped cook dinner last night with some of the old ladies, and we sat around a big table like a family. It felt surreal. However, with every sunny day comes a lingering storm, and mine was coming. I could feel it. The dark, ominous clouds in sight, the wind picking up, and the smell of destruction strong. Deep down, I feel like this freedom isn't really mine, like it'll be taken from me at any moment. The name Augustus has been heard around every corner in the club, and every time I hear it, my spine breaks out in a sweat. I have to figure out if their Augustus is my Augustus. I'm taking my time, because I'm nervous they are one and the same. Doc walks in the kitchen, with her blonde hair flowing behind her, her pink scrubs an eyesore in a club full of leather and tattoos. "Hey, you!" she beams cheerfully when she sees me. "Hey, I smile, cutting into tomatoes. Ooh, what are you making? She hovers over the skillet, smelling the beef I'm cooking. I'm making Bull a dish we used to make back home. It's like a burrito and nachos rolled into one. I try to explain. It was something my mother used to make. I found it in her recipe book and have been making it ever since. Her eyes light up. Tell me you'll let me have some. It sounds amazing, and it has to be better than Taco Bell. I laugh. I remember Alvaro bringing it back to the motel once. It was very different than what we would make back home. I'm making extra, so sure. Have you seen Bull? I ask, looking over my shoulder. She sighs, leaning against the counter. Church. Shadow came back with some info on Augustus and his crew or something. She informs, but her voice wavers. My brows furrow, curious why she's acting so nervous all of a sudden. I've heard a lot about this Augustus guy. Where is he from? Does anyone know? I probe. She shakes her head, her teeth biting her bottom lip. Does he have any family left around here, or maybe somewhere else? I continue, and instantly wish I could grab the questions back and shove them in my mouth. Doc's eyes wrinkle at the sides as she looks at me. Feeling nervous myself, I look away. Fucking stupid. Why are you asking me all of this? She lifts a brow, her eyes boring into me hard. Do you know him? Did you know Augustus? She fires question after question at me as she steps closer. I step back, my mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, my heart beating a mile a minute, so fast that I feel high. The kitchen doors open and London walks in. She stops, looking between Doc and I before rolling her eyes and continuing to the fridge. Doc takes a step back and my shoulders relax some. What are you making? London asks, her accent sounding sexy to me, even. She's making something for Bull, Doc informs, her brows raised. By the sound of Doc's voice, I can tell she isn't fond of London either. London smirks, taking a step back and pulling the cap off her water bottle. I can tell she is about to spew a bunch of bullshit, and I'm in no mood for it. After just leading Doc on that I might know Augustus, my head is in another place. Did it ever occur to you that you're just the rebound, Anahi? Or maybe something new to play with? I've been here for Bull for months, and we have a connection no little taco-making bitch is going to come in here and destroy. Her voice drips with as much hatred as it does hurt. Darkness sweeps in over my newfound happiness, and I grip the spatula hard. Closing my eyes, I try to breathe through the anger and stress that is making me feel out of control. I give a tight-lipped smile. Don't worry. When he makes me his old lady, I'm sure he'll still let you take the trash out occasionally. My tongue runs along my upper lip before I bite my lip, pleased with myself. Her face turns red, her nostrils flaring. I wouldn't close my eyes if I were you, sweetheart, because in a blink of an eye, Bull will be back in bed with me, she taunts. Before I can get myself under control, my hand whips back, spatula in hand, and I slap her across the face with it so hard it breaks in my palm. She screams, her mouth gaping open in horror as she cups her face as if I just went postal. Apparently, I'm not very good at this back-and-forth bickering because I just snapped. You balmy bitch, she insults me, using British slang. Pulling her hand back, little lines from where the still-hot spatula marked her perfect cheek. My hands tremble, regret flushing over how badly I overreacted. Why couldn't I just continue to cuss her out, have the upper hand in comebacks? Her mouth purses, and she stomps out of the kitchen. I better go look at that. Doc rolls her eyes, pushing herself off the counter. She stops, looking over her shoulder. Good for you for sticking up for yourself, she praises. It was nothing to praise. I overreacted, I argue. I don't like it when people compliment my dark behavior. No. You stood your ground. Nothing wrong in letting her know you're not playing games when it comes to your man, she says, before walking out. I drop the handle of the spatula and slide down against the cabinets until my ass hits the floor. Letting my head fall in my hands, I cuss myself for not only hitting London, but my interrogation of questions at Doc. She senses I know more than I'm letting on. The storm is coming. The music is loud, and everyone is having a good time, but the club is still on lockdown, meaning the main gates are locked out front. Nobody is to enter or leave without Bull's permission, and it is a bummer because I'd love to go for another ride. There's a bonfire in the courtyard, and people hanging around. You'd think it was a family barbecue if it weren't for a few wild girls running around half naked and nearly everyone in leather. The kids of the club are inside, tucked away upstairs with video games and movies to keep them at bay in case things get out of control. Bull comes behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist.
"We found a gas tank for your bike,"
he informs me, excited. Really? I beam, wanting to see it now.
"Yeah, it's an older bobber model like you had on Fixie. I'll show you later,"
he says, and excitement flares in my belly to see it.
"Have you eaten?"
He nuzzles in the crook of my neck. "No, I'm not feeling well." He feels my forehead, and I roll my eyes. Sometimes his protectiveness is over the top.
"Do you want to go late?"
"No, this is a party, and I want to be here," I interrupt. I want to show Bull I am here for him, and I want to be here. Besides, if I leave his side more than 10 minutes, London will be on him like a cat in heat.
"I got something for you,"
he whispers into the back of my hair. My heart beats in excitement, and I turn around. He pulls his hands out from behind his back and holds a leather jacket. My eyes widen, and my mouth pops open. "Is that?" I point at it, flabbergasted. He turns it, and there it is. Property of Bull. My eyes swell with tears, and I feel like I need to pee. I'm filled with so much emotion, any outsider would think Bull just proposed to me. Everyone hoots and hollers around us, and Bull grins with pride as I put my very own leather on.
"This is my old lady, my queen bee, and you all better show her some fucking respect or you'll have me to answer to,"
Bull hollers, placing a hand on the small of my back and pulling me into him. He lifts me and kisses me senseless. My hands cup his face, his scruff scraping my palms, a feeling I'll never grow tired of. "Are you sure?" I ask against his lips, knowing this is a big commitment to any member of the Devil's Dust Club.
"Are you trying to talk me out of it?"
He laughs, setting me to my feet. "No, I just mean—"
"Bee, I knew you were mine the day you ran into me,"
he says softly, thumbing my chin. My cheeks flush, and I'm instantly turned on. I fan myself, feeling overexcited.
"You all right, darling?"
He rubs the nape of my neck, and I clear my throat to answer.
"I'll get you some water."
He pats my ass, leaving me next to the bonfire before I can answer him. My eyes catch London across the fire. Her head is lowered, and she has a smile on her face that has me more than worried about what the hell is going on in that head of hers. My arm is tugged on, dragging my attention away from the British bitch. Doc is tugging me, her face pale. "What is wrong?" I question. "Do you know what information the club has on Augustus?" she asks in a whisper, her eyes darting around everywhere nervously. My shoulders tense, and I shake my head. "Bull doesn't tell me club business." My stomach feels queasy at the mention of Augustus, and I clutch my abdomen. "You okay?" she asks, jumping back into doctor mode. as if she didn't just ask me about Augustus with a worried expression. I have felt sick to my stomach for a few days now. I look at her and laugh nervously. Probably weather change from Texas to here or something. I shrug it off. Have you been running a fever? Or did you maybe eat something bad? She asks, feeling my head like a parent would a child. No. I answer her series of questions with one answer. You and Bull have been careful, right? She raises a brow, and I give her a deer-in-the-headlights look. Condoms, or pulling out? Something? She continues. No. My heart begins to pick up its pace, knowing what she's getting at. Her face goes stoic, before snapping back into its regular look. Follow me, she whispers, lugging me behind her. We enter the club and go in her and Bobby's room. She digs in her purse and pulls out a long object printed in pink lettering. A pregnancy test. Bobby and I have been trying to get pregnant, so I keep these on me at all times. Go pee on it. She points to the bathroom. Pee on it? Right now? I ask, skeptically. Yeah, it will tell us if you're pregnant or not, she informs, ushering me toward her bathroom. Taking the stick from her, I go to their bathroom, close the door, and stare at it. When was my last period? I rack my brain, trying to come up with something, but I'm unsure. I can't even remember. Glancing around Bobby and Doc's bathroom, I notice it's pristine and clean. You wouldn't think a man used this bathroom, let alone Bobby at all. Inhaling a breath, I tear the test open, pull my pants down, and sit on the toilet. With shaky hands, I position it between my legs and pee on it. After this, I'm definitely getting on something to keep this from happening again. Pulling the stick out from in between my legs, I set it on the counter while I clean up. Then I cap it, place it back into its plastic packaging, and tuck it in my back pocket for later. I wash my hands and turn to dry them, finding Doc's hand towels folded perfectly and of vibrant color, like they're to be seen and not used. I give a quizzical look and decide to dry my wet hands off on my pants instead. Stepping out, Doc is pacing the room, her head popping up when she notices me. What did it say? Her face seems almost excited, except I can tell she's just trying to be nice. If I am pregnant, deep down she'd probably be sad. She's been trying to get pregnant and hasn't been able to. Seeing someone else conceive who wasn't even trying would be a hit in the gut. I am going to wait and look at the results with Bull, I think. I twist my lips, knowing it sounds crazy, but if I am pregnant, I think it's something we should experience finding out together. She blinks a few times before finally nodding her head. Yes, that is a good idea. Thanks for looking out for me, I say, with gratitude. Tilting her head to the side, she gives a small smile. Of course. I know this club is hard to take in all at once. It's good to have someone on your side. Most of all, I'm happy to see Bull happy. He's worked hard for it. She hugs me, surprising me. I stall, not sure what to do with the affection. Knowing I should hug her back, I do. The feeling is so welcoming and comforting, I can't help but hug her harder. She sobs, and I try to pull back to look her in the face, but she hugs me tighter. Are you okay? I whisper into her hair, the smell of lavender strong. She nods, wiping her eyes and pulling from my grip. Yeah, sorry, just they have me on so many hormones and shit. She half laughs, turning her back to me. Sensing she needs a minute, I rub her back one last time and head out of the room. London is sitting outside the door, her arms crossed and lips pursed in a wolfish smile, the dim lighting in the hallway giving her an ominous glow. Quickly, I pull my shirt down over the test in my back pocket, her eyes watching my movements so close I become tense. Her jaw clenches, and then she steps up to me, her eyes assessing my vest. She scoffs, picking at the patch that says my road name. "I hope you enjoyed your time here, B," she hisses, shoving past me. I turn to ask her what that means, but she's already halfway down the hall. Not wanting to deal with it, I head into mine and Bull's room and set the test on the dresser.
Chapter 14. Bull. Anahi slides up against me, watching some of the girls and their men dance on the bar to Sweet Home Alabama, everyone singing the lyrics. She laughs when Kane nearly faceplants, the giggle in her voice making me laugh. I like seeing her relax some. She tries to act like us not finding Alvaro doesn't bother her, but I know her better than she thinks. It fucks with her mind here and there. It has to, because I'd be lying if I said it didn't fuck with mine every time we come up empty on a location for him. The song changes to I Hate You, I Love You by Nash, and everyone climbs off the bar, resuming what they were doing. "You having fun?" I ask, looking down at her. "I am," she yells above the song, her eyes smiling and cheeks glowing. London struts by me, but her eyes aren't locked on me. She's focused on Anahi as she climbs on the bar, a cold chill surfing through the club. Her makeup has run down her face and her eyes are puffy from what looks like crying. Jesus, this can't be good. "Hey," she yells, trying to get everyone's attention. Anahi stirs next to me, and I instantly tense. The music is cut and London waves a paper around, clearing her throat. "First of all, happy birthday, Lip." She claps, looking at him, her cheerful demeanor contradicting the hot mess that she is. Lip raises a soda and looks the other way, a little confused. "Second, I don't know about you, but I'm tired of being on lockdown. You?" Nobody answers, knowing it's for the safety of this club. What is this bitch getting at? "Give it a rest, London," I demand, raising a brow at her. "Everyone has grown so fond of Anahi." The way she says Anahi's name sounds like it's poisonous, and it pisses me off. "I just want to protect the man I love, not only him but this club too, and that's why I've gone to great lengths to find this information I'm about to share." She continues, ignoring me. Anahi jumps forward at the word love, and I have to grab Anahi by the arm to stop her from beating London's ass off the bar. "Don't let her under your skin," I tell Anahi, but she just rips her arm from my grip and glares at me. "Anahi isn't our friend, guys, in fact. She's the daughter of our enemy, Augustus." London tosses the paper into the crowd and everyone starts to talk amongst themselves. A few hang-arounds look back at Anahi like she's an outsider and not my old lady. My jaw clenches as Bobby looks the paper over and then hands it to me, his face grim. I straighten the paper out and look at it. It's an obituary for Augustus's funeral. Augustus Gomez, died at age 49. Survivors include daughter Anahi Gomez, age 18. I stop reading right there, dropping the newspaper clipping to the floor. "Bull, Anahi sobs, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Anger and disappointment throbbing through my head to the point I can't even think straight. "That's not all," London continues, and I wish for the life of me she'd shut the fuck up. Pushing through the crowd to pull her ass off the bar, she steps out of my reach. "Bull got the traitor fucking pregnant," London yells, before throwing a pregnancy stick at me. It hits me in the chest before falling to the dirty floor. Everyone gasps, whispers of betrayal floating through the club. My ears warm and my stomach flips to the point I feel like I might be sick. Bending down, I pick the test up that displays 2 pink lines. One is fainter than the other, telling me she's not very far along, but far enough to get a positive pregnancy test. I look at Anahi, her eyes welled with tears. "I was going to wait and look at it with you," Anahi whimpers, her face stunned and pale. My chest burns and fear and anger run amok in my fucking head.
Bull let a monster into our house who now carries a bastard relative of the very person who turned this club on its axis.
London continues, working the crowd up. Everyone is looking at Anahi like she's the fucking devil, and I can't do anything to protect her because I'm fucking stunned. Why didn't she tell me who her father was? She heard us talk about Augustus. She had to have known. Hell, I even mentioned his name to her. I open my mouth to say something, and before I can, she bolts, running from everyone's critical stares. My head is reeling with every emotion known to man. She is Augustus's fucking daughter. She is carrying my child. The two hold very opposite feelings.
Are you going to go after her?
Danny asks, her face pinched in concern. I blink in confusion, not sure what to fucking do. The thought of Anahi getting knocked up didn't bother me so much before, but now it's a fucking reality that holds more than my heritage. Taking my eyes from the test, I look at Danny. I missed her whole childhood. I know nothing about raising a kid. What if I'm a terrible dad? I'll have nobody to blame but myself. My head is in a fog, the sound of everyone drowned out by my own reality. I suppress so much emotion when it comes to relationships because I'm scared of getting so deep with someone only to have them ripped from me. I love her. I was just scared to ever admit it. Danny shoves me in the arm, pissed off.
Are you?
She bites out, her face turning red. That fire that Shadow sees in her rearing its ugly head. Narrowing my brows, my fog slowly lifts, bringing me back to the here and now. Move, I bark. I push past Danny, ignoring her temper tantrum. I need to find Anahi. I need answers, but most of all, I need her. Cherry busts through the front door before I can reach it, her face etched in terror, her red hair sticking to her red lipstick.
Anahi left the gates and needs help.
Fisting the pregnancy test, I jog out the doors to inspect what is going on. As soon as I step outside, I hear Anahi screaming for her life on the other side of the gates. She left the gates by herself. Fuck. My body tingles and the breath in my lungs ceases to exist. Panic races through me from one end to the other as I sprint to the gates, my heart beating wildly at what I might see when I get there. Anahi, I call after her, needing to hear her voice.
Bull, help!
She screams, her voice sounding like she's struggling. Reaching the gates, a black truck starts its ignition and does a U-turn in the street, running over mailboxes and the curb before driving off like a bat out of hell. Fuck! I shake the gates in frustration, before turning around and heading toward the club. Kane races past me and slips between the gates, running to his truck parked by the curb before driving after them. I pull my phone out and call him. My hands shaking so bad I suddenly feel like I have two left hands as it takes me longer than it should to dial his number. I'll follow them. See where he's taking her. He answers the phone, knowing exactly why I'm calling. Stay back and don't let him see you. If he stops, take him out and get my woman back, I demand before ending the call. My palms sweaty and pulse drumming in my neck. I feel like I may have a goddamn heart attack. I can't lose her. I won't survive losing another woman I love. I should have defended her instead of standing there like a fucking mute. Heels click behind me. Females shouting is heard behind the club. Taking a step to the side to inspect what else is going on, I find Danny and Cherry beating the shit out of London. The streetlight hitting something on Cherry's hand just right. She flexes her fingers, and that's when I realize it's brass knuckles. I turn my head. London did more than run my woman off. She went against me and tried to turn my club against me. What do we do? You want us to go after her? Bobby asks, Shadow right behind them. I narrow my eyes at them, surprised everyone wants to go save her after hearing who she is. Don't look so surprised. How many of us wish we could have picked our parents? Shadow sneers, crossing his arms. He hated his mother, and she definitely put this club through a ringer with her drug addiction. Yeah, it's not like Anahi had anything to do with it. You don't get to pick your DNA, Lip adds, forcing me to remember how his own brother killed one of our own. Hearing my boys have my back feels good, but I ain't got time for sentimental shit right now. I need to get my woman. Let's ride out and find Kane. Bobby begins putting the plan in action. He will lead us right to her and that crazy motherfucker. A murder on my birthday? You really shouldn't have. How you going to top that next year? Lip throws out, rubbing his palms against each other excitedly. The weight that is hanging over us tonight is the Reaper standing by, waiting to drain the life out of corpses that lay cold and still before vanishing into a shadow that creeps through the night. I'm going to deliver the entire fucking cartel of Mexico tonight, before jumping on my motorcycle and riding into the night. I'm about to show them exactly why we are called the Devil's Dust.
Anahi. The truck veers to the left and right quickly, throwing me into the seat and door like a bouncy ball. "Let me out!" I scream, trying to pry the door open. It doesn't open, and I start slapping the glass. Alvaro grips me by the hair, pulling me back into the seat. "Get off me!" I strike out, but miss his face.
Fuck, you're feisty,
He chuckles, pushing my wrists into the seat with his knee.
Give me the zip tie.
Alvaro holds his hand out to the driver.
Here, boss,
the familiar voice says, before holding out his hand and looking over his shoulder. It's Potsy. Of course he would be the one to help Alvaro wrangle me in. "You're fucking pathetic," I snarl, as Alvaro ties my wrists together. "You're so fucked. Do you know that? Bull will—" Duct tape covers my mouth tightly, forcing me to breathe through my nose. My anxious state, paired with my harsh breathing, is making me feel lightheaded with the limited air. Alvaro wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me into him. The smell of spice and alcohol strong. I eye him, trying to control my fear.
"Surprised to see me, hermana?"
He whispers into my ear. I can't help but whimper and try to pull away from him.
You didn't think I was just going to let you go, did you?
I stare at him with wild eyes, wishing I could hurt him so badly.
So, did they kick you out after figuring out who you were? Or did you run on your own?
He asks, seriously. My eyes widen, my cheeks flaring with anger.
That's right. London, I think it was. She was a great puppet.
His brows rise with pride, and I want to vomit. He fucking gave that information to London somehow, and of course she would use it to get rid of me. He caresses my face before gripping my cheeks so hard I want to cry out.
You chose them over me. Why?
He breathes into my face.
I told you I was sorry for working so much and we could start over, but that wasn't good enough for you, was it?
He sneers.
You tried to kill me, in fact. You failed, of course, and now it's my turn to repay the favor.
I mumble against the tape, trying to reply. He grips the corner and rips it off my face. It instantly smarts, and my eyes begin to water. You don't care about me, Alvaro. Just the idea that I am with someone else is what upsets you. He nods, a tight-lipped smile fitting his shadowed face.
Wrong,
he barks, making me jump.
You chose fucking gringos. That is the problem. You being a slut, that is the problem.
He argues, and I laugh. Say what you want. You're just fucking crazy. I shake my head.
I'm crazy,
he asks, the question rhetorical.
It's crazy to want to keep you to myself, to want to smell you whenever I want, to touch your skin whenever I fucking please.
He raises his left hand, a black gun palming it. He runs the barrel along my collarbone, his head tilting to the side.
Then this is going to sound psychotic, because I'm going to kill you before I ever let you leave me again.
I whimper, my eyes threatening to spill tears.
Plus, dear old Uncle Benito said you're a liability now, and what he says is prayer.
He leans closer to me, his tongue snaking out before sliding up my cheek. The warm, scratchy feeling making me yell out as I try and escape the contact. He laughs, a malicious sound, before pulling me into him.
Hey, at least you'll be with your parents now, when I kill you,
he says, cheerfully.
Bull. Riding with my men, we head out toward Arizona hours later. Small updates from Kane along the way isn't enough. I need more. I'm nervous he is either taking her back to Texas or worse, Mexico. If it's the latter, we'll have to intercept sooner rather than later, because there is no way we will get across the border. My pocket vibrates and I fish out my phone. Opening the lock screen, it's a text from Kane. They've stopped. Sending GPS location, K. The location pulls up on my phone, and it's literally in the middle of fucking nowhere. I can get there in a half hour if we fucking speed. With that, I speed up, passing Bobby, and lead the way with only one thought in my mind. I'm coming, Anahi.
Chapter 15. Anahi.
Hey, Uncle. I'm here. She is too. We'll deal with her, then pass her into Arizona for the drop. Understood. Bye.
Alvaro hangs the phone up and points out the windshield.
Pull off up here. Benito said he'd meet us.
Alvaro informs Patsy, who is driving us.
Ah, baby. Don't cry. This is what needs to happen. You just weren't cut out for this life, and, well, I'm going to end it.
A Joker smile crosses his face as he grabs one of my hands like he actually thinks he is doing me a service in offing me. The only thing I would be crying about is not killing you sooner, I growl, leaning forward so my threats brush against his face. He grips my chin harshly, and I wince, gritting my teeth in reaction to the discomfort.
Tough words for a little girl.
He brushes his lips against mine, and I bite down on his, making him holler out in pain right before he backhands me. The impact throws me into the door, my bottom lip burning viciously.
Fucking puta!
He shoves me for good measure, and I glare at him as if my eyes were throwing daggers into his soul. I swallow hard, my eyes stinging with the urge to cry. If Bull comes for me, then I know we were meant to be together. I know it wasn't just a fairy tale I was pretending to live in. If not, then I know my newfound family was just another one I didn't belong in.
You know what?
He grabs my forearm and starts ripping my leather vest off my back. Stop it! I panic, trying to push him away. Reaching in his back pocket, he whips out a sharp knife and I instantly freeze. He slices it right along the seams under each arm, on each side of the jacket, and jerks it off me. Instantly, my body cools, but rage fills my chest. Give it back, I demand, my voice cold. He holds the knife up, and my nostrils flare. He grips me by the hair, and my scalp stings from the hairs snapping. He climbs on me, pressing his knees into my ribs. The hard pressure burns across my chest, and I can barely breathe. Get off me! I wheeze, trying to kick him, but he presses down harder. I elbow him in the face, and he finally falls off me, laughing. Sitting up, I situate myself in the seat and find Alvaro holding a chunk of my hair in his hand. He runs it under his nose, his eyes closed as he smells it. I gasp in disbelief. Using both of my hands, I feel at the ends of my hair.
A little something for me to remember you by after I slit your fucking throat.
His voice dips, hitting me in all the wrong places. Alvaro jerks open the door, his eyes never leaving mine.
Keep an eye on this bitch. I'm going to go take a piss and wait for Benito,
he informs, slamming the door, my cut-up vest in his hands. Sitting up, a tear falls down my cheek. That leather means more to me than I thought, and now I not only see but also understand why Bull was so irate with me the day I took his. I earned that cut. It's a symbol of respect and love, and Alvaro just shredded it. I bounce my leg out of anxiousness, and my foot kicking something in the floorboard. My brows furrow in question, and I bend over to inspect what it is. A tire patch kit that has been opened meets my sight. My eyes widening when they land on the T-handle tire puncture tool. It looks like a sharp screwdriver with a handle. I glance up at Potsy, who is more consumed in a game of Candy Crush than what I'm doing. Using both my hands, I lean over and fish out the tool, being careful not to make a sound as my hands are tied, that simple task proving to be anything but. Gripping it in my hand, my heart beats a mile a minute with what I'm about to do. Second-guessing for a brief second, I almost drop the tool back down. But then it hits me. I am not just fighting for me anymore. I'm a mother, and this is me fighting for my unborn child. This is me fighting for my freedom and my family. I got a taste of happiness, and if I want it back, I have to take it back. I lunge myself forward and puncture Potsy right in the neck. Blood sprays all over my face and chest as I continue to maliciously stab him over and over again. The phone drops to the floor, the game saying, "Juicy," as he flops like a fish in the driver's seat, gasping for air. His legs kick beneath him as blood continues to spurt from his neck and onto my hands. When he finally stops moving, I can barely breathe from the adrenaline rushing through me. A sob rushes past my lips, and I place the back of my hand to my mouth to get a hold of myself, my eyes catching Alvaro walking back towards us from taking a piss. I shove Potsy with all my strength into the passenger side and slide behind the wheel. Maneuvering my body so that I can use the gear shift, I put the truck into drive and stomp the accelerator to the floor. The truck jerks forward, the headlights bouncing along Alvaro's body as we race toward him. A look of concern crosses his face right before the grill of the truck smacks into his body with a loud thud. The truck jostles back and forth as the tires run over his body. I can't help the emotion that spills from me as I shift the truck into reverse and back over him again. Crying out loud, I scream like a madwoman and run over his body again and again and again. My cries releasing all the fear and haunting memories that I harbored over the years. My hands tremble, my world spinning from all the adrenaline as I run over his body one last time. I stare into the rearview mirror, waiting to see if he stands back up as the truck rocks to a stop. A few moments pass, and there's nothing but the sound of the truck and my heavy breathing. I open the door, and when my feet touch the ground, I fall to my knees, my legs feeling like jello from the rush. I can't stand. I pull myself up, using the truck for support as I head toward Alvaro's lifeless body. His head is smashed in, his chest ripped open from the tires, ripping it apart. Blood everywhere, his bones protruding from his arms and legs. It's gross, and I have to look away to swallow past the nauseous feeling it leaves me with. But something catches my attention, pulling my focus back to him as I do a double take. Taking him in, I notice my leather vest. Stepping toward him, I lean down, grabbing my leather cut from his lifeless hand. "That's mine, motherfucker," I mutter, and shrug it back on. It hangs from my shoulders, much like a poncho from where he cut it. It upsets me, at first, to see it destroyed, but at least I have it. I smile, realizing I could always sew it together with some purple thread or something, making it my very own and showing that it has a story already. Motorcycles sound up the road. Tears fall from my eyes in relief from the familiar sound. They came for me. He came. Kane's truck bites into the desert floor behind Bull, who is leading the way. His motorcycle comes to a stop, his eyes squinting as if he is looking around for me. "Bull!" I yell out, jogging toward him.
Anahi!
He jumps off his motorcycle and runs at me. As soon as I crash into him, his strong arms engulf me, one hand in my hair, the other on my back. I lose it, crying like a little girl.
Shh, I'm here, baby,
he whispers into my hair. I'm so sorry, Bull. I should have told you about my dad. I just didn't want to believe it was him. I sob into his chest. My family is the kind that doesn't forgive. You get one shot or be shot. I was scared and didn't know what to... He grabs my chin, making me look him in the eyes. They don't look angry. In fact, they're warm and flaring with passion. It takes me aback, and I stop rambling.
Hey, that's not important right now. Are you okay?
He pushes me back a step, looking me over. I nod, my lashes wet from crying, making it hard to see clearly.
You're covered in blood, Anahi. Are you sure you're not hurt?
He starts running his hands over me, lifting my clothes where he can in search of wounds. It's not mine, I mutter with a grave tone. His face is expressionless, and his brows pinch together. He glances over my head and jerks his chin. Shadow and Bobby instantly take off toward the direction in which I came, while Kane keeps an eye out for cars. Bull directs his attention back to me, placing his palm on my belly, his eyes shining with a look I haven't seen before.
You sure you're okay?
His eyes grow soft, the feeling of his hand on my stomach sweet. I'm sure we look like a scene out of a horror movie. I'm covered in blood and he's tattooed, carrying a gun while one hand is placed on our unborn child. I laugh, placing my hand over his. Yeah, we're okay.
Hate to break up the family reunion, but we've got company coming,
Kane informs, pointing behind us at 3 cars coming around a bend in the curve about 3 miles out. My uncle was meeting Alvaro here. I think they were going to kill me and head back to Mexico, I tell Bull.
We will be outnumbered, Bull,
Shadow says calmly. There's 3 cars coming right at us.
Fuck.
Bull's face goes grim as he palms his face.
We don't have enough ammo.
Shadow closes his eyes and shakes his head.
I doubt it. Who knows how many men they have? It's risky. Let's blow them up,
Bobby suggests with a shit-eating grin. I can't help but give him a look of doubt.
How do you plan to do that?
Shadow rolls his eyes.
We have that.
Bobby points at the black truck.
Don't underestimate a redneck and his explosive skills.
Bobby raises a brow. I cross my arms, intrigued now. I've seen a lot of things in Mexico, but using a truck to blow people up is a new one.
Sadly, I don't see another way out of this. You better not fuck this up, Bobby.
Bull shakes his head. Why can't we just go? I ask, grabbing Bull's hand. He looks down, interlocking his fingers with mine.
I can't chance them coming after you again.
His eyes slowly meet mine. The intensity and darkness that swims behind them, something new. I can see why people respect and fear this man now.
Bull. I tuck Anahi in the back of Kane's truck, kissing her lips and rubbing the place that holds both of our futures. I order Kane to cut the headlights until he gets her safely out of danger, his main priority to get her out of here. I can't risk this not ending well and something happening to her and my child. I wouldn't survive that kind of loss. Watching them take off down the road and head back to the club, we cut the engines on our bikes and hide them in the darkness, which is ideal considering the mask I'm placing over my conscience is nothing but pure blackness. Cold and unforgiving. The devil's dust retaliating comes in many forms that can be labeled anywhere from fearsome to plain fucking scary. But you mess with my family, then that retaliation turns into pure fucking sadistic behavior. Bobby takes his shirt off, ripping it into strips before popping open the gas tank on Alvaro's truck, shoving the pieces of the shirt inside of the hole one by one. You've done this before, haven't you? I lift a brow, noticing how he's so at ease with what he's doing. He laughs. Not at all. He's fucking lying. Don't blow yourself up. I shake my head as he hands me the last piece to hold. Lip walks beside me, casually carrying a bat with nails sticking out of it. Where did you get that? I point to it. Lip looks it over. Found it in Kane's truck. Thought we could fuck something up with it. He shrugs. Did you see what your old lady did to that asshole? And you're worried about Bobby blowing himself up? Lip looks at me like he's going to throw up, and that's saying something for a sick bastard like himself. I look back at the windshield, seeing the lifeless man with a tire puncture tool sticking out of his neck. She's a fucking survivor, I'll give her that. I mutter under my breath. They're here, Shadow whispers, watching Benito pull up in a town car, 2 Hummers right behind him. This is the boss, the man who runs the operation. He doesn't even pull all the way into the hideaway off the main road. There's a good amount of distance he's left between the vehicles, and it's a statement. He expects Alvaro to come to him. Let's do this, I mutter, praying Bobby doesn't disappoint. I light a cigarette, watching Benito and his men all get out of their cars and look around as if they're looking for Alvaro. My heart begins to pick up its pace, looking at the man accountable for so much destruction in Anahi's life. Stepping up to the tank, I light the tip of the shirt Bobby gave me with my cigarette. This is for my family, for Babs, and most of all, my woman, I whisper, watching the end turn black before a small flame ignites, and then I throw it in. Bobby jumps in the truck and takes off like a bat out of hell. He has to get the truck as close as he can and jump out before it explodes. Sweat beads on my forehead, scared not only that he might not escape in time, but if his plan fails, we're going to have to take these men even if it kills us. Because I won't walk away. I will kill every one of these motherfuckers. I pull my gun out of my holster, wanting to be prepared in case shit goes wrong as I start walking that way. My heart races in my chest as the truck approaches Benito and his men, their eyes on it and not me and my boys walking toward them. Fucking jump, Bobby, I mutter to myself. The truck is close enough, but he ain't jumping yet. My forehead begins to sweat. Nervous, Bobby is playing fucking superhero. Finally, a few feet away, Bobby jumps. The truck races forward, exploding seconds later. The bang nearly throws me back, heat rushing past my face so hard it stings my cheeks. I hold my arm out, shielding my face. Worried for Bobby's safety, my heart rate spikes. Fire erupts into the sky as shrapnel cuts through the air. Jesus! I duck to the ground just in time to miss a flaming tire. A silhouette stumbles through the smoke and I push myself to my feet with my gun aimed. It's Bobby and he's limping. What the fuck was that? I yell, my arms outstretched, walking his way. The motherfucker about got himself killed. Doc would have never forgiven us had we let that happen. Just needed to make sure it was close enough, he grunts. No, that was you playing fucking superhero. I shake my head in frustration. It got the job done, didn't it? He argues. It was too close. What, you trying to have Doc chew our heads off or something? I question, making him chuckle. You okay, though? I ask, looking him over. Jesus, why did I let him do this? Yeah, the force from the explosion was more than I expected is all. He groans, bending down to rest his hands on his knees. Looking over his body, I notice all the vehicles on fire and no man standing. Let's go inspect the damage, I mutter, stepping past him, ready to see the face of the man they call Benito. Ash and smoke lay around us, but there's little packets of drugs raining around us too. Do you see this shit? Shadow raises a brow, looking around at the falling drugs. Alvaro's truck must have been packed with them, I state. Man, today must be my birthday, Bobby laughs, picking up a baggie. I shake my head and stop at Benito's car. Everyone looks to be dead, I observe, tucking my gun in my holster. Not everyone, Lip informs, standing on the other side of Benito's town car, bat in hand. I head that way, the sound of a disgruntled cough making the hairs on my neck stand on end. Rounding the car, I find Benito on his back, coughing blood. I smirk. It's like the devil gave me a present. Killing all his men but leaving the target I was after for my evil pleasure. I hover over his head, smiling. "Do you know who I am?" I ask, tilting my head to the side. He smiles a bloody smile, obviously not scared of me. "So did you kick her out? Or did she run when you realized who she was?" He chuckles, his round face and stupid mustache making me want to break his face. He's amused with himself, and it angers me. "So you do know who I am," I sigh. "You know what I want to know out of all of this, is how you can do what you've done to your own family," I ask. "Oh, that is the difference between you and I." He groans through a laugh, coughing like an old man. "What is that?" I ask, genuinely curious. "I get shit done, no matter the cost." I hold my hand out, conveying I want the bat from Lip, and he hands it to me. "I get shit done too, but not at the expense of my family's life." "This? You call this your family?" He looks at me like I've lost it. "You are a fine example that blood doesn't make you family. It's loyalty and being there when it counts. That's what makes you family." I point the bat at him. "I should have just let that whore die when her stomach exploded with those drugs," he says, more to himself than I. I grip my teeth. I'm done talking to this piece of shit. Bending down, I grab a baggie of drugs with my free hand. "Funny you mention that." I wiggle the bag of white powder. "Because you're about to see what it feels like." His face pales and he pinches his mouth closed. Like that will stop me. I laugh, handing the baggie to Bobby. "Batter up." I smile like the fucking Joker. Gripping the bat, I swing like a fucking pro with all my might. It lands right on his knee, a loud crack echoing through the night. Benito screams out in pain and Bobby shoves the drugs into his mouth, covering his mouth with one hand and pinching his nose with the other. Benito chokes, swiping at Bobby in an attempt to get him to release him, but Shadow pins his arms over his head and he's left with no choice but to swallow. "More." I demand my men and Lip start picking up little baggies off the desert floor, handing them to Bobby when he finally lets Benito's mouth and nose go. Benito tries to shut his mouth again, so I lay the bat with screws into his arm. He cries a pathetic sound once more and Bobby goes to town. "Take me to the ball game," I show tune, pacing back and forth with the bat on my shoulder. He groans, trying to roll over on his side, and I stop my singing. "How you feeling?" I ask, hunching down. "Fuck you," he moans in pain. "What? You want more?" I drive the bat into his fleshy arm, the nails ripping his skin as I pull it back. Bobby thrusts more drugs into Benito's mouth to the point that the baggies begin to rip from snagging on his teeth, heroin coating his mouth and tongue. This is going to end rather quickly with the drugs making direct contact. "Why are you doing this for a fucking woman?" He slurs moments later once he's forced to swallow again, the drugs instantly taking effect. "This goes way back, I'm afraid, to your brother. Plus your gang has had this coming for a long time," I inform. Benito grabs his stomach, sobbing, giving Bobby the opportunity to thrust more baggies down his throat. He begins to seize, his whole body jerking as we all circle him. His pupils are dilated like the size of saucers, foam spilling from his mouth as his eyes roll in the back of his head. Either the baggies of drugs in his stomach did it, or the heroin that broke loose did. I lean down, my mouth close to his ear as he gurgles for help. "Tell the devil I'll see him soon," I whisper. Not one to take chances, I raise the bat as high up in the air as I can and drill it into his skull. The impact vibrates up my arm, and the sound is chilling as it cracks through the night. "Jesus," Bobby says, disgusted. "Just a little insurance," I mutter, pulling the bat free from the bone. "And the singing?" He looks at me with a crooked smile. I'm preparing my lullabies for the baby, I guess you could say. I reply seriously, causing everyone to break out into laughter. Stepping back, I grab for my smokes, lighting a cigarette. Well, boys, we did it, Shadow says, looking over the fucking mess we made. We took out the motherfucking cartel, I state, blowing smoke out my nose. I think I'm high. All these drugs burning around us, Bobby observes, looking around us as he blinks rapidly. We all laugh, knowing we are all probably feeling it to some degree. I got my retribution that I was after, but the more I think of it, I never really needed it. I just needed to let go of the booze so I could see clearly. And when I did, everything fell into place and my life shifted for the better. I nod, exhaling smoke. Let's get home. My old lady is waiting.
Chapter 16. Anahi. Kane pulls into the clubhouse, and my heart starts to pick up, remembering everyone staring at me like they hated me before I took off. I ran. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't stand the look of betrayal written on Bull's face. I fucked up, causing my newfound family to disown me. I'm covered in blood. I can't go in there, I speak as soon as Kane brings the truck to a stop. He chuckles, and I look at him like he's lost his damn mind. What is so funny?
It isn't anything anyone in that clubhouse hasn't seen before. Believe me.
I frown, opening the truck door to get out. Crossing my arms in front of my chest, I suddenly feel cold. I wish Bull was here.
Come on. It's okay,
Kane says, pressing the middle of my back. I swallow and follow his lead. Stepping foot inside the club, I notice immediately the party is over and Danny and Doc sitting at the bar. Holy shit! What happened? Doc slides off the stool, Danny right behind her. Are you hurt? No, I whisper, shaking my head. Come on, let's get you in a shower. Danny motions me, a warm smile on her face. Walking down the hallway, I'm flabbergasted by their hospitality. Don't they remember I am the enemy's daughter? My father killed one of theirs, and nearly killed Bobby from what I hear. Do you have clean towels? Doc asks, going into mine and Bull's bathroom. Why are you guys being so nice to me? I word vomit, ignoring her question about the fucking towels. Doc slowly steps out of the bathroom with a blue towel in her hand, and Danny sits on the bed. Look, we all know a thing or two about having shitty parents. I mean, it was a shock to hear it the way we did, but it doesn't make us love you any less, Danny states. She stands and squats right in front of me. Especially now that you are making me a big sister. Her words are thick with emotion, and I have to hold back a sob. I'm always nice, Doc shrugs, and I can't help but laugh. She is, Danny laughs, standing up. How is Dad? She asks, her tone serious now. My heart skips a beat, remembering him making me leave him behind to deal with Benito. He's taking care of business, I inform, softly, the fear in my voice that I may lose him evident. Don't be scared. He'll be back, Doc pats. They always come back. They step into the hallway, and Danny stops. By the way, I'm totally not calling you Mom. And she shuts the door. I smirk, grabbing the towel off the bed, needing this blood and sin off me now. Stepping out of my clothes, I head into the bathroom, turning nothing but the hot water on and step into the shower. Leaning my hands on the tiled wall, I rest my head on my forearms. The way Potsy's blood spattered when I stabbed him, the look that crossed Alvaro's face when I hit him with the truck, all of it haunting my subconscious. I've been here less than a month, and look at the chaos I've caused. I hope Bull and his men are okay. I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to them. I stay in the shower, even when the water turns cold with my head resting against the tile. I don't know how much time goes by, but I can't move. I'm rooted in that spot, my tears mixing with the water droplets running down my face. The shower door opens and I jump. Bull steps in, surprising me, and I exhale a hard breath. "Bull," I gasp, pulling him close.
"I'm all right, baby."
He pulls me closer, the smell of fire and gasoline strong. "What happened?" I ask, taking a step back. Water clings to my lashes and my hair sticks to my face as I wait for him to answer me. He tucks his hand behind my head, his eyes grim.
"Just like I said before, nobody is going to hurt you, B. Never again. I took care of it, once and for all."
All I can do is shake my head as more tears fall from my eyes at knowing that I no longer have anything to fear.
"I took care of it, little B,"
he whispers once more, caressing my cheek.
"Do you hear me?"
"Yeah," I start to say, but am interrupted when his mouth smashes onto mine. With his lips sliding against my own, I melt into his hold, his tongue sweeping in and making my world of darkness succumb to something much lighter.
"Anahi,"
he growls into my mouth. "Yes," I reply, nipping his bottom lip.
"Don't you ever fucking run from me again. Do you understand?"
He tugs on my wet hair, his tone of voice and strength telling me he's serious. It was stupid of me to run, but I panicked. I didn't know if they'd hurt me knowing who I was. "I understand," I whisper, promising to never leave his side again.
"You're my old lady. We are in this together."
He runs his nose along my cheek and I sigh. He turns the water off and grabs me under the thighs, lifting me up. I wrap my legs around him, our bodies slick and wet. Stepping out of the shower and into the cool air, my nipples perk against his chest. He sets me down on the counter and goosebumps spread along my skin. Turning, he fists the blue towel and dries me off, taking so much care and focus on what he's doing. He's so attentive to my needs without me even voicing them. "Bull, why did you make me your old lady?" I whisper, curious why he picked me. I'm so different than any of these girls.
"Why wouldn't I?"
He smarts, not faltering and drying me off. I grab his hand, making him stop. "I'm serious," I whisper. He sighs, his eyes hitting me hard.
"Because I love you."
He shrugs, like it's a no-brainer, and my face pales hearing him say he loves me for the first time. "You do?" I mumble, my stomach filling with butterflies. He smirks.
"I do. You care about me. You helping me get sober showed me that. You are down with my lifestyle and you love to ride my motorcycle, not to mention you were born to wear my colors."
He grabs my chin, pulling me close.
"You and I are each other's remedy for this fucked up world we were given. Without you by my side, I'm not living. I'm just fucking being."
I cup his face, my head leaning to the side. "I love you too, Bull." He smirks.
"I know."
My brows furrow. "I never said it to you. How do you know?" He tosses the towel to the floor and picks me up.
"It's not what you say, baby. It's how you feel and how you look at me. I just know."
Picking me up again, he stomps into the room and flips the lights off. He sets me on the bed and climbs in behind me, pulling me close, his hands resting on my flat abdomen. I can actually breathe freely for the first time in forever. I'm safe. The comfort of a strong man behind me that I love is a security that nobody else other than him can give me. "I want to explain why I didn't tell you about Augustus," I state, and Bull lifts his arm from my stomach and presses a finger to my mouth, hushing me.
Our past is just that, the past. You and I are going to build a future together. That is what I want to focus on.
I love you, I whisper into the darkness, because there are no other words to express how he just made me feel with his.
I love you too, little bee.
Chapter 17. Anahi. 3 months later.
Anahi, tell me you're making tacos tonight,
Bobby asks, tapping the bar top with his knuckles. I laugh, placing the groceries on the counter. Maybe, I shrug. No way. You get mad gas when you eat Mexican, Doc scolds, stomping out of the kitchen, her finger pointed at him as the kids of the club chase each other from one room to another.
Come on, it's Taco Tuesday, babe.
Bobby follows her down the hallway, pleading for my tacos. Things have been going really well for me. I have never felt so at home than I do here. Being Bull's old lady comes with its perks. When we're in town, people literally jump out of the way when they see me. They hold doors open, give me their spot in line. It's bizarre, and I still haven't gotten used to it, which makes it even more weird because of who I am. I came from a family that put fear in people's hearts. The treatment I'm receiving should be an easy feat to adjust to, but it's not. Turning, my cut snags on a knob on a cabinet door. Shit, I mutter under my breath, untangling it. I sewed it up using purple shoelaces. I love how different it looks, but the purple string is always catching on shit. I haven't seen or heard anything from London. Word around the club is Cherry and Danny beat the shit out of her for what she did to me that night. Then, when Bull heard she got the information from Alvaro and purposely tried to turn his club against his old lady, he banned her from the club.
Hey, B, we on for In-N-Out tomorrow,
Bull whispers into my hair, making me jump where I stand. You gotta stop sneaking up on me like that. I turn and slap at his chest, but he just grins. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, it's a date. I smile, rubbing the scruff on his cheeks. Bull and I go once a week to our favorite burger joint. It's our weekly date, something we've committed to since things got back to normal around here. We go on a long ride and then grab burgers. Just the two of us. Well, 3, if you count the baby and my barely protruding belly.
You making tacos tonight?
He questions, looking over the ingredients on the counter. Yeah, Bobby has been asking me to make them. I smirk.
Tell Bobby to make his own damn tacos.
He pulls me in and nuzzles my neck. I think the club would burn to the ground. I laugh out loud. I've seen him try to make toast. It's scary. So, thanks, but no thanks.
Can't say I didn't try,
he says on a laugh, before continuing on.
I'll have Shadow bring Danny over then. Make a family dinner out of it.
He pushes my leather vest open completely, exposing my belly to him so he can rub it before kissing my forehead. I thought you had a run tonight, I question. He goes on runs a lot with the boys. I hate it, but I understand it, and every time he comes back, he fucks me for hours and we don't leave the room for the whole day.
No, I canceled because the real estate agent said they have a property for me to look at.
He informs, casually. Real estate agent?
Yeah, we need a home for this baby, a backyard, maybe a nice neighborhood.
He informs, with so much enthusiasm it takes me aback, like he's been planning this in his head for a while.
So I need you to come with me to, check it out. But first, I need you to come outside. I want to show you something.
He whispers against my forehead. Giving him a puzzled look, I wait for him to give me more on what he has outside for me. When he doesn't go on anymore about what it is, I just give up and follow him outside. The weather is still warm from the afternoon sun, and I can't help but place my hand on my stomach as I soak it in. The unfamiliar roar of a motorcycle makes me look in the direction of the garage. A multicolored rat bike is driven out by Lip and parked right in front of me. I cover my mouth in disbelief. It's fucking amazing. And the sound? The sound is badass.
It's yours. However, you can't drive it until you're not pregnant and you get your license,
Bull informs. I jump up and down, a big smile on my face as I look it over.
I didn't paint it because I thought you'd want to pick the colors.
I don't want to paint it. It's already perfect. Every part shows its past and future the way it is, I state, running my hand over the torn leather seat.
Bull. We ride into town and enter a neighborhood that is not my cup of tea. It's not about me. It's about Anahi and the kid now. I want something my woman and child will always be safe in. A place where my kid can run around the neighborhood freely, making friends and having them over for sleepovers and all. We pull up to the house and Anahi squirms behind me. It's a 2-story brick and stucco house, the nice big garage giving it brownie points.
Oh my gosh,
Anahi whispers in awe. I knew she'd like it. It screams domesticated country house from a mile away. Hi there. A woman walks out the front door, her pantsuit and short blonde hair making her look like Hillary Clinton. I'm Susie. She smiles so hard her face may break. I nod my head at her in greeting, then I help Anahi get off the bike safely and out of her helmet. Baby, you get any more pregnant and we're going to have to hold off on the rides, I inform, and she instantly pouts. Just until the baby is born. I don't want anything to happen to you or the baby. Walking inside, the place is spacious and holds a fireplace in the living room. It's 3 bedrooms and 3 baths with a big kitchen for Anahi to whip up her Mexican cuisines. This is the building block to normalcy. Well, as close as I can get anyway. I look out the window observing the neighborhood. Anahi will have to be the nice one. I'm sure everyone will either run from me or just plain hate me. I laugh at the thought of stuck-up bitches going pale when they see my men come over for dinner, tattooed criminals and motorcycles lining the block.
So, what do you think?
Anahi asks softly. What do you think? I turn around and grab her by the hips. She just started to really show, her body spreading in all the right places, making it hard for me to keep my hands off her.
I really like it.
She grins, and I can see it in her eyes. Well, then we'll take it. I pull her into me, hugging her. The real estate lady walks in, clipboard in hand.
We'll take it,
Anahi exclaims as she makes her way over to Susie, smiling a secret smile. I watch as they head into the other room where Susie left all the paperwork to finalize the sale. I knew my woman would love this house, and I told Susie just as much. She thought it was a waste of time to go ahead and print out everything for this house, since it was the first house Anahi was seeing, and she might not like it. But like I already said, I know my woman. Shaking my head with a smile on my face, I turn and stare at the swing set in the backyard. I see my family in this house, even if it's so far from my taste. I see my woman in this kitchen and see my kid out back, laughing uncontrollably as they swing high in the sky. If you had asked me 6 months ago where I'd be right now, I'd never have thought here. Not at all. Being a slave to the bottle or 6 feet under would be a better prediction. Anahi saved me more than she'll ever know. I didn't think I was capable of having a happily ever after, but it turns out bad motherfucking bikers are capable of having fairy tales. We just have a lot more sex and action in our stories. Epilogue. Bull. Delivery time.
Give me drugs,
Anahi screams, her face red with blood vessels ready to pop at a moment's notice. She looks like the fucking exorcist. I'm not even kidding. Give them to her, I demand to the doctor, a little scared for all of us. I can't, we're too close. She's going to have to do this like she planned. Natural. Dr. Vlad says with more courage than I have at the moment.
Oh God, no, I can't do it, I'm not strong enough.
Anahi begs, looking at me to do something as tears streak her face. Fuck. Why did I go along with her plan to do this shit natural? She ain't got shit to prove to anyone. I should have made her see that maybe then we wouldn't be where we are now. Her with tears in her eyes from the unbearable pain, and me ready to lose my shit on her fucking doctor. I grasp her chin, making her look at me. You're strong, little bee. So fucking strong, and you can do this, baby. I encourage, hoping my words will be enough. Just one more big push, Anahi. Dr. Vlad smiles, and Anahi glares at him like she wants to rip his face off. Her hand clamps down on mine, and she bears down, pushing as hard as she can. Her eyes are closed, her legs shaking as she tries with all her strength to push. My hand burns with the limited amount of circulation. I never would have pegged Anahi with so much strength before. A cry erupts, and Anahi instantly lets up on my hand. My eyes well with unshed tears at hearing it, and I have to blink hard to get a hold of myself. Our baby continues to cry, wailing its way completely into this world and making its mark early on. The sound foreign, but so familiar. A small laugh escapes my mouth at the same time a lone tear leaves my eye. Man, this kid is already making me soft. I wipe the tear away and lean forward, trying to see over Anahi's legs to see what gender the baby is. She didn't want to know, and it's been killing me to find out since. It's a baby boy, the doctor announces. And that's it. All the tears I was fighting back break free, rolling down my cheeks one after the other. A boy. One to reign over my club one day, to take my spot as president.
Can I see him?
Anahi asks, her arms already outstretched. They wrap him in a blanket and hand him to her. His body is covered in white crap and blood, his skin a cross between Anahi's Mexican ethnicity and my white American. His head is full of dark hair, and his eyes are emerald green. He's fucking perfect.
He looks like you?
She laughs, touching his little nose. What was the boy name we had picked out? I whisper, touching his cheek. My hand shakes, nervous I may break him. He's so small and fragile. My stomach fills with butterflies, the idea of taking care of him suddenly overwhelming.
Maverick,
she replies, pulling me from my internal panic attack. I smirk. Hey there, Maverick, I repeat softly.
Do you want to hold him?
She asks, and the blood drains from my face, my heart skipping a beat. You sure? I ask, not sure I'm ready for this. What if I hurt him?
You have to get used to it sometime.
Swallowing hard, I hold my hands out and take him into my arms. I tuck the blue blanket away from his chubby cheeks so I can really look him over. They say love at first sight doesn't exist. I call bullshit, because I love this little shit instantly. I want to protect him and be his best friend. I want to teach him how to build a Lego castle, give him his first bike, and teach him the game of women.
Is it a boy? Is it a girl?
Danny rushes into the room, her hair a mess at this late hour. A boy, I inform, placing him back in Anahi's arms. I step out of the way so Danny can see her brother for the first time. Her cheeks turn red and she instantly starts crying.
Oh my God, he looks just like us,
she whimpers, looking over Anahi's shoulder.
The ladies won't know what hit them.
Anahi laughs, sounding tired, and I imagine she is. From what I witnessed, labor is no joke.
What's his name?
She asks, touching his black hair. Maverick, I inform, and she smiles through her tears.
Hey, Maverick. Welcome to the Devil's Dust.
This concludes What Might Kill Us by M.N. Forgy, narrated by Maxine Mitchell and Joe Arden. Copyright 2016 by M.N. Forgy. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with M.N. Forgy and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.